Good morning, everyone. So, welcome to day two of our second International Global South Nexus Conference, and welcome back in day two presentations, keynote sessions, and technical sessions, and we also have UN CTAD side event in the afternoon. So we all hope to see you there. I wish to acknowledge the custodian of this land on which we gather meet today and pay my respect to the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation and their elders past and present. First, we would like to start the day with our first keynote speech of day two. And we have Professor Peter Newman from Curtin University. And Peter will be presenting on recreating villages in cities, why net zero technologies help create village scale SD solution. So I'd like to invite Professor Peter Newman for his presentation.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, thanks very much. Villages have been with us longer than cities have, and they are a creation of human activity. We do things well in villages. They got lost a bit with modernism, and modernism was a movement in the 20th century that helped to say we don't need villages any longer, we just need single housing households and big cities that sprawl out in every direction. And in many ways we're trying to recreate villages. So that's what I want to talk about. And in the context of climate change, we are entering an era of great uncertainty. The area of safety where cities and agriculture developed in the last 10,000 years, we are leaving under our own pressure of the use of fossil fuels. I've just come back from COP27. Al Gore gave a speech which was very moving. He said, we are putting into the atmosphere the equivalent of 8 Hiroshima bombs a day. That's how much energy we're adding to the climate system. And we wonder why the climate is not acting as it normally does. This threatens all of our civilization. At COP27, the 60,000 people had a very strong statement to make to all the politicians that it's time to change. And these different groups are examples of the kind of thing that was happening the whole time. It was chaotic, but incredibly exciting at the same time, because if you've been involved in this movement as long as I have, and I've been in IPCC for 10 years, the processes are interminable, and you don't get the sense of cultural change that you get when you go to a conference like this. I'm mostly on the inside, and this was the kind of inside discussions that were going on. It was a lot more fun outside, but the global stocktake processes that Josh Byrne and I were involved in were very much on the inside. And the last 3 years I've been part of this mitigation report. What's Professor Peter Newman popping up there for? Does that keep happening, does it? Oh, well, just in case you forget. But this report was launched by the Secretary General. He was very angry. He said, we're on a fast track to climate disaster. And I found it difficult to quite understand, because This report is a practical manual of how to do a lot of very simple things. And in particular, it fully works with the SDGs. It is not like just climate and adding a little bit here and there on the SDGs. From start to finish, it's how the SDGs and climate work together. And it's a very hopeful document because the Paris Agreement is a very hopeful change in world history. It's an extraordinary thing that happened. 195 nations agreed with it. And from 2016, they've agreed to this massive phase out with the SDGs. That was part of the Paris Agreement. And when you look at how that happened, you see it was driven by a coalition of business and NGOs. How did that happen? The organisers, and you can see the two authors were very much part of that, Christiana Figueres and Tom Rivett-Carnac. And it was a groundswell initiative that decided what the agenda should be for Paris by business as well as the civil society groups. And business have now seen this is the future. That's the change that happened at Paris. So how can governments disagree with that? Because they're either talking about fundamental change for social reasons or for economic reasons, and they're both joined. So this is what we said in our report, and this is a very powerful figure. You see on the top, these are the costs of rooftop solar, of wind, of solar power, concentrated solar power, of batteries and electric vehicles. You see how dramatically they've come down. And the bottom part of the graph are the exponential growth that's now happening in those technologies and their adoption. Now, that's good news. Are we on the way to climate disaster when you can see that happening? The reality is that the commitments from Paris, which were adopted in Glasgow, will mean that we don't go beyond 2.8 degrees centigrade. That's still very warm, but it's not 4, 5, 6, 7, as people have been saying. And the commitments at Sharm el-Sheikh by 24 countries, and there may well have been more at the end, I don't know, the 24 countries that ratcheted up their contributions, including Australia, mean that it reduces down to 2.5. Now, that's a 0.3 drop in 1 year. That's by 2050, by the way. But still too hot, but on the way to solving the problem. If we keep doing 0.3 every year, of course, we'll get there well before 2050. And that's what the goal is. So the big step forward came when finance said, we want to do net zero. I met with BlackRock at COP27. It was extraordinary to see these people now totally committed to this climate change agenda. BlackRock's the biggest finance company in the world. They started this movement. There are now $88 trillion is only available to net zero along with the SDGs. And unless you can show that's what you're going to do, you don't get your money. That's the new world we're in. That's a pretty good world as far as I'm concerned. And the big report that was released at COP27 is the one on the right, Integrity Matters. One of the 7 authors of this report was Bill Hare from Perth, who's runs Climate Analytics from Perth. Climate Analytics is a big company that does all the analysis for states. But this is from the non-state entities. He was reporting directly to the Secretary General, and it was a report of the UN's high-level expert group of non-state entities, finance, business, universities, cities, and regions. How bottom-up processes can change the world. And that went through almost no media. completely adopted. That sets out exactly how to do net zero with the SDGs, and it shows how bottom-up processes, particularly at villages, can do this. So I better get moving. This is the costs of power that's happened. You see the green line there, dramatic drop in the price of solar, and that's now the cheapest form of power in history. So that's why it's being adopted very quickly, and all the utilities want it. And the second cheapest is wind. The most expensive is peaking gas. And we're in a state that wants to produce more and more. What's going on?
You're on live.
Sounds like an interesting discussion. Anyway, the most expensive form is gas, then nuclear. Coal is halfway down. So the big question is, how do you use that solar, not whether? That has to be the one. And the best way to do it is on your rooftops, because you can use it right where you need it. And that's what's happening in Perth. Why? How could Perth be a world leader? But it is. We broke the world record a couple of weekends ago. 71% of the grid's power was coming from our rooftops. And that's all happened without government programs or policies. It's like, what's going on here? You guys are going for solar. We don't really need that much. But that's what's happening, and it's extraordinary how it's happening. Now, you've heard from Josh. He's done it all on showing how you can do it in an individual house with the integrated approach. But we are having villages as well in the city. This is WGV, White Gum Valley. It's worth going and have a look at if you haven't seen it. And that shares solar. That's a solar social housing project there, the one in the front. And they have been the first in the world to show how to share solar using blockchain systems. There are lots of ways of doing that sharing, and that company is now working in 25 countries, including Uttar Pradesh. We have a new project that's being built. It's nearly finished, and it's a village, East Village. It's down the road from WGV. Now, see on the right there, you've got your shared power station, which is a battery, big battery, and a shared water bore. That's the village structure for East Village, and that's sold very well. People want to live in a village in the city, and it's completely net zero. If you want to go further south down to Witchcliff, just south of Margaret River, you've got 400 houses now being built that are part of a solar, battery, EVs and permaculture village. So they've brought food into it. They're actually producing enough food mostly for their needs. It's got water that is collected and power that is fully solar. It's a classic example of a new 21st century village. So what about in the city? We have this distributed energy roadmap, which is bipartisan. Jessica Shaw helped to make that happen. We now have 1,800 megawatts on the rooftop. It's going to go to 70% of the city, and that will mean you don't need any gas or power or coal-fired power. So this is the structure. Each of those green dots, by the way, is a village, and they're happening very quickly at the moment, taking out the big power lines that are not needed anymore. The standalone power is this kind of mixture of batteries and PVs. They can now add a hydrogen fuel cell instead of a diesel backup. And in Kalbarri, we have one of the first larger scale villages or small towns with a microgrid that is based on that technology. That survived the cyclone, by the way. Inside the city, we've got 11 trials going on of villages in the suburbs. They're essentially having a shared battery that's being provided by Western Power. So lots happening on that front. There's even a company called Plico, which you can buy your solar and battery that they will give it to you and you pay $20 a month. That's the kind of process that's happening, and you share it through a co-op. Now, and I talked about this at COP27, the trackless tram. It's electric, it's got batteries on the roof, comes from China. It's a very smart technology. It runs on the road, but it is in fact like a train. And we're going to be bringing one here this year to trial. But the key thing about it is you can use it to recreate the city as net zero. You imagine any main road, if you run one of these down it, you can create at the stations net zero precincts. Develop around the station. People will want to live and work near that. So the value of the land goes up and you create these villages, net zero villages. And the developers are all keen to do it, but they need to be brought together into a mechanism for doing it, which is what we're working on. So can this sort of approach leapfrog into any village? This is the system that we have been looking at. There was a PhD we did on Addis Ababa and some of the Jakarta slums, the informal housing, this kind of thing. 80% of Addis Ababa looks like that. And the reality is they have very strong community bonds around their village that they've created. They've built it themselves, they manage it themselves. Then the government comes along and says, this is poor quality housing, we're going to knock all that down and we're going to put you in a big high-rise building. The community immediately disappears. All the trust is gone, all the processes that were being held before disappear. But the new technology that we're talking about with the solar, the batteries that can be provided, the water and waste systems, they're also small scale. They can fit into that scale. So you can keep those. You can then provide them with the security they need in terms of their tenure and enable the rebuilding on the site and keep the community. That's the SDGs and net zero in practice. I've talked to the UN CRD, all the agencies that deal with development about this, and these papers are available. We also did work on Bulawayo, which is a pretty poor place, and they are looking now at how to leapfrog using these trackless trams and building solar back into the city around that technology. So Vinette is also presenting here. Yesterday, was it? Okay. So you got that story as well. So these technologies are about villages, and they are the fundamental way to recreate our cities in a net zero world. So I'm happy to get any questions about that to finish up on that note, and to see what you think about this crazy idea.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks for showing those great example of this net zero transition. So we have questions.
Just shout.
My name's Simon. I'm usually work at Department of Planning.
Okay.
Really great talk. Thanks for that. I was just wondering, I've done a bit of research with things like trees. Like every year one primary school student in the state learns about the water cycle, and we're ingrained with trees. And I note that there's about 3 trillion trees on the planet and 6 trillion trees before humans arrived. And how much Al Gore and the talks you're going to are about replanting forests, which are really unevenly distributed throughout the world?
There was a lot about that, and the nature positive development was the latest way of saying it, and there's a lot of people talking about that and working on that, and I heard someone on Radio National talking about it yesterday. There's a new book out on it, but we've got a group together. It's called The Power of Trees, and It's about how we can use our street verges to plant trees in a way that would completely enclose the canopy in our cities and use carbon credits to help do that. I talked to the groups about that in COP27, and there are a few issues about how you measure that and so on, but the CSIRO have already looked at that and said you can do it. What you have got are local communities prepared to manage that better than in the countryside. You've got the integrity built in, local governments with rangers checking all this. So you can do it. And of course, there are many multiple benefits from that process. So, yeah, I think there's going to be a lot more of that kind of activity in our cities and regions. That this was part of the solution. But I think it's better if you can get villages there and the villages adopt a new grove of trees in the city, why not?
Thanks. We have another question.
Can I come out here?
Good morning. My name is Mohammed Chaudhary. I'm a PhD student here in this school. You said that 70% of great, 71% of great energy from books of solar, but still we don't have any policies. What's the problem with the policy coming up? And is there any timelines? Like, can the WU at least is a timeline to extend?
It's not right to say there's no policies. Am I getting picked up here? The distributed energy roadmap is adopted by both parts of Parliament. It was a parliamentary process, not a government cabinet type process. Fully 100% agreed to by all parties. That's a very important document if you look at that. And that has been guiding a lot of the work by government. They're not going to go against it, but it's not in detail. It doesn't show you how the grid adapts. So they're having to work that out as they go. I've got a PhD working in that process, the Energy Task Force, on how to do it. They've got 300 new regulations they're trialling to see how they will work to enable that transition. So they're working on it. And if you get if you only hear the media on it, you'll get Bill Johnson saying, oh, no, we're going to have gas for a very long time here, and that'll support the whole thing. The coal is phasing out. And the interesting thing is the coal is not just phasing out, it's collapsing. The companies can't invest because they've got no future. So trucks are going over the edges of their business, and they've had to close it down. So they're phasing out quickly. There's $1 billion in debt that they hope to reclaim, but that's the problem. The gas is going to be the same thing. They'll have stranded assets. They will not be able to survive, those companies. So it's happening so quickly. We're adding 1 megawatt a day on our rooftops. So in 300 days, you've replaced the coal-fired power station. That's happening very quickly. And they don't quite know how to manage it, but they're working on it. Because there's no manual on it and no one else has done it yet. So we need some sympathy for them, but not much, because I think there's a very good news story and they should be embracing it rather than saying, oh, it's going too quick, just hang on to the gas a bit longer. No, we don't need it. Sorry, there's one in the back there first.
Hi.
Got 5 minutes.
My name is Shrimin Pereira. I'm also a PhD student through DBE. I find the idea of the villages and so connected through the trackless tram interesting. But once the developers get into it, how will those villages be different to what's happening now already?
Yeah.
The standard village?
The problem is not the developers, it's state government planners who don't know how to do this. We even had David Caddy saying he's very supportive of this idea, but they're already doing it because they're buying up the land around Metronet stations, and eventually this is going to redevelop as a village kind of thing. The reality is it's not happening at all, because you have to do it with the developer from the start. They have to be involved in that process. Otherwise, you don't design it to fix it. You have car parks only going in there. DPA say that's the best way to manage the transport. It's nothing to do with the land development opportunity for people to walk to the train and so. And that process is failing. So we're trying to invent a new process that will enable developers and the companies, the finance companies, want to get involved in this, like BlackRock and so on, and they would fund the opportunity to put money into this tram as well as the land around the stations. That's how they would get their returns. And that then you get the developer to be very involved in the whole building of the station, making it very walkable and attractive rather than just a transfer station for people. So it comes alive for people. Developers love that. And we've got endless numbers of them wanting to be part of that, because they know they'll help sell that. But if you come in afterwards and you've got a big car park and a huge train next to a freeway, that's not necessarily the best place to build something. So that's the problem. She was next, then.
Yeah.
Sorry, we have to quickly finish this. So
I didn't start till 3 minutes past, and it's not even 9:30.
Yeah, well, I come from India, as you know, and my name is Nita Mishra. I wish, so much of, we know that the government in India is trying its best to encourage more and more of the population to go for solar. Why is it not happening?
Oh, I thought it was happening. The numbers are pretty good. They're probably in different parts.
So, yes, in some.
Yeah, in some parts.
Yeah,
Okay.
but when I ask people, the thing is that, the capital cost, I mean, the initial investment is high.
Yeah.
And then the maintenance, you see, particularly in rural parts of the country, and that is an issue still, right?
Yeah, well, possibly. It's an interesting question to ask, why did it happen here
Yes.
so well? Well, the small businesses that took up the cudgels on this and said, we're going to make this happen, a lot of really interesting work was done, and with local government. We don't have to get a permit to put solar on the roof. We don't even have to have the finance organised by ourselves. It gets done by the small business. They come and talk to you, they say, how much do you want, when you pay, sign up here. They bring it the next day, put it on the roof. And it's very cheap. It used to be $20,000 for 6 kilowatts, now $2,000. It pays for itself in 2 years. So there's no shortage of people wanting it. That's half the price of what it is in America, and you have to get permits, so it takes up to 3 months to get it on. That kind of thing is not working. So you can look at this as an issue of how to manage it locally and get the businesses to enable it better. I don't know the Indian situation. Gemma Green will tell you, she's working there. So anyway,
Okay.
last one.
yeah, last question from Shahid. Yeah.
Yeah, you started off talking about villages. And so question, comment, how do you define villages? So from what I see, if you're defining villages as having commons,
Yeah.
and with maybe modern
Shared.
financing,
Lots of shared things.
lot of shared thing, with modern financing.
Yeah.
With the risk taken care of.
Yeah.
Then you've got your.
Yeah, that's the interesting shift. You do need to shift finance to be able to see that shared finance on some of this technology will work best. And that's the thing that India should be doing, because you're good at villages, and that's about shared systems, and the finance ought to be about how you get PVs on the rooftop, which is shared, a battery, which is shared, and some kind of management system so that people don't abuse it. That's shared. That's the process of the village. Thanks for bringing us back to that. And it is, I think, the best way to accommodate this technology and to enable it to achieve the SDGs, because that's all about sharing and common good outcomes. So you're right, the key to it though is that finance and enabling the finance to be shared.
Right. Thank you, Peter. Can you please put your hands together? The next session, session 3, inclusive and participatory planning. I would like to invite Professor Smita Panda to moderate this session.
Yeah, so I can be here.
Maybe you can sit here, or you should be okay there.
Yeah, fine here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so, but the person presenting has to talk. Yes, so good morning, everybody. And we have, maybe I'll go up there.
Smita, I think it's better to come here so you, like the online presenter, can see here.
Yeah, so good morning. We start the technical session. This is session number 3, which is inclusive and participatory planning, right? And we have 3 presenters. The first one is Bishna Bajracharya from Bond University, Queensland, and he will be presenting a paper on localizing SDG 5, that's on gender equality towards a women inclusive Kathmandu city. So this will be done online. Yes, so over to you, Bishna Bajracharya.
I understand it's already been recorded, so you'll be playing the recording.
My wife, Edlin Bajracharya. I
Yeah,
work in
Bishna,
Bond
we are playing
University,
your pre-recorded
Gold Coast,
video.
and my wife, Edlin,
Thanks.
works in Queensland Department of Transport and Main Roads. My wife is overseas with my daughter, so she can't join us for this presentation, but I am quite happy to share some of the work that we have done together on this topic of women inclusive Kathmandu city. I'm originally from Kathmandu, actually. And in terms of the outline of presentation, I would like to first start with what are some of the challenges facing women in Nepal, and then talk about some of the key stakeholders in planning for gender in Kathmandu. And then I propose, Edlin, my wife and I, we propose a strategic framework for planning and design for women inclusive Kathmandu. In terms of challenges facing the women, there is quite a range of literature on gender and planning, actually. So it's a growing literature, and a lot of planners have contributed to this literature. There's a book called Gender and Planning, which is a kind of edited book on series of planning studies done on this particular issue. There are papers written on gender, slums, and the global south, which came out, I think, about 2 or 3 years ago. And then also some of the development agencies like World Bank, European Union have also come up with some ideas about contributing to gender and planning. So World Bank talks about gender inclusive city. and the European Union talks about gender equal cities. And I won't get to details of this, their literature. You will see that in my paper. But what you also see is that some of the European cities like Vienna has been quite at the forefront of gender mainstreaming right from the very beginning. And recently, I just came across this work from London School of Economics Cities Unit, where they are looking at how can you plan for public spaces for girls, actually. So, this is a growing literature. Now, in terms of our one context in Global South, what you find is that this has been gender equality has been enthusiastically promoted internationally, especially with UN SDG goals. But you do find that women still face a number of challenges in the Global South, particularly also in Nepal. So it's a pressing issue in Nepal with considerable disparities between men and women, and also between different ethnic groups and different age groups. So the focus of this paper is on challenges of women in focusing on Kathmandu, the capital city of Nepal. And as the UNSDG talks about really the role of local government in planning and in gender equality. So I've tried to focus a bit more on the role of local government, which is the Kathmandu metropolitan city, for this purpose. First, I want to talk about some of the key stakeholders in gender inclusive planning in Kathmandu. I think there is the Kathmandu municipality, the federal government, the donor agencies, and there's also an important role of the community sector and the private sector in gender inclusive planning in Kathmandu. Now, there is, I think, a lack of the whole of government approach in Nepal about this gender inclusive planning. Although, with the recent changes in federal structure of Nepal, they have given more power, supposed to be, for the local government like Kathmandu Metropolitan City, but in terms of resources, it's very much controlled by the central government. And there's kind of lack of whole of government approach to deal with gender inclusion. And Kathmandu Metropolitan City provides only limited services for women within the city, for instance, on initiating health and sanitation programs and skill development training. The national government of Nepal, they, a couple of years ago, they came up with this requirement that in all levels of government, 33% of the women should be allocated the seat. So that also kind of is a legal requirement now for whether it's a local government election or state government election or national government election. We need to have that requirement. And also right to inherit properties by women. That was not the case, a decade ago. And also they have worked with the donor agencies regarding development of this plan called Gender Equality and Social Inclusion Policy. And I'll talk more about that later. Now, in terms of the keys, in terms of the role of donor agencies, they have actually coordinated their work together with the national government to develop a common framework for implementing gender inclusion and gender equality and social inclusion. They have got some publications on that. But so when the donor agencies commit some funds to the government, then the government is required to provide or demonstrate that they have allocated funding for gender inclusion, and also they have required to monitor and report on how those the gender equality and social inclusion has been addressed in some of these donor-driven projects. But then what they have found recently in a review of this JC, Gender Equality and Social Inclusion study, was that this was really not really implemented very effectively because of the apparent indifference by local and national elite groups, which is a problematic issue. And there is also quite an important role of the community and private sector in this area. So there are a lot of non-governmental organizations operating in Kathmandu for women's development. So there are some focusing on microcredit, some focusing on gender equity institutions, some on the rights of indigenous women, and some on the housing and disaster resilience. So some of the ones are called Lumenty is one which focuses much more on the skill development and housing affordability. But there's, I think, quite a bit of potential for Kathmandu Metropolitan City, the local government, to collaborate with some of these stakeholders to improve the well-being of the city. And also, I noticed that there's a growing number of women architects and planners working in Kathmandu Metropolitan City, and also professional organizations called the Society of Nepalese Architects have a significant women membership, which can also play an important advocacy and advisory role in creating a woman-friendly Kathmandu metropolitan city and developing some demonstration projects for the same. I think the last president of the Nepalese Association of Architects was a woman, and she was, I understand, quite active in promoting some of these issues. So coming on to my one research, what my wife Adeline and we developed this framework called, it's a very, we're just exploring this framework to see if this could work. It's a kind of a holistic framework we're trying to develop. It has got 9 themes actually. So 9 themes which can be visualized like a jewelry called Navaratna jewelry, which Nepalese women and many South Asian women wear. So we've called this creating a city which is safer for women, caring for women, fairer, resilient, cleaner and greener, smarter, prosperous, engaged, and then women inclusive. So I'll go through each one of them one by one. First, this is the diagram in a diagrammatic manner, so you can see it clearly that each of those 9 themes are shown with each of the headings under each of the themes, so I will go over each one of them separately. So to create a safer Kathmandu for women, I think many women in Kathmandu they walk to work or they use public transport, and they have issues about walking because the footpath is not very good. The public transport is very poor, very crowded, and then also limited nighttime travel for them. So I think one of the things the Kathmandu Metropolitan City could do is really making the streets safer for women to walk, with better lighting and improved sidewalks, restricting vehicular access to some local streets and squares, and ensuring safety for women against sexual harassment in public transport. And another theme that we are focusing on is caring Kathmandu. So again, women have got greater caring responsibilities in terms of child care support, good access to health and care facilities for women and children, and that's an area the local government could work together closely. In terms of the creating more fairer Kathmandu, I think there is a need for stronger empowerment and representation of women in decision making. As I was saying, the 33% of all political offices have to be allocated, have to be for the women actually. So, and there's also allocation of dedicated budget for women supported projects, and this so we have a deputy mayor for quite a number of years now, where the deputy mayors are women, but then often the mayors are men actually. But she was elected recently, maybe about a year ago, I think. Then another thing is a resilient Kathmandu. Where you have disasters, you notice that they are often the women are mostly the one who get affected by the disaster, both during and after the disaster. So we need to really harness women's networks and compassion and empathy to effectively cope with the disasters, I think. In terms of cleaner and greener Kathmandu, so focus on cleaner streets and squares, and for women's social interaction, and also water and sanitation and health projects. That could be quite beneficial for women. So again, local government could support regular cleanup campaign by the community, and also more planting of trees and provision of new open spaces. Often, a lot of these works are being done by women in the municipality, a lot of cleanup. Likewise, in terms of creating smarter Kathmandu, there's a potential for using technology for women's access to services, networks, and safety. And so there could be potential for gender data analysis to undertake improving access to women's services. So there was this software that I came across in Kathmandu where neither the smartphone application to to record gender-based violence and notify the emergency contacts. So neither means fearless in Nepali language. And then the other one is prosperous Kathmandu. So again, the opportunity for women, supporting women's enterprises and generating employment for women through skill development is important. A lot of the vendors in Kathmandu you could see are women actually, and so there is definitely a space to look into that. And then of course there's an important role of greater participation of women in planning and design of public spaces and services, where local government collaborate with number of women organizations, including professional organizations and donor agencies for skill development, job creation, and access to services. So basically, what we are talking about is a strategic framework for women inclusive Kathmandu. So this women inclusive Kathmandu really need to converge all these themes where women participate and contribute confidently to the life of the city. So this is what we call Navaratna, a framework with important themes that can be visualized as a Navaratna jewelry. And this framework aligns with United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 5, gender equality, and also empowering women and girls, and also SDG number 11, making cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. So this is my last slide, again summarizing the whole framework. So I would stop at that, and I look forward to your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Krishna Rajacharya.
Thank you.
Should we go for Okay. So now the second presentation is by Anshuman Jana and Swatalina Mishra. So if you can come up here. So this is a physical presentation. So you have 15 minutes.
Thank you.
You can read out this title. You will visit actually from the
Yeah, just a minute. Namaskar, Namaste, good morning everyone. My name is Anshuman Jena. I'm joined by my colleague Shwetalina Mishra. She is also the co-author of this paper. I'm working as an associate professor in School of Management, Centurion University. I have got more than 14 years of academic research and corporate experience. I have got research papers from ICSSR, that is the Indian Council for Social Science Research, Odisha State Open University, Commonwealth of Learning, and Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia. I have produced 2 research scholars, and 3 research scholars or doctoral scholars are at present being guided by me.
My research area includes sustainable development, technology-enabled learning, massive open online courses, digital and social media marketing. My philosophy of life is it's not okay. Fine. So my philosophy of life is learn to earn to live, and live to serve. So me and my team are here to talk about hundreds of women living in slums coming together and helping each other to build, to create an ecosystem that not only produces truly empowered women, rather it also nurtures the community as a whole. So this case is unique because we have an Indian university like Centurion University of Technology and Management coming out of its regular academic activities and establishing the Urban Micro Business Center, UMBC, right, which is a non-profit company, registered company, and it truly empowers women. And this case is all about that. So I take you and let me introduce Meenakshi Chand. She was invited by Deccan University as a guest speaker for their Indigenous Accounting and Business Conference to share her experience. Meet Sonali and Lolita, and they have joined when Lolita has lost her husband, and Sonali was pregnant with her second child, and she was abandoned by her husband. This is all these women and many hundreds of women like all these women, they live in the Kargil slum. It is an urban slum. It is the second largest slum in the state capital, Bhubaneswar. So there are about close to 1,500 households and about slightly more than 8,000 residents. And they all face this problem. Basic problems like unemployment, low wages, then poor health and hygiene conditions. All these are major problems. Like I have mentioned, this Urban Micro Business Center came into existence in 2013 as a non-profit organization. It's a Section 8 registered company established by Centurion University of Technology with the intention to train, produce entrepreneurs and transform lives of women. And we are now we are moving ahead, and we are trying also to collaborate with transgenders, and we are also trying to skill and upgrade them. So these are the basic services training that the university or the UMBC provide to them, starting with beauty salon, digital printing, cafe, retail management, crèche management, day boarding and after school educational support, handcrafted chocolate, coffee roasting, then bakery products, beauty and wellness training, driving training, food processing, packaging, leveling. All these trainings are provided to all these women. These are few pictures. These women, they have also started their cloud kitchen and food delivery service. And we are extremely proud that we have such women, those who truly make our lives much better, much easier by just being the role models in our lives. So this is again another example of the entrepreneurial support extended by the university. So the university, other than training them, skilling them, also provides them with the capital, possibly whatever is required. And we also provide, as School of Management, we also provide basic accounting, retailing, all these skill trainings we also provide. So these are examples of the various entrepreneurial activities extended by the university. Now coming to the major activity that is called this Action Learning Lab. this UMBC, the Urban Micro Business Center, has become the action learning lab of the university. So what do we mean by that? We take our undergraduate, masters, PhD students to UMBC to learn from and collaborate and learn from the slum dwellers who are kind of established themselves, and these students, they learn from them, and they also help them in formulating strategies, developing things, improving their businesses. So it is a win-win situation for all of us. So that's why we call it the Action Learning Lab. And we also take immense pride in the fact that it also keeps our students grounded, rooted, and the kind of value they imbibe from the slum dwellers is really life altering. And this is an example of or a photograph of the classroom training that is happening in the UMBC. So how do we do it? We do it by identifying the needs, interests of the slum dwellers. They may be interested in doing something, and we don't impose ourselves on them. We truly identify their interest, their need, and then we accordingly we provide them with the required skill training. Then we help them get a decent livelihood. Then we promote them to have something or do something on their own towards entrepreneurship. We incubate them, we provide them with little capital that they need, and we also provide them handholding support, which ultimately leads to women empowerment, community development, and urban poverty elevation. And we have tremendous support from the urban local body. We have tremendous support from the state government, the central government. We have also partnered with the Australian government and several banks and corporates. So this support system, this ecosystem would not survive without these without contribution from these entities. So this initiative got registered as the livelihood business incubator by the government of India. It was enlisted as the CSR hub, corporate social responsibility hub, and Centurion University was the first entity or university or academic institution to be registered and get listed by this, and UMBC being a first non-profit company to be enlisted. Then this urban micro business center model has been promoted and recommended by the state government to other states that can so that they can imbibe, learn from this, and maybe come up with their own solutions to meet and localize the sustainable development goals. So now let us look at the impact of all these initiatives. And I'll also talk about the various SDG goals which we contribute. More than 200 nano businesses we have created. We have ensured financial inclusion by opening bank accounts. We have extended or collaborated with banks for providing credit linkage. Then more than 1,000 individuals trained, more than 20 community members employed, 30 youth, almost on an average 30 youth every day use the digital learning facility or the center. Every day 20 children are cared in the creche every day. Then more than 40 children receive up school learning support every day. So all these has really enhanced the social harmony and quality of life. Then gender cooperation among community has also increased. Then reporting of local crime incidents has reduced. Then the monthly income of the households, that has also increased. Then reduction in school dropout rate. Then reduction in report of domestic violence, better hygiene sanitation practices, and better prevention of illness has also been witnessed. Then it has also amounted to reduction in child labor in the community. it has increased representation of women, participation of women in community level decision making, leadership roles, and community driven activities. It has reduced open defecation, and we have started organized waste management in the slum area also. And all these have created a support system for all the stakeholders of the university, and that is why we call it, and we take immense pride that it is our action learning lab. So our present focus is on upgrade, upskill, and upscale. Because of COVID, we have also faced the heat, but we are reorganizing and we are really focusing on upgrading, upskilling, and upscaling. Uh, so let's collaborate to localize SDGs for positive and lasting impact. With this message, I conclude my presentation. Thank you. You have been so wonderful and patient. I would like to play one video. These are the few of the employees of the and members of the Urban Micro Business Center, and I'll end this presentation. It's a 2-minute video.
ଲିଜା ମୁଁ କାନ୍ଦବସ୍ତିରେ ରହୁଛି। ମୁଁ ଇଂଲିଶରେ ଆସିକିନା କାମ କରୁଛି ବ୍ଲେଡ୍ ପ୍ରଡକ୍ସନ୍। ସକାଳ 7ଟାରେ ଆସୁଛି। 4 ବର୍ଷ ହେଲାଣି ଏଠି ଆସିକିନା ମୁଁ କାମ କରିଲିଣି। ଆଉ ଇଂଲିଶରେ ମୋତେ ବହୁତ ସାପୋର୍ଟ କରିଲାଣି। ଆଉ ଏଠି ମୋ ଫ୍ୟାମିଲି ବି ଭଲ ଭାବରେ ଦେଖିଲିଣି ଏଠି ଆସିକିନା। ମୋ ନାଁ ବେବି ନାୟକ, ମୁଁ ପୋଖରୀପୁଟରୁ ଆସିଛି। 3 ବର୍ଷ ହେଲା ଜବ୍ କରିଛି, କଫି ପ୍ରଡକ୍ସନ୍ରେ ଅଛି। ମୁଁ ୟୁଏନଡିସି ଏତେ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ କରିଥିବାରୁ ମୋତେ ମୁଁ ନିଜ ଗୋଡ଼ରେ ନିଜେ ଠିଆ ହେଇପାରିଛି, ମୋ ଘରକୁ ବି ସାହାଯ୍ୟ କରିପାରିଛି। ମୋ ନାଁ ବାକ୍ମୟୀ ପତାଲ, ଆମ ଘର ହେଉଛି ଯାଜପୁର। ମୁଁ ଏଠି ଏଇ ଅର୍ଗାନାଇଜେସନରେ ଜବ୍ କରିବାର 4 ବର୍ଷ ହେଇଗଲାଣି। ଯେହେତୁ ମୁଁ ଏଠି ଜବ୍ କରୁଛି ତ ମୁଁ ନିଜେ ମୋ ନିଜ ଗୋଡ଼ରେ ଠିଆ ହେଇପାରିଛି। ଆମର ଘର ଲୋକ ମୁଁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ ବି କରିପାରୁଛି, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ବହୁତ ଖୁସି ଅନୁଭବ କରୁଛି। ଆଉ ଏ ଅର୍ଗାନାଇଜେସନ ମୋତେ ବହୁତ ଗର୍ବିତ ଏଇଆ କରିଛି ଯେ ମୋତେ ମୋର ବହୁତ ସୁବିଧା ଓ ଅସୁବିଧାରେ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ କରୁଛି।
Thank you.
Thank you, Anshuman. So now we go for the third presentation, probably online. This is going to be online. Yes. It is by Suraj Kumar Swami from Centurion University, and he will be talking about board gender diversity and firm performance, evidence from top 100 Indian companies. So are you there?
No, we have
it's a recording. Pre-recorded. Okay.
Yeah, no
Thank
problem.
you. Yeah.
Thanks.
Is he there online? Is he there online?
Yeah, I have stopped sharing. Not? Okay. Yeah, got it. Close that. This one. Let me stop sharing. Click. Oh, no, that's one. Yeah, I think that's really fine.
Good morning, I am Suraj Kumar Swami, Research Scholar, Centurion University of Technology and Management, India. I will be presenting on the topic Board Gender Diversity and Farm Performance, Evidence from Top 100 Indian Companies. The plan of presentation is as follows. First, there will be introduction, literature review, research methodology, results and analysis, and finally the conclusion. Introduction. India has been rated among the lowest internationally in terms of female representation in business. If we look at the past research, it says that though the number of women in India is 48% of the total population, only 23% represent in workforce in private companies. The percentage of female on corporate boards is hardly 20 to 30%. But whatever sample we have taken, we found that only 15% on an average of the board size are female. So this rising concern about gender diversity, low representation of women, that led policymakers throughout the globe to implement gender-based quota. Some of the countries they have implemented quotas, and Norway is the first country to introduce a 40% quota system. India also introduced its quota system on 1st October 2014, which says that at least one female director should be there on the board. Literature review. Prior research shows a mixed result in the relationship between both gender diversity and farm performance. Some have found positive relationship, some others have found a negative one. So the results are totally mixed. Research methodology. The data, the sample we have taken is the top 100 companies by market capitalization listed in National Stock Exchange, which is one of the leading stock exchanges in India. And after excluding companies belonging to finance, public sector, and companies with missing data, we arrive at 65 companies, and the data is spread over 7 years starting from 2014 to 2021. And the dependent variables considered are return on asset and return on equity. Independent variables are percentage of women present in board, that is calculated as a ratio of the number of women to the total board size. Control variables are board size, proportion of independent directors, firm size, and leverage. The results and analysis of our study is as follows. We found a negative relationship between board gender diversity and farm performance, but in case of ROA, it is not significant. In case of ROE, it is significant at 10% level. So it shows that the presence of women in Indian corporate boards doesn't impact farm performance. This might be due to the low presence of women on the boards of Indian companies, as our study has found out that only 15% on an average of the sample companies is female. So that may be the reason why the presence of women that doesn't impact the farm performance. At last, talking about the conclusion, so we advise the Indian corporate to employ more women on their boards so that the women can bring in more talent, new ideas, and better decision making. Presence of women can benefit the firm financially rather than being considered as a social phenomenon, and female directors have leadership qualities that can enhance their firm's financial performance. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Suraj Kumar Swai. That was a short and sweet presentation.
So you can invite Anshuman to come here.
Yeah, Anshuman, can you please come here? Now we can have a, how much time we have? 10 minutes.
We have around 12 minutes.
So we have about 10-12 minutes, right, for a question answer session. So audience, please ask questions. There have been three presentations, one at the city level, and they're all related to gender and gender equality or women's empowerment, right? So at the city level in Kathmandu, then at the slum or the low income groups in India, where Anshuman gave a presentation on this Kargil slum, where the university is working through the Urban Micro Business Center to empower women. And the third presentation was at the company level, uh, looking at gender diversity and performance of the company. So these are the three presentations made. So please, yes.
So we have Shahid. Yeah.
Shahid.
Thank you. I'll address my question first. The first question to Vishnu, vegetarian.
Can you speak louder? I cannot hear you properly, Sahid.
Shahid, you can come here if you
Can
want.
you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right. Okay, so my first question is to you. And more like a comment. You mentioned, like the various actors doing work, the government, the local government, the national government, and donor agencies. And whenever that comes, my alarm goes off because then there's a donor agenda. And so you said that they will implement what they call the gender equality and social inclusion, like a criteria. The problem usually is with such things is when they make in the mind an evaluative framework, measuring criteria, they most of the time, because they want to standardize it, they miss out on the details of a local culture. The local cultural context is usually often misread. And so, with that in mind, then I look at your 9 gems, 9 dimensions, and I thought, what you've done, that work should be actually a framework for auditing, could be applicable to many cities, any city in fact. So those 9 points could be used as a measuring scale, a criteria, a matrix. So what do you think on that? That's just more like a comment rather than a question.
Yeah. Just to join to that question, Vishnu, is that I'm Smita. I'll just ask you one question. Following from what Shahid asked you, is that whether you have taken that framework and discussed with any of the policy people and in the Kathmandu government, because government political will, that is more important than donor agencies and NGO support, which can be only temporary, and once they withdraw, everything falls flat. So that's what I would like to ask you.
Yeah. Smita and Sahid, thank you both for your questions. Yeah, appreciate it. I'll answer for Sahed's question. I think you are very right, Sahed. That we both know that some of this top-down, donor-driven agenda can be very misplaced at the local context. So that's why I think some of these type of frameworks should be really, taking into consideration the local context. Local context is very important. Even in Kathmandu, certain parts of Kathmandu, that framework, certain themes may be more relevant than the other places. Likewise, if you try to apply this framework in another place, you may think the time frame could be different for different themes. It is just a way to understand the holistic framework, and it has to really come up with working with the local non-governmental organizations. Now, I think the role of local government organizations and also some level of small businesses have also started growing quite important, playing more active role uh, than perhaps when you and I were graduate students in Hawaii. When you were doing your PhD on Pakistan. Uh, uh, I remember, and I think the context has really perhaps changed. There's much more understanding of the role of politics in this kind of framework, understanding this donor-driven agency. So I think it's important for us to understand the local politics and also national politics. That's the first one. The second thing regarding Smita's question is, no, I haven't really talked to the government planners. This has just been a exploratory framework. Again, that's why I call it exploratory framework. It has to be rooted in the ground again. So we need to work with NGOs. We need to work with the local, government to see how they take a framework like this. But if I look at the local politics in Nepal now, we just had a recent election, I think. Uh, and what's happened is the local people have been quite fed up with the big parties and who talk about big things, but then they miss out on the young people, the women, the marginalized. So this time, a lot of the people who won the election are actually those who came from the community sector. So it is quite interesting that you can see gradual change. But of course, it's not something you can see change happening overnight. It's going to take time, definitely.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Krishna. Any other question? Yes.
Thank you. I'm Jessica. I'm a research fellow here at City of Melbourne. I have a question for Super and Smita.
Smita, we haven't presented.
Oh, sorry.
Anshuman.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Anshuman and Shweta.
Yeah, with the microfinancing businesses. Has there been a backlash from males in the community about women taking on these roles?
Absolutely, that goes without saying. And in fact, that was the key thing that we have to navigate, and we have to convince them that it is good, it is truly empowerment, it is not going to break their family or disturb their family life. Rather, it will support them in every possible way. But now everything is aligned, more or less, yes, but still there are some people, those who are adverse to this kind of activities, but the barrier is not there. Thank you.
We are getting there.
Yes.
Can I ask a question to Asman? Ansman?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
Anshuman.
Yeah. No, I'm very impressed that your university is really, doing this university community partnership, and in terms of this enterprise development, women empowerment. I think that's really good. I work in a university here in Gold Coast, actually, and uh, here in Australian universities, somehow the emphasis of the university is very much on publications. And you publish or perish, they call it, and they don't give the same weightage for working community service. Perhaps that's perhaps more meaningful for us academics. But somehow, I think it's good that your university does value that working with the community. I think that really adds value to not only the community, but also adds value to your students and staff. Students learn a lot from action research and action work, I think. So that's really good. But I can see a lot of challenges, of course. It's not easy. It is, I'm sure you working with the community sector there, you would also find a lot of highs and lows when you're working there, the politics, local politics, and, the funding issue, and also the sustainability issue of how viable these kind of initiatives are on the long run. Sometimes the local leadership and also the leadership of the university also is very important, that there is some kind of a support from there. So it looks like your university is doing quite well in terms of giving that support from the top, as well as also support from the faculty. That's really great. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I would like to just add one point here, that the university has other social engagement activities, but the university has also adopted several villages where they do all these charitable kind of activities. But this is a company, so this is truly it has got different dimension and different objective altogether. So here we focus on creating enterprises, maybe nano micro enterprises. So that is the focus. It is not merely for charity, and in fact not at all about charity.
No, I
Yeah,
just
it's
want
more
to
like a
add.
social enterprise, isn't it, Smita? This is like a social
Yes, yes,
enterprise.
but let me tell you, we also focus on publications. There's
That's
a
good.
lot
Yeah,
of
I'm glad. No.
pressure for us to publish.
Definitely. No, no, Smita, I saw your paper yesterday, the one on the hijras. I thought that was really innovative because, I studied in Delhi many years ago, and I know about hijras in Delhi. It's very big population of hijras.
Oh, I'm
It's
sure
the
in
first
Nepal,
paper I came
Nepal too,
across. Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely. No, no, I'm not trying to say, definitely, of course. We all have to. I think it makes it more meaningful that we publish. Also, not only in international journal, but also in local newspapers, that's more important for
local
us. And
languages,
publishing
yes.
in local languages, because sometimes we publish in journals which the local people don't even read. So I think the need for dissemination of your information or of your ideas, innovative ideas, has to also go back to the people with whom you are working. And I think you are doing really well that way. That's very good,
Yeah,
Smita.
thank you, Krishna.
Yeah, question from me for someone. You mentioned you're doing it as a business, right? This has to be work. it has to work as a business, has to be
Yes.
feasible. And you mentioned that you give some, incubation and perhaps some investment, perhaps some. So do you have mechanisms for loan recovery? Do you have a cycle, circle, whatever you call it, so that if those who borrow from you then eventually return it, so that amount can be
Yes.
borrowed to someone else? That's one question. And the other question is, in your slide, you put a lot of outputs that we saw. There's so many, jobs created, so many. I think that's very important, that's most important. But as a university, then you also have to see whether you've got the outcome that, all those objectives, do they add up to the bigger goals? So you have to have those kind of perhaps studies as well.
Good question. Yes.
Yes, actually, to answer to the first part of the question, yes, we have a monitoring system and accounting system that keeps track of all these loans advances made to the entrepreneurs and the kind of repayments they are making. But that cycle has completely got broken because of COVID. But yes, we are trying to get back to action, and we are again sustainability, as we say, whether it is environmental sustainability or business sustainability, it is the goal, and we are pursuing it. Answering to the second part, yes. Sorry, I forgot. Yes. Yes, so actually I have combined this output and outcome, and yesterday Smita ma'am and Supriya ma'am, they have mentioned that we also actively participate in the global ranking of sustainable. So we are being mentored by Western Sydney University. So we are developing records. We are keeping records. So we are also doing that. Thank you.
So Telina wants
Yes.
to just add one point because it was a joint paper, so we can
Yes.
give her an opportunity. Yes.
Thank you. I would like to answer Mr. Sai's first question, that how we are adding value financially. So the university as an educational institution is providing internship to the UNBC Center. We send out students to UNBC Center for a period of 1.5 months, where they learn how to do the business, how to earn. So that is a kind of a support we are providing to the UNBC to earn back. And that really helps to actually revive the financial burden on the UNBC, which has been taken from many funding agencies. So that really helps that to revive those. So that is what I wanted to give, the financial value addition to the center by providing internship. And that is again part of the university curriculum also, that internship is part of the curriculum. So they get absorbed by this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So okay, so now no more questions. You really wanted to ask one question.
I just wanted to make a comment. Thank you. Thank you all for the presentations. It's really inspiring to see what is happening. But for me, it was the videos of the three girls at the end. They made such an impact, much more than our academic words and our academic theories and reflections. So it was really beautiful to see that.
Thank you. We can give the last word to him, because he's been raising his hand and sorry.
Oh yeah, no, that's all good. My name is Roberto Miranda from Curtin University, and my field is circular economy. So yeah, I apologize if I don't respect your line of work. Well, no, if I might come across as not respectful. I really enjoy your presentation, and I find your work fantastic. All of you, I'm referring to all of the presenters. I might sound critical, but that's actually not my point. My point would be, we had 3 presenters talking about empowering women, but no women presented. And I would have loved to see only women. No, I know, and I appreciate you here, but it would have been great to have mainly, if not only, women voices.
I have to say something.
On top of that,
Isn't it a welcome change? Isn't it a welcome change?
Men talking about women is also good.
Men talking about it's not time men talk about women. Why should we always have women presenters? It's always like that. I'm sorry. I mean, of course, I take your point.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate your answer, any answer, even if you go back to say, no, you're an idiot. That will be fine. I just don't know enough, and I would have loved to hear that.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I have a comment, if I may. on the word empowering. And again, this is not my line of work, and
Yeah.
I might be wrong on
Yes.
this, but I've heard a speech on the word empowering, which empowering women specifically, and always sounds like empowering women means that the man gives the women part of that power.
It's not like that.
Yeah, exactly. I would really love a conversation about it.
Yeah. No, it's not like that.
Again, sorry if I wasn't.
No. It's not. It's allowing thing and all that. It's not just. Yeah.
Can you go?
Nobody allows, empowerment is a process. Yeah, you have to look at empowerment as a process and the context, right? Nobody allows. You see, even if you're allowed, see, any joint decision, people mistake it as, the men allowing women to do things. It's not that. Supporting, it's not allowing, it's not the same. Allowing is where they were not allowed to go out and they were allowed to go out. Okay, that's the first step. But then after women go out, they're on their own. They don't have to take permission for every little thing, maybe initially, because that's our culture. It's a patriarchal society, very, very male dominated.
It always feels like there is a direction of empowering, of allowing. It's always someone allowing someone else.
Yeah, but
typically it comes across as the man is empowering. But
yeah,
I mean, that's
yeah, they could be. Let us
make some perhaps not very welcome statements. First of all, yes, men empowered because men have captured all the power in the first place.
Yeah, they have to share.
They have to give away one way. Either you put a gun on their head, they will give it, or it makes sense to them. But it is unfortunately that one-way trade at the moment. But the other presenter, the online presenter, I think Suraj,
Yeah.
I found that study very simple, and the point that I got from there was that hey, if you employ women on the board, your performance can still be good. But if this is not what I'm saying that I'm saying, but if I wanted, I could turn around and say, hey, see, no. We allow these women to come on the board so that the factories don't go down. Not just any woman, the women we feel are capable. And who's we? Of course, the men. So that's the world we live in reality.
Yeah. Let's not get too much into that because you know what will happen to me. So we will conclude now because we are running out of time. We are short of time. Thank you all the three presenters. It was a wonderful session. Although we didn't have too much time for discussion. I know this is a contentious topic, and many of us get carried away. But there's certain realities we have to understand, and what is there to conclude? We have already concluded this slum, the corporate and the company level and the city level. I mean, there is the need for us to realize that it's no more this allowing and not allowing. I mean, women can do things for themselves, and they have that agency to do it. We have to recognize the agency role of women, and they can do it and they can sustain what they have done. It's not benefits that they get only in this year and next year and then nothing happens the following year. It's not that. They can sustain those rewards, benefits that they get, and that is most important. For men, yes, they have to accept it and also support them. That is very important. You have to accept them. You have to appreciate. What about that? Women have been appreciating men all the time. How about appreciating women? Accepting it, right? Accept, appreciate, and then act. That is sensitization. Yeah, and then we will change as a society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bishna, for coming online. Thank you for your presentation as well. And also, Suraj, thanks for your presentation. So we'll go for a break now. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sopan. Bye-bye.
I think when would we come back? So there's a 10 minutes morning tea break. Please go on the other side of the room and we'll coming back on 10:40.
My name's John Devlin, and my talk today is called
sessions. And I think our next presenter is here, so that's fine. So we can start from the first presentations as well. So I would like to introduce our first presentation, Supriya Patnaik. She would be presenting online from India, and also Smita Mishra Panda from Century University of Technology and Management, India. And the topic is skills for success and the approach of an university in the global south to embed SDGs in the local community. And hand over to you.
Yes, thank you.
I think they will change.
Thank you. Thank you, Atik. So, I don't know. Is Supriya, are you there online? I don't know. She's there. And I asked her to.
She would be joining us.
She'd be joining.
Yeah, she's joined. She joined. Okay, good. Okay. Yes, there you are. Okay, so this is a joint presentation by Supriya Patnaik and myself. And this is, the topic is skills for success, the approach of a university in global south to embed SDGs in the community. So from yesterday, you've been listening to some of the efforts that we are making at the university. Apart from the regular traditional, teaching and research activities that we do, we also do a lot of outreach. We, like Anshuman has already given you a glance of what we do at the urban level, through the Urban Micro Business Center. So, just a minute. Yeah. So we would, in this, I would like to present, focus more on the skills part, how we have been recognized as a skills university, a pioneer in skill integrated higher education. This is a unique model that lays specific emphasis on creating sustainable livelihoods on a national scale in challenging geographies. Sometimes when I say challenging geographies, not only remote regions of the country, but also in left-wing extremist areas, right? We have quite a few of such areas, and particularly in Orissa, yeah, which are Naxal-infested areas or left-wing extremist areas where it's very difficult for the government to even do any kind of activity. But we don't do anything there itself. We try to bring out the youth from there and train them. Yeah, so that has been our focus through education that results in employability and sparks entrepreneurship. Yeah. Supriya, would you like to present something? It would be good if you
Yeah,
also.
sure,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
So this is our. I just want to say, add to what Smita said, is that we have 6 campuses, 5 of which are in the left-wing extremist areas. They're basically tribal areas of the state. Odisha is one of the states which has the largest tribal population. Their human development indices are pretty low in those districts, in those areas.
Yeah,
So
tribal,
our
indigenous population. Indigenous. Tribal is indigenous. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yes.
our pedagogy is actually building competencies through teaching, training, and production. So I'll tell you the way we have all our courses have a component of teaching, training, a project work which may lead to some kind of a product, and internship. In some ways, they both kind of converge, and the students actually are very experientially, the training is actually extremely experientially based, practice oriented, and hands on. So if you look at this, as I told you, the focus is on building competencies and hard skills through application of knowledge. In the practice oriented one, I talked about the theory, practice, project, and internships, or a combination of any of them. And we have, in order to provide a choice base, we have over 100 skilled courses which are available, and another 40 domains which we call domains for transformation, which are specializations. And then The hands-on knowledge and skills is again, each skill and domain program is completed with attaining a skill or a project, live project, in terms of production or progress towards a product. So this is what, so if they don't complete, if the student doesn't complete it within 2 semesters, then the next batch comes and develops that further. So that is how we look at it. It's not as if it's they have to finish it within that. They try at their best, but we actually, the assessment is done on the basis of what is the progress of the project. That's it. We can go to the next. So this is a ranking that we have. We are top 10 in 3 out of 17 SDGs in India, and we were first in the no poverty. I think second in zero hunger,
Yeah.
and in
Industry,
innovation
industry,
in
infrastructure.
industry. Yes, industry.
Yeah.
So that is we that was the first time that we went in last year for the Times Higher Education Social Impact Ranking, and thank you so much. We went in for the social impact ranking, and these was our rankings. Yes, we can go to the next.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yes. So this is what is the you see, when we talk about skills, we think that it has to be it's not part of a university curriculum. So actually, I have looked at just a sample of what each of the schools of the university contributes in terms of skills. So if you look at the School of Engineering, we actually have a unit which commercially produces e-vehicles, and so students go and actually participate in that production. So that is where they learn a skill. So sometimes it is something that ends with a product, and in some cases the product is already there, and the students actually go and hone their skills in that area. Then there's a 35 kVA solar energy production unit that supports the market complex of the university. So again, we have a lot of training in solar, um, in both operation and maintenance, not so much in installation, but we have done this installation ourselves, and we are basically supporting the market complex. We intend to increase this over the next few years. There's in-house designed and executed sewage treatment plant. Again, this is a very important thing for us, as I told you, that because some of our campuses are in very remote areas, therefore we first started this in our main campus, which is about 4 hours drive away from the capital city of Bhubaneswar, and now we have we have 4 sewage treatment plants there. We have 2 in the campus. They were designed and developed in house, and it is actually supporting a lot of the recycling and grey water use. And then we have production, operation, and maintenance of transformers. Then we have promotion of novo, nano, mini, micro enterprises, and we have a lot of waste to wealth units. So these waste to wealth units, I'll just tell you a couple of them. One is a handmade paper unit. We have also a paver block unit, which actually recycles plastics. So the plastics are basically uh, cut into small pieces and then used in the paver blocks, so that it just recycles it. Then, for example, the School of Agriculture and Fisheries, we have organic farming, we have commercial production of vermicompost and biofat fertilizers, hydroponics and aquaponics, production of low GI rice. This is another very interesting thing, because we are commercially producing this, but not just with ourselves, but we have done backward linkages with about 1,000 farmers, and the farmers are now producing it, and we have a buyback arrangement, because what we find is that the farmers find marketing a very difficult proposition. So we do the buyback and we do the marketing on their behalf. So it works out very well for them. And where they don't want to give it to us also, we don't force them, because that's what, again, makes a huge difference. What we have found is that a lot of tribal farmers, initially we gave them the package of practices and everything, but they found that they wanted to consume it themselves. So we said that's fine. It's extremely good. So these are
Supriya,
the kind of movements we have.
Supriya, I just want to intervene here. Can we keep a tab of time? Because I know this is um, this is a very interesting story, and everybody would probably want to
Yeah.
hear about it. But, if we could go a little faster and highlight the
Yeah.
main points.
Yeah. So I'll just and then we have in the School of Paramedics we have a diploma in community health practice. I think this is a very interesting point, where we have a partnership with an NGO, and we are actually providing a certificate, diploma certificate, to tribal, to indigenous people, young women, who actually get trained there, and then they get employed in the community, because there are people who don't want to go to those regions. So this works out very well. But I might tell you that the NGO is actually it's an NGO with a lot of doctors who voluntarily give their service, so that students are getting the best of training. Okay, we can go on to the next one. Can go on to the next slide.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So this is as I told, I think I mentioned it, and you would have heard it from the other speakers, that the university is at the center, and on the margins of it there are several incubated social outreach enterprises of the university itself. They all go under the umbrella brand of Gram Tarang, and they are basically the motivation behind starting some of these enterprises was that the university cannot have a school of business which cannot run a business successfully. So that was the motivation, and these are some of the things that the Ramtarang Employability Training Services does. There is an inclusive environment where about 800 differently abled youth are trained and placed. There are 100,000 farmers trained to diversify their activities such that they double their incomes. And we have done some kind of impact assessment of some of these trainings. In this case, we found that 80% of the farmers had actually doubled their incomes. Over 100,000 school dropouts trained and linked to industry for jobs, then provided skill training to over 225,000 ITI diploma and undergraduate engineering trainings, and finally commercially producing apparel products under the name of the Aussie brand, furniture, electric transformers, and various products from waste, as I said. Then there's the Gramtarang Inclusive Development Private Limited. This is primarily provides fintech services. And again, I keep mentioning about the starting points, because in India there were a huge number of people who did not even have bank accounts. So we actually opened about 15 million no-frill accounts for these people, and there are still many more to be done, and mobilize fixed deposits, savings, all these kinds of things. And now we have gone into loans. This unit has also got its own app now, which is it's called Insta Money, and so this is the kind of thing it does. Then we have the Gramtaram Foods, where it's a supercritical CO2 unit, which actually, again, this was set up with the aim to link up with the tribal farmers to process indigenous products like turmeric, ginger, to produce oil and oleoresins, and link them with the nutraceutical and pharmaceutical industry. And it also goes to the international market. Then Gramtaran Technologies, again, it provides services for the Industry 4.0, and basically trains students for those advanced skills. And that's it. And I just want to spend just 5 minutes on this, or 2 minutes
There's
on
no
this.
5 minutes, 1 minute,
No,
1.5 minutes.
2 minutes on this. So, skills for success. This is the community action learning program. This is what we do is students from the university who actually go out into the community, and I won't go through this, but students go out into the community and they use their skills in the community. So if an electrical student is there, then they go and use their skills that they've learned to fix appliances, to talk about, to create awareness, generate awareness among people about energy efficient appliances and so on. And then eventually they actually talk about, even generate awareness about climate action and those kind of things. The assessment is a continuous assessment, which is the approach of the university.
Yeah. Okay. We are done.
Yeah. So these are just some of the.
Concluding remarks. Yeah. Please go through this. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is just some concluding statements, which is skills as a vehicle towards inclusivity. That's what we are focusing on, and the collaboration with industry, national government, state government, non-governmental organizations, and local community is absolutely key if you want to embed SDGs. Recognition as a skills university has been a motivator to move forward in our endeavor. It is, and also like some of the recognition is that we have been cited as best practice in the UN report on right to education. We are aligned to the new education policy of the government of India, which again now is talking about the focus on skills in all schools and colleges. And the centennial model has actually set an example for other universities in the country.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supriya, for presenting.
Thanks a lot. I think this is really interesting kind of dialogue that is happening, and it is apparent that Global South is taken SDGs more seriously than Global North. We will explore that in the Q&A sessions more about the fantastic work that you are doing. So our next presenter, John Devlin from University of South Australia, and the topic is Global Leadership and Appropriate Transfer of Waste Management Strategies, and it would be online.
And my talk today is called Global Leadership and Hello everyone, my name is John Devlin, and my talk today is called Global Leadership and Appropriate Transfer of Waste Management Strategies. And this is a bit of a case study about South Australia's circular future. I'm a PhD student from the University of South Australia, so what I'll be talking about today links up a few different pieces of PhD research I've been doing. So I'll first start off talking a bit about how I got into this line of work and also the motivation behind the presentation or paper. So I was previously doing research in Jakarta about the role of social enterprise in integrating the informal sector workers into an emerging circular economy. And I spent quite a lot of time down at the landfill there, and I was interested also in how these guys build their houses in a kind of landfill vernacular style out of a mixture of found and natural materials. So here's a little picture of where this project was located, and we run classes for the kids and backpackers came down there. But just take a note of this picture on the left here, and I'll link back to that later. So this is an image just showing the kind of construction that we see there. And from my travels, or anyone's travels, we kind of end up seeing that no matter where we are, everybody has the same sort of needs. Maybe not at the same time, but as you go through your life and the different seasons change, the weather changes, we all eventually have the same needs. And even if as a PhD student I need different professional tools to a doctor or a builder, I still need those guys to have their needs met as well. But despite this universality of needs, because of the different locations that societies emerge, we've all got different ways of doing things, whether that's housing, clothing, food, medicine, or anything like that. And so with these certain styles of vernacular design, because the material came from the local environment, they were easily reintegrated back into the ecosystem. But since globalization happened, we've got these big linear economies, we end up with a lot of out-of-place materials, either sitting in stockpiles, such as the e-waste in Australia, or ends up in landfills, or even goes out into natural sinks, such as the ocean. And so this has been a big problem that everyone's kind of recognising, and that's just part of the appeal of this circular economy, to try and keep the material flowing and in use. So the question is, being no difference between South Australian glass and Indonesian glass, or Fiji cardboard and Malaysian cardboard, is it appropriate for us to transfer waste management technology from one place to another when we consider that the solid waste management systems in those places can be very different, and each time we introduce new technology into the system to establish our circular economy, there's going to be some repercussions. So let's just look at the circular economy concept first of all. In my literature review, I found that the circular economy comes from ideas such as Balding's Spaceship Earth. So this is quite a futuristic utopian view coming from the 60s. And circular economy is a continuation of concepts such as sustainable development, zero waste, cradle to cradle, and things like that. But in comparison to something like sustainable development, there's no fixed definition for the circular economy, but we're normally talking about retaining the highest value use for the longest time. So this term has been adopted by businesses and governments quite readily, but there is a growing critique from academia. And the main concern seems to be about a watering down of the concept from its original goals, and we kind of equate value with profit. And this is sort of typified by the type of circular economy promoted by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and it focuses on economic growth. There's lots of corporate sponsors, and it's still sort of wedded to the ideals of the globalization era. People are framed as consumers, and they just simply choose between linear and circular products, but life carries on much the same. And so there's a bit of a lack of vision about what a circular future might actually look like. And so I've read some papers that describe that we're trapped in a societal addiction, and if we can imagine a certain type of circular future, this can act as therapy for us to work our way through. So in my PhD, I've been exploring visions of a circular economy, and my case study is in South Australia. So after the research in Jakarta, around May 2020, I restarted my PhD, and I was doing something much more desk-based, and it was looking at policy documents. And the new waste strategy for South Australia came out, and we've gone all in on the circular economy. And this is a bit of a change of direction in South Australia. So I was reading through this, and in the consultation draft, it said that the waste strategy 2020 to 2025 forms a framework of policies, strategies, plans meeting South Australia's priorities for economic growth and employing more people, investment, reducing cost of living, and providing better services to the community. So that sounds good. That sounds exciting. But in the final version, they said that they removed the investment, reducing cost of living and providing better services to the community. And they just said this circular economy strategy is about economic growth. And I thought to myself, well, that's interesting. How are we trying to get these two contradictory policies, grow the economy and have increased circularity. So part of my work, I've been looking at the waste strategies for the last 20 years. And it's an interesting time in South Australian waste management history. We went from zero waste SA, which is quite an exciting, ambitious concept, and then we kind of went into green industries SA, which doesn't really get the blood pumping so much, and now we've gone all in on the circular economy. And this is evidenced in actual changes to the waste management legislation, where in 2017 they changed the name of the Act but not the date, and they inserted above the waste management hierarchy the principles of the circular economy is the guiding principle of our strategy. But from my reading of the literature, there are no fixed principles of the circular economy. This is still up to date. So I've been looking into the current waste strategy and seeing what kind of circular economy South Australia is envisioning. And so to do that, I've been using this paper from Bowens and his colleagues at the Copernicus Institute, and I recommend everybody have a read of this. It's very interesting. So they found that there were 4 types of circular futures in the literature and after a focus group. So these are planned circularity, such as we see in China. We've got circular modernism, where the entrepreneurs are the heroes and it's still a growth engine, but life carries on much the same. This is the sort of stuff we see in the EU and the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. But also there are visions which are a bit more decentralised, and these can either be peer-to-peer circularity, which is things like 3D printing, automation, blockchain technologies, exciting high-tech innovations, or bottom-up sufficiency, which we might see things with permaculture and vernacular building styles. So it's kind of a bit of a battle of ideas between the various stakeholders, which one of these circular futures will emerge. So looking at the current waste strategy, I was looking at what kind of references the Green Industries SA uses, and the 2 biggest influences, judging by the references on our strategy, is the Ellen MacArthur Foundation and the World Economic Forum, and also several reports from the United Nations. So these are quite big global think tanks and NGOs. And we also reference what's going on in EU quite a bit. But the situation in the EU is quite different from what's going on in Australia, and that's also different from what's going on elsewhere in the region. So if we look at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, they have a lot of partnerships with these kind of big global corporations such as BlackRock, Nestle, IKEA, Coca-Cola, Unilever. So these are the big polluters that got us into this mess in the first place. And I appreciate that we've got to work with these sorts of organisations, but it does kind of show that this is the circular modernism type circular future. Also in the World Economic Forum circular economy material, it's talking a lot about public-private partnerships and these kind of centralised game-changer organisations that can be the Facebook of certain types of circular economy activity. And I think there's a certain risk in that approach to circular economy, and it might also be missing the point and not allowing us to go to the upper reaches of the waste hierarchy. So in South Australia for the last 20 years or so, we've built a bit of a reputation as leaders in waste management and in Australia and further afield, and we've introduced lots of interesting and innovative measures such as banning plastic bags and having a container deposit scheme. And using NVivo, I've been analysing the documents of various phases, and one of the themes that came out is this idea of seeing ourselves as global leaders, and the mentions have increased over the years, and it's a big part of the pitch these days. And even in the early strategies, there's mention of exporting our expertise and technologies to the Asia Pacific region. They've also developed a global centre of excellence in the circular economy where leaders from different countries come and learn about how we do it here, and then they take away these ideas with them to implement in their own areas. And so this is obviously great that South Australia is doing this, but I think there are some dangers in trying to transfer technologies from one place to another if we're not sensitive to what's going on in those local conditions. So I'll just quickly point out what's going on with the project I have some experience in. If you remember the picture I showed at the start, there was a village there called Suma Batu, and this has been here since before the landfill was even there. And this is the village where our little kids club project is located. And over the last year or so, these guys got their land purchased compulsory by the government, and they've all got kicked out and the whole village has been demolished in order to make way for some formal recycling operations. And this is landfill mining and refuse-derived fuel project. So I'm not suggesting South Australia's got anything to do with this, or they would be a party to this kind of activity, but the idea of this technology has come from somewhere and it's been imported. And it's had implications to the people that live there also doing waste management activities, but in the informal sector. And so I think as part of our leadership, we need to be also thinking how to support in the transition so that the waste workers are not negatively impacted. So in conclusion, I think when we're talking about global leadership and transferring waste strategies, there is a potential for unintended consequences to informal sector workers and families. The circular economy for economic growth is only one way of envisioning the future, and I think a more powerful vision might also focus on those things like reducing the cost of living and providing better services for the community. Having said that, South Australia has had some great results for various regulations, communications and funding, so they do represent a strong top-down approach, and there's probably lots to learn from how they've achieved that and communicated it to the public. I believe our own waste strategy would be strengthened by including bottom-up decentralised approaches, and to help with this we should be willing to learn from our regional neighbours and think about how to do more environmentally sensitive production, possibly inspired by the traditional ways of living. And then we'll have a much more rich and sustainable circular economy into the future. So I hope you've enjoyed this talk. Sorry I couldn't be there with you today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Looking forward to the question and answer session. Thank you.
What a wonderful kind of analogy in terms of circular economy principles. And thanks for actually bringing up that we actually see South Australia as a leader in terms of circular economy in Australia and maybe around the world, because it rated second world best practice in circular economy in United Nations report as well. But if circular economy is mainly guided by economic driver, then definitely we are not in the right direction. So we need to shift that, and we will learn more about in the Q&A, John. So please be with us. So our next presenter for these sessions before Q&A is Jack Awalia and Jess Prestrel from City of Melville. So it is local government associations who would be presenting their topic, and the topic is sustainability journey mapping for an Australian local government localizing the SDG framework. So I just need to share that.
Just realised I made my colleague Jag a doctor when he's not actually quite a doctor yet. He's still got a few months of his PhD to go. But he's not here, so we won't tell him. Thanks very much for the introduction, Atik, and it's great to be back here. For those who I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, I used to be a researcher and a lecturer here for 7 years, and it's only in the last 4 months that I've made the jump into local government here in WA. So it's been a really interesting experience learning what City of Melville has already done in this great area of SDGs and sustainability, and I'm really looking forward to continuing working with them in the future to take that step even further. Today, I'll be talking to you a little bit about how we've incorporated. Well, I should disclaim, when I say we, I had no part of this. It was all Jag and the rest of the team there, but as I'm speaking on behalf of the organisation, I'll say we in this context. So how the City of Melville has incorporated the SDGs into their corporate and community planning and using it as a framework, as well as highlighting 3 particular projects that we currently have underway that I think have some really great links into the SDGs. So the City of Melville is a local government here in Perth, and also called municipalities or local councils. So it manages a region just south of Perth, down in the highlighted area here. Got just over 100,000 people, an ageing population. So our median age is about 45 and up, and it's going to continue. And it's one of the more affluent areas of Perth. However, there is a lot of social diversity there. So whilst we have part of our population that is very rich, we also have lower income areas of our population as well that often don't get much of a look in. We have 18 kilometres of foreshore, and that is a river estuarine, not a sea. So we're not going to be impacted as much by sea level rise, but we are getting a lot of foreshore erosion. We have quite a lot of primary and high schools, as well as a major university, and most of our industries are around retail, healthcare and education. Sorry, I'm not standing in the right position. So having a think about how local government practices link into the SDGs, our primary role as local government is to provide local infrastructure and services to our community. So that's things like paths, lights, buildings, car parks, and services around sort of community service areas and some education programs that we run. Then we do a lot of regulation and planning, a lot. However, that is often dictated also by the state regulation and planning as well. So there's only so much that we can do. And sometimes there's aspects of our planning schemes that we can't actually go as far as we would like to, because then the state government pushes us back down. We can provide an advocacy role, though, to stakeholders such as the state government and other businesses and industries to advocate for those change. And we also undertake a lot of community engagement programs on all of the above. But all of our services will be impacted by climate change, and we're already seeing that occur. And so in 2016 to 2018, the city recognised the SDGs were a really great framework to start looking at how the city can be more sustainable in its own practices and then implement that across the rest of the community. So in our corporate business plan, which is the guiding document for how the organisation is run, we have 6 key priorities. This plan is running from 2020 to 2030. And they're all linked in directly with the SDGs. We also have a strategic community plan, which has 7 different community goals that we highlighted that were of community importance. And they are also directly linked to the SDGs, and that the community members can also see reporting on that on our website. This is the 2019 last update, because we are currently updating it to the 2021. But you can see here that all of our goals, such as having a clean and green community that our community wants, are also linked to the SDGs that relate to it. And we think about how those interrelations happen between all of those actions when we're implementing our policies, or we should be. We'll get to that. So I'm not going to spend too much time on each of these, but our 6 main priorities are clean and green, growth and prosperity for our region, healthy lifestyles, safe and secure, sense of community, and sustainable and connected transport. We also have an additional one, which is around business excellence, but for some reason that hasn't been linked to the SDGs yet, but I think it should. So the fact that all of these sort of high-level framings were put in place in the last 5 years was really great. But then it comes down to what's happening on the ground for when we are implementing our everyday policies and how are they linking to the SDGs. So what's happened since the SDGs have been incorporated into our business plans, we've now reconsidered how we structure our business case proposals, and every business case proposal, such as a new piece of park equipment or a new program that you want to run, needs to consider sustainability and the social, economic, environmental and governance impacts that relate to that. And there's a scorecard that pops out in the business case to show you where the focus is. We now have also recently incorporated an update into each council presentation that's made to our elected members. So anytime the council asks staff to report back on a particular area, it now also includes a line or a section about sustainability and carbon implications. We've specifically included carbon implications in there because we don't want that to be missed. And I'll talk about why that is in a moment. We've also been working with our procurement team to implement local buy and also carbon emission assessment in our procurement policies. Now, we're taking this as a staged approach. We've only just implemented it this year. And right now, we're just giving them about a 10% consideration in the whole sort of procurement assessment towards local buy and sustainability. The idea there is to ramp that up in future years because we got some feedback from our stakeholders that if we instantly implemented it, it wouldn't be very well received by the industry in the area. We also have some sustainability revolving funds that different areas can access as a small loan to pay back costs on projects. So now I'll just quickly go through 3 of our projects that we've implemented. One of them is a Smart Cities Smart Grid project. So this has been awarded a Boosting Productivity Through Infrastructure in the Australian Government Local Government Awards, as well as highly commended in the 2020 SDG Action Awards by the Australian Smart Cities Council. The idea here is to be able to monitor and map all of our energy and water use across the city and put it into a real-time dashboard that staff can access and that we can then use to identify where we need to make energy or water improvements in our services. And it's also placing that onus on the different service areas who have access to this dashboard. So it's not just the sustainability team saying, oh, the aquatic centre's got a leak. It's the aquatic team identifying that and fixing it straight away. So shouldn't use the word empowering, enabling them to take that control of their own businesses. We've also declared a climate emergency in 2021, which was pushed and called for by our local community members. And out of that, we've declared net zero by 2030 as an organisation and 2050 as a community. And we are looking at all 3 scopes. We are still working how to do scope 3, to be all honest, but we don't want to just offset. That will be our last resort. We currently have a power purchase agreement for any excess energy that we're not supplying through our local solar PV panels that we will be sourcing through renewable energy with our local grid. And each service area has been given a carbon budget. So this is just like a financial budget that they get given each year, but this is related to their carbon emissions. And we've been able to do this because we've been tracking their emissions for a number of years through that energy dashboard. So right now, each area has a 13% reduction target that it needs to meet for scope 1 and 2 each year, but we're also going to include scope 3 from next year, probably when we figure out how to do it. And the idea behind this is to make sure that it's, as I said, not just the sustainability team's role, it's everyone's role in taking account for their carbon emissions. Final example is looking at our community. So we do have that target of net zero by 2050 within our community region, and we've just established a community climate action reference group to help guide the organisation and the community members on what can be done to reduce their emissions. So we're not coming in saying we're the experts with all the PhDs. This is how you should be doing it. We want to enable the community to co-design with us their own solutions, what they want to do. And then we say, well, how can we assist you in doing that? And that is their primary role, and they'll be leading any community engagement and activities that we take. So we really like using the SDGs because we think that they provide a framework across all of the organisation that allows us to look at that quadruple bottom line. And ensure that all stakeholders are involved in the process. We have put in place over a number of years a very robust system that's allowed us to track and monitor our missions, and that's been really essential for us to be able to take these steps now, because you can't change what you don't already monitor and you don't know about. It allows us to have a globally benchmarked system, and it allows us a really good tool to be able to engage in those communications with our stakeholders. Final slide, Atik. However, not all of this has gone perfectly. I mentioned the business case, needing to consider sustainability in the business cases. That's been in place for 5 years now, and the sustainability team has received 0 requests. And that's because people in the organisation think they already know how to do sustainability. But that's why our team has just been put in place to provide that expert advice. And I mentioned about procurement. We're upping how we do that slowly. Staff training is the other aspect. These SDGs were put in place 5 years ago. You could survey everyone in the organisation, and I think about 3 people know what the SDGs are. So one of my primary roles is to really get the SDGs and the benefits they provide as a framework back into the organisational culture and understanding. And finally, I think we have chosen to focus a lot on net zero and climate action as our focus over the next year or so. That's because resource-wise, we can't look at all the SDGs at once, but we're finding it's a good way to focus and build the community and the organisation's support and understanding of it, and then we'll be tackling the rest of the SDGs. Thanks very much.
Stop sharing.
And you're true academic going over time.
Yeah. No. Thanks a lot. I think this is a great presentations, and we used up all our Q&A sessions, so there'd be no Q&A. No, that's not, because it would be really interesting, because all 3 presentation was fantastic. And what my experience with the COP event is like, all are talking about people-centered solutions. So, and I think it is evident from all the presentations, not today, also from yesterday, that we want people-centered solutions. And also from South Australian experience is like, maybe if leadership is focusing on economy-centered solutions, so we need to move away and look for people-centered solutions. So I will start the Q&A session. So maybe if you can show, like, who wants to ask question first? Would you like to join?
Yeah. So this was amazing. All 3 presenters were absolutely excellent. I wish we could do a similar list of the things that we are doing here at Curtin University as you are doing in Centurion. So it was really, really impressive. So I might have missed, but if you can tell me how big the university is in terms of students and staff, academics, and technical. Yeah.
It's quite big. We have about 6 campuses, 5 established campuses. There's another 6th one coming up in an adjoining state. It's now really picked up. And students about, at different levels, about, let's say, around 25,000. Yeah, 25,000 students. And I'm not, because there's a lot of flexibility in the students who come for skill training. Yeah, skill training, I think, will be also added.
To the vocational education.
Yes, community skills and all. Yeah, the skill training, because that is where our strength lies. Although we do the other things, but we, in the past few years, we've been trying to highlight the skills, because the skill programs, because that is what is really helping. The companies come to us. For example, just look at this. Samsung or some Yamaha companies, they come to us and they say, we need 400 skilled people, but we don't want engineers. So the engineers are not getting jobs, So yeah, because they want people who have done hands-on work. You see, that's where we now are trying to integrate it with our higher education, our other traditional education, the engineering education. We're trying to integrate with skill. Perhaps all of you know that in Germany, it's all very hands-on, but our engineers don't know how to even bend and do anything. Yeah. So that is what is the effort, right?
I can add one.
Yes, please. Yes.
So every day on an average, 60,000 meals are served across all the campuses.
For the skill students, yeah.
So this involves students, faculty, visitors, everybody.
If I can have a follow-up question. Because you take a lot of students from underprivileged backgrounds, from the tribals, how many of them return back? You explained with the health clinics, but what about the rest? Do they go back to their community?
I have to say here, unfortunately, they're unable to get anything there. They're unable to do much there. Although the effort now is, because that has been a critique, that you take out, the youngsters from there, from the villages, and you train them and you place them elsewhere. Of course, they're within the country, but they're not going back. So if you create some kind of entrepreneurship or some kind of jobs, in their own areas, they would like to go back. They would like to go back. We did a survey. We wanted to find out if they would like to go back. They said yes, but there's nothing there other than very unremunerative, agriculture, which they don't want to do. You see? So these are certain, contradictions that
Yeah, just again, for your presentation, more a comment, because I think Supriya mentioned that in the School of Engineering,
yeah,
you use in-house whatever expertise to build infrastructure, etc. And that's very interesting to me, because that allows room for experimentation, because you're doing it there. Unfortunately, here, I think in almost all Australian universities, it's a big no-no. So the School of Architecture and Planning building is never designed by the faculty of that School of Architecture and Planning. Right? So that's a big difference. So the way your university engages, we don't. Somehow there's some corporate element comes in. Difficult for me to define, but that's the comment I wanted to make.
Any questions to other presenters? I have another question.
My name is Massini. I work for the United Nations. I'd like to ask the PhD representative on circular economy, and made reference to many of the little reports on circularity. It's very nice that you're speaking on that, and also with a critical eye. I was fortunate to participate in some of those reports with the first developing country assessment with the Development Country Foundation back in 2016, the India Circular Economy Assessments, followed by the China Circular Economy Assessments, which were groundbreaking to establishing the presence of the organization in the Global South. My question to you is, it's very important to look at circularity with critical eyes. As you said, there might be many consequences that are negative, especially for social transition and the types of jobs that we might create demand for in the future. But the big premise of circularity is reduction, right? Or design waste harvest systems, as they call it. Have you seen progress in that area? Not in the downstream waste management, but in the redesigning the upstream of the material systems, of the service systems, so that we have less packaging, less materials flowing. And if you could give us an example of that. Thank you.
John, can you unmute?
Was that to me? I couldn't really hear your question too well. Sorry, mate. Were you asking what progress I've seen in the circular economy?
I'll try to reformulate. Can you hear me well now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. There was just a bit of muffling. Yeah.
Sure. No, my question is, you have been researching the context in Australia, and can you give some examples of how the reduction and reuse, so the best part of circularity, in a way, at least conceptually, has been applied or has not been applied in Australia? Have you seen examples on packageless retail or dematerialization or other systems that that go beyond the classic downstream waste management paradigm? Thank you.
I haven't really been looking at particular product examples, but I would say there's been a tendency to focus on recycling and rejigging packaging, things like that. This is coming from like the industry-led perspective, but I think we really need to go beyond to how we're structuring our whole lives if we want to make the most of the circular economy and have it so it supports us to have a nice well-being and happy lifestyle. So I haven't got an example of a particular product that's doing quite well, but I would say the kind of examples from permaculture or eco-villages are heading in the right direction for something with smaller solutions to provide our needs.
Can I have also a question for John? First of all, I really enjoyed the presentation. I thought that was a beautiful, critical view of the situation. And you mentioned that South Australia views itself as a global leader. And I think from what I got from your presentation was that we need a dialogue of mutual learning, and rather than transferring ideas across regions, so that the local context sensitization is not overlooked. So if you have a technology you want to transfer there, and so that I think what I could get from your presentation was that like if you could transfer an idea, you also should know where it lands, how it impacts on the ground. If you want to further elaborate on that point, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're pitching ourselves as transferring technology experts, then we need to have some sensitivity to what might happen on the other end. But I'd also like to see a link up between practitioners from the bottom up. So, the people that are growing their own food or building affordable housing, providing energy. I think it's important for us to link those aspects of the circular economy together. And, traditional vernacular design has already been doing a circular economy for so long. So we can kind of go back to the future with some of those ideas.
Excellent. I'll take two more questions before we close. Okay, I have a comments actually to Chess about working on scope 3, because scope 1 and scope 2 that actually contribute only 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and scope 3 actually deals with 90% of greenhouse gas emissions that leads to supply chain and so on. And this is why circular economy is so important actually to address net zero emissions. And this is a kind of knowledge gap and understanding. When you talk about circular economy and zero waste, people say, okay, it is waste management and don't bother because waste is only contributing 3 to 5% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, but which is not. So I think we should collaborate to 90% of the greenhouse gas emissions for the local government point of view, in terms of housing, in terms of roads, transport, all the supply chain. So how can we track that? How can we ensure that prevalence and traceability of greenhouse gas emission in the supply chain, whether it be local government or businesses or city or national level, we can track that, which is not there yet, but we should start that collaboration.
Definitely. And I think what we've struggled with the most is getting access to that data. So when we look at our community emissions, we're using data that's been provided by like Western Power or the water corporations, our big state agencies, and we're literally just like dividing it by our population. And so it's not actually very specific and localized data that we have access to at the moment. And we're having a struggle to get that data from the people, the agencies that run that. And then in terms of our own operations, okay, I'll stop. Let's chat more at lunch. I see your time.
We'll talk, but we have two more presentations before we go to lunch. So thanks a lot to our presenter and everyone else for. I would like to welcome our next presenter, Ana Maria, from Curtin University, and should be presenting topic, paving the way to a plastic circular economy in Western Australia. Ana Maria.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me here today. I would like to present a way to pave the way to a plastic circular economy in Western Australia. I acknowledge the Wujagnan people on whose traditional lands I work and live. I acknowledge elders both past and present and pay my respects to all Indigenous peoples who walk this land. Okay, so just to give a bit of background of research as to why there's a plastic waste crisis in Australia. 85% of plastics are landfilled. Only 13% of them are recycled, and about 3% go to waste to energy applications. Most plastics remain in the built environment. However, 30% of them go in applications that have lifespans of less than 1 year, namely plastic packaging. Plastic waste also has the lowest collection efficiency amongst all recyclable items. It's only 17%. So tires, paper, glass, metals, they have much higher collection efficiency rates. There are 130,000 tons of plastics leaking into Australia's natural environment every year. Roughly 3/4 of all litter found in Australian coastlines is plastic. In WA, less than 6% of plastics were recovered for recycling. That's much lower than the national rate. We also found that there was a research gap in terms of plastic waste management in Australia. There were more studies about substitutes for the virgin plastics, but only few studies were focused on types of plastic waste sources, current plastic recycling capabilities, and plastic consumption issues. So now there are various factors to consider in managing plastic waste in Australia. First, the China waste ban. This ban restricted the import of post-consumer plastic and also set very stringent contamination levels, which Australia couldn't meet. So in response to the China waste ban, the Australian government laid out the legislation based in line with the ban that was announced by the then Council of Australian Governments. And the legislation was basically saying that from July 2021, only unsorted mixed plastics could no longer be exported. And from July 2022, that's this year, only single polymer plastics that have been processed, that have been sorted, say flaked, say pelletized, were able to be exported. Now, in Australia, we have the Australian Packaging Covenant, which is the national industry-driven packaging stewardship scheme, which is managed by APCO, an organization that is in charge of delivering the 2025 national packaging targets, which basically aim to have a more sustainable outlook to all packaging sold, used, and made in Australia. So based on this, this research aimed to identify potential drivers for promoting the development of waste markets of recycled plastics in WA under a circular economy framework, considering three main objectives. The first one was to explore household plastic recycling practices. And when we say recycling practices at a household level, we mean sorting practices. This was done through a community questionnaire. The second objective was to identify barriers and drivers to creating a competitive market. Now, this was done through a survey to plastic recyclers, as well as interviews to field experts who belong to government, business, environmental organizations, as well as some of them were policy makers of waste management related issues. The third objective was to propose policy recommendations to overcome the barriers found in the second objective. Now, the data that was collected was 4 survey questionnaires to plastic reprocessors, 9 interviews that were conducted to field experts, and 335 online questionnaires completed by the community. Now, most people in the community fell into the millennials age group. Most people also fit into the secondary and tertiary level of education, and about half of the population fell into the middle income group. Now, we asked the community, we gave them a list of items and asked them how often they were placing these items in the recycling bin. From the answers, we could see that there's a gap disconnect between that they should be placing and what they are actually placing in the bins. So, for example, we see that the items that people misplace the most are bottle tops or takeaway coffee cups or biodegradable and compostable plastics. People tend not to identify if the products they're getting are recycled. Only 13% of them say they always do, and followed by 25% of them say that they do it very oftenly. Now, people also say that people tend to distrust the waste system here. Some people see recycling as a waste of time because they think that their waste ultimately goes to landfills. Or because they think that they feel that the system is very poorly managed anyway, or because they feel like there's only an individual is not going to make a difference at all. We asked people if they thought they were recycling correctly, and we found a statistically significant relationship with some of the answers to the question, how often do you dispose of some plastics, in the recycling bin? Now, we can see that on the left side, people who were confident in their recycling habits got it right when it came to plastic bottles, right? But those who said, yes, I think I always, recycle correctly, didn't get it quite right when it came to, and that can be seen on the right side, when it came to biodegradable and compostable plastics, when it came to coffee cups. So for the community, there are items that are harder to sort and that are more confusing than others. In terms of purchasing preferences, people are very keen to buy recycled products over virgin plastic products. As long as the function and the quality are the same, we can see that almost 60% of them say they were highly likely to do so, and almost 30% of them, they were likely to do so. That's almost a 30 90% of people agreeing with it. Even if the price was slightly higher, they will be keen to do it. So about 63% said that. So there's a willingness to actually go and buy recycled products. The key barriers identified were like the plastic waste feedstock in Western Australia is insufficient and inconsistent. It is a juggling act. There's not enough plastic to keep up with local manufacturers. The fact that the product design also hinders recyclability or sortability. If it's a product with multiple layers, not great for recyclability. Now, for mixed plastics 3 to 7, for these plastics, the markets were already saturated even before the coax ban. Now with the coax ban, these plastics have higher risk of stockpiling and have higher risk of landfilling. The competition with with the low-cost virgin plastic was also a barrier, and the poor source separation. The drivers that we found was that the reprocessors in WA have the capacity and the capability to deal with the plastic waste generated here, that there's not an issue to find local manufacturers for recycled plastics, that we must build on the APCO targets that had already been established, a circular economy approach, as well as the WA's Take Back scheme, which is Containers for Change, should serve as an approach to build on for the policy recommendations. And also, we don't have to reinvent the wheel here in WA. We can draw on international best practices, particularly the EU. Considering that 60% of the plastics in Australia are important, it's key to have a sustainable procurement process. So the policy recommendations one of them were basically to try to increase the landfills levy. Right now it's such a low rate compared to any other state in Australia. So it makes so much more economical sense to just landfill everything here. Another strong sentiment from the interviews was that the APCO targets should be mandatory. And I think this following quote really summarizes really well the general sentiment of most of the interviewees. It should be mandatory to be a member of APCO, and you should have to achieve those targets rather than the current voluntary co-regulatory approach. I think we've had enough carrot. There has been carrot for 15 plus years. Now, along with making the APCO targets mandatory, the participants said that we should make the plastic products, they should be brought under the National Product Stewardship legislation and make it mandatory. But now, and also a really interesting addition to an EPR scheme would be what is called the eco-modulated fees, according to what's been happening in the EU. So what these fees are evaluating is basically the product characteristics. If the product characteristics are going to meet the APCO targets, then there's something called that a fee is going to be modulated or is going to be changed if the producer is meeting this target. So for example, the APCO recycling target for PET is 30%. It would be a fee reduction if the recycle target is at least 30%. The beauty of the eco-modulated fees is that it provides us with an opportunity to focus on product design, right? Because back in the day, most of EPR schemes that didn't have these fees did increase their recycling rates, and that's great. But the product design, nothing was happening there. With eco-modulated fees, there's a design for environment change in terms of the product design. Now, the key takeaway is that A modulated fee-based product stewardship scheme focused on product design, along with strategies like green procurement and landfill increase levies, would promote a plastic circular waste economy in WA. This would create markets for secondary recycled plastics, increase the collection efficiency that is only 17%, minimize the over-reliance on fossil fuels, and prevent the plastics from leaking into the natural systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for this really interesting insight of what we are doing in Western Australia. And yeah, it's interesting to see like best education might not bring best behavior when it comes to waste management sorting all the time. But one thing that I would like to say for our local, like Western Australian, if you put your cap, like bottle cap in a recycle bin, maybe it is going to landfill because maybe our local infrastructure is not equipped for that. Unless your local council say it is acceptable in your recycle bin. I think we don't have that unless you take that cap to local recycling depot. Okay, so our next presentation, maybe I stop sharing. It would be online. Debasri Debadatta Behra from Sensory University of Technology and Management. The topic is Solar Operated Agri Pesticide Sprayer, a clean energy product for attainment of sustainable solution.
Good morning, sir. I am here. I have the pre-recording session I have sent. Good morning, sir. I have the pre-recording session I have sent, sir.
Can you just respond?
Yeah. So we are putting your presentation soon.
Thank you, sir.
I don't get the.
You don't have?
No, I don't have. I
Ask her if she has it. Then she can play it. If she has
Can you play from your laptop, Tapestry?
Okay, sir. Just a minute, sir.
Yeah. If you can share your slide, that would be fantastic.
If nothing, she can press out when she's there.
We don't have a PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
Sir, just a minute. I have already sent, sir. The screen is visible. A very good morning to everybody. Myself, Professor Debasri Debadatta Behera, working as an A very good morning to everybody. Myself, Professor Debasri Debadatta Behera, working as an assistant professor in Mechanical Engineering Department. My topic is solar operated agri pesticide sprayer, a clean energy product for attainment of sustainable solution. At first, I am very much thankful to GSN Group for giving me this opportunity. Co-authors Dr. Asi Mohanty, Dr. Shiv Shankar Das, and Dr. Ahmed. This solar operated agri pesticide sprayer is under SDG 7, which relates clean and affordable. So now I am going to present the screen. So coming to the content parts, this is the introduction, objective, literature review, design and methodology, working principle, specification, result analysis, application, conclusion, and references. Coming to the introduction part, as you know that access to modern energy service is necessary for improved health and agricultural productivity. It contributes to the development of economic growth of any area, state or country. Access to clean energy can aid in the development of rural tribal communities. Electrification is linked to a range of development improvements such as increasing in income, generating employment, and achieving better health and education. In the recent era, the electricity demand has raised drastically. To overcome that, solar operated agri-pesticide sprayer is fabricated, which consists of a solar panel, battery, charge controller, DC pump, and sprayer. It is easy to install, operate, and maintain, and there is no diesel requirement. It will not produce any negative externalities to the environment compared to the conventional method of spraying pesticides. Then coming to the objective part, the main objective of this paper is to develop a solar operated pesticide sprayer for undertaking agricultural activities and attaining of sustainable solution for the rural farmers to reduce the drudgery. The performance of the sprayer has been evaluated through experimental as well as simulation. Then coming to the literature part, I have gone through various literature survey. So many authors has developed the solar operated pesticide sprayer, and they have done both experimental and simulation result. These are the literature review has been mentioned here. So then coming to the design part, here in the design part section we have done the sizing of various component of the solar operated pesticide sprayer. As you know that the solar panel, battery, and charge controller are electrically connected to run the DC motor. When the MCB switch will be on, the DC motor will start, and the required amount of pesticides from the tank will be discharged by the nozzle and sprinkle in the required area by using the sprayer. All the components are placed in a trolley. It is found that there is a very slight variation in the discharge rate of the liquid at the exist of the DC pump as well as nozzle. The maximum discharge rate at the outlet of the DC pump was found 4 liter per minute by taking solar panel as a 20 watt, battery as 12 volt 7.2 ampere hour, charge controller as 12 volt 10 ampere, DC pump as a 12 volt 4.2 liter per minute. To get the maximum power output of the solar panel and DC motor, the panel is tilted according to the latitude of the location, and proper site assessment has been conducted. Here the sizing of the DC pump has been done here. We have taken the liquid discharge rate is equal to 4 liters per minute. Speed of the DC motor is 3600 RPM, and power output of the DC pump has been calculated as 12 watt. Similarly, we have done the calculation of the shaft power of the DC pump. we know that the overall efficiency of the DC pump is equal to rho GQHM divided by 1000 into sharp power, where rho is the density of the liquid, G is the acceleration due to gravity, Q is the discharge rate, HM is equal to manometric head divided by 1000 into sharp power. From that we can calculate the sharp power, and the manometric head is equal to sum of the suction head, delivery head, loss of head due to friction at suction pi, loss of head at delivery pi, loss of head due to friction at delivery pi, and velocity head, that is Vd square by 2z plus Pa by rho g, that is the pressure head. Then next is then we have done the sizing of the solar panel, battery and charge controller. For the sizing of the solar panel, we have taken the 20 watt solar panel has been selected by taking total load as to 120 watt hour by considering sun-shining hour as 5 hour. Similarly, we have done the sizing of the battery. We have selected the 12 volt and 7.2 ampere hour battery, and the charge controller we have taken 12 volt and 10 ampere. Then next, this is the electrical connection. This is the electrical connection of the solar operated pesticide sprayer. As you know that the solar panel collects the radiation from the sun, and it will store in the DC current in the battery and charge controller. When the charge in the charge in the battery is full and overloading, the charge control disconnects the connection from the panel to the battery and simultaneously prevents battery from the damage. Now the battery supplies the stored energy into pump through the MCB switch. One of the positive connection from the charge controller, this is the charge command of the positive connection of the charge controller, goes to the MCB switch. This is the MCB switch, you can see here, and from the other end of the switch of the connection comes out and is inserted in the pump. Similarly, negative connection, this is a negative connection from the charge controller goes to the DC pump. This is the DC pump, and when the MCB is switched on, the current starts flowing through the wire, and the pump starts to suck the pesticides from the tank and discharge it to the nozzle. So here we have done the design of the solar operated pesticide sprayer, and by using the CATIA software. This is the trolley based, and here the panel is installed, a tank is placed. Similarly, battery charge controller is placed in the trolley, and a required amount of pesticides will be sprayed by using the sprayer. And this is the CATIA design we have done. Then coming to the specification part. So in the specification part, we have done the here we have taken the solar panel as a 20 watt, battery as 12 volt 7.2 ampere hour, charge controller 12 volt 10 ampere, MCB switch, sprayer, DC motor we have taken 12 volt 3 ampere, wheel as caster, and tank as 25 liter capacity. Then in the result part, we have calculated the discharge rate of the water at DC pump is equal to 4.3 liter per minute. And similarly, discharge at outlet of the nozzle is equal to 1.3 liter per minute. And we have calculated the solar cell efficiency as by taking maximum power output by input power, that is output power by input power, which is 10% under standard STD condition, 1000 watt per meter square. And similarly, we have calculated the efficiency of the DC pump by using the formula rho GQHM by open circuit voltage into short circuit current, and efficiency of the sprayer. Then we have done the analysis by using the PVSys software. By using the PVSys software, as you know, it is a solar off-grid system. By considering the specification of the solar panel, battery, charge controller of the solar pesticide sprayer. Also, we have considered the simulation parameters such as geographical data of Bhubaneswar, Odisha location, system parameters, used energy, performance ratio, loss of head was obtained. So simulation parameters such as geographical site of the Bhubaneswar, tilt angle of the solar panel as 20 degree, azimuth angle as 0 degree has been taken. As it is the standard alone type system, so the specific of the solar panel is a 20 watt, battery as 12 volt, lead acid type. This is the lead acid type battery, and here we have taken the MPPT charge controller. Similarly, in the result, we have got the PVRL loss factor as that is a thermal loss factor is obtained as 20 watt per meter square, and we have taken the total daily energy, and that is 84 watt per hour per day has been obtained by taking the load of the DC motor as 12 watt by considering how 5 hour 5 hour per day of its uses. Similarly, we have done the simulation results such as performance ratio, solar fraction, energy supply to the user, energy need for user, total solar energy available, and a horizontal global radiation incident surface has been obtained throughout the year. It has been observed that in the month of April, energy supply to the user, energy need for user is maximum, for which solar fraction and performance ratio is maximum. And here this figure shows the represents the graph which has been plotted between amount of global energy solar radiation incident on the solar panel versus effective energy output of the solar panel. The graph is linear and straight line, which indicates that output of solar panel is maximum and maximum solar radiation. Then this is the figure which indicates the loss throughout the year have been calculated. Losses include PVRL loss, battery uses, storage loss, converter losses. Then coming to the application part, it can be used for multiple purposes such as charging the mobile, operating the LED lights. By using a battery and charge controller, it can be used during the night time or during the cloudy weathers. Further, the modification can be done by connecting the microcontroller to regulate the movement of the wheel and the swaying process. Then next is conclusion part. This present technology is a pollution free and environmental friendly as compared to the fuel and hand operated sprayer. This technology has the potential to improve the health, livelihood, and also helps in generating income and enhancing the quality of life of the rural farmers. The same practice can be adopted in South Asia with zero emission, and it is as it is operated by solar energy, which is pollution free, and maintenance cost is less. It is more efficient as compared to the conventional sprayer, which is operated by diesel fuel, requiring less spraying time and reduced back pain. It is also cost effective as compared to the electrical operated pump. So this is the references which I have taken. Then this is the topic which I have concluded. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Devasri.
Thank you, sir.
So because of the time constraint, unfortunately, I would go, I'll take maybe invite only 2 questions, one for each presenter. Otherwise, we were already 15 or 20 minutes late for our lunch time. Any questions? Yeah.
I'm David from the University of South Pacific. My presentation was quite good in terms from the engineer's perspective, where a design was made where we were trying to look at things. Now, when you talk about solar or hybrid systems in your design, there is always the battery that is associated with design. And the batteries always have a lifetime. Now, what happens is that after a certain period of time, the batteries becomes unusable and it gets into the waste stream. My question is, we may be looking at one area where we are trying to address zero emission, but when you look from the other perspective, when you go into mass production of the kind of designs, then batteries will basically become the problem for the people and the environment.
Very good morning to everybody. So actually in this is a project which has been implemented. We have designed this project solar operated pesticide sprayer, and yes, I have mentioned that it will produce zero emission because we have it is solar, it is based on solar operated, and we have used the solar panel, battery and charge controller. So there will be no emission as compared to the uh, conventional method of spraying system like diesel operated, and also it is cost effective as compared to the electrical operated pesticide sprayer. It also it has some advantage that it can be used during the night time, because we are using the battery, so it will give the backup, and that is the thing.
Any other question? Another?
So my question goes to Ana Maria Cáceres on the plastics issue. Do you think that redesigning the system in Western Australia for recycling, for mandatory recycling, as you mentioned, would create, perhaps, for example, a problem that in other parts of the world is becoming visible, where recycled polymers are more expensive than virgin polymers? So it creates an industry of hype around recycled materials, make them expensive, and create demand for them. Is that the right way to go? It sounds like a dangerous path for a long run.
Thank you. That's a great question. So, no, we don't think that's the right way to go. So one of the outcomes of this study was that recycling is worth it as long as it's high-grade materials that we're recycling. Because one of the outcomes was also that it's not only about increasing recycling rates, it's also about changing the design, the product design, so we make it more environmentally friendly, right? So recycling is only one piece of the puzzle. That's it. It's not our way out to everything, to our plastic waste crisis. It's only one piece of the puzzle. That's why it's so important to, it's suggested to include these differentiated fees, which will help to actually incentivize manufacturers to work on product design, to make them not only more recyclable but also more environmentally friendly, and that's where a circular economy really happens.
Okay, maybe the last question.
My question is for you. So, recently, the red class, the red cycle,
yeah,
they stopped taking in soft plastics.
Yeah.
So, do you think sort of improving the recycle opportunities sort of pros and cons of relying on these types of recycle opportunities?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. Yeah, so I think there's a massive opportunity there. In a way, many Australians have felt betrayed by what happened with this Red Cycle program. Many of us, we were taking the soft plastics to the shops. Now it's not happening. So it is an opportunity, and it is an opportunity to actually rethink the way we used our products. Because we shouldn't rely solely on recycling. This is not just about recycling. We also have to change our mentality as a community, as users, and as a ultimately we are a wasteful society. So I think definitely is an opportunity there, and we just shouldn't blame everything on Red Cycle failing, and also each one of us what we can do from our.
Maybe just to add on that, because this is such topical questions or what is happening in Australian context is, but I think it's applicable for both global north and south. Is like you need to create local market. If you don't have local market, definitely then what they would be doing? They would be stockpiling and maybe sending to landfill eventually. So with the absence of local market, that's the problem. But this is one side of the story. But other side of the story is the higher level of contamination. So we are taking our plastic to those, and it is highly contaminated. That means like they need to put more effort. So that is another problem. So it's we need community participation in the solutions, as well as we need industry to make this like community participation happen, because there's an end market for that. Okay, the product or recycling that is happening. But I always, it is so fascinating to talk about waste, because like everybody can participate. But our lunch has been served, so would be maybe discuss this during the lunch break as well. Okay, thanks for our presenter and initiate this dialogue. And yes, this is the main focus of this conference, to have these conversations and how can we find local solutions, not only in the global north, but also in the global south as well. Thanks a lot.
We'll be coming back at 1:15.
1:15.
Yeah.
When I was in Bulgaria like a month ago, they had
from Khulna University, Bangladesh, and today I am presenting our research article Hello
Hello, everyone. Welcome back after the lunch. We have another keynote session. So this time, the keynote speaker is Professor Astrid Ley, and she's from University of Stuttgart. Astrid will be presenting on taking the SDGs to the neighborhood scale, reflections from the local project in Windhoek and Stuttgart. So it will be an online presentation, and we have got the pre-recorded presentation from Astrid.
A very good morning from Stuttgart and good afternoon to all of you at Curtin University. Thank you for the invitation to give a lecture during the second international conference by the Global South Nexus. The title of this conference, Localizing SDGs for Built Environment and Communities, the North-South Exchange, is really timely and relevant. And having a look at your program, I must congratulate the conference organizers to having put together such a diversity of presentations that really shed light on crucial aspects when discussing the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals. The conference, I know, is meant as a North-South exchange. The more so, I'm very sorry that this year the direct exchange between us is not possible, and I have to pre-record my lecture today. Nevertheless, I think my presentation is contributing to understanding North-South exchange as it is based on an intensive exchange we had here between academic, municipal, and also civil society representatives from both Stuttgart here in Germany, as well as Windhoek in Namibia. And it will focus on what I see a little bit as a blind spot in this discussion on localizing the SDGs, because what eventually becomes apparent is that there is a disconnect between what is happening at, let's say, municipal institutional level on the one hand, and the very neighborhood scale where people live and work on the other hand. So to overcome this gap will be key, in my view, for contributing to really a global impact of the SDG process. So in the following presentation, I will elaborate how we, in the frame of this 18-month collaboration project called Go Global, developed and piloted first steps for SDG implementation at the neighborhood scale. And there is particular challenges that are linked to this process. The first challenge is the kind of lack of capacity and know-how for an integrated approach. And secondly, in this process, not enough attention has been given how to integrate the perspective also of people and of communities into this process. And finally, in terms of monitoring, there are difficulties linked to issues like data availability and also aligned monitoring methodologies at the very local level. So eventually, the question we are dealing with is how can global goals be strategically anchored on the local level? And applying SDGs in cities is, in my view, of particular relevance, as the underlying understanding is that most of these sustainable development goals can eventually only be successfully implemented when also urban stakeholders are involved. And I just share with you here a prominent example from Europe. It's Barcelona and its own Barcelona Agenda 2030. And with that, I want to highlight that cities like Barcelona managed to identify own so-called Barcelona targets. What that means is they identified own local goals and local indicators to measure impact. For instance, the example I share with you here is instead of using the indicator square meter per person for public space, they rather set a goal that talks about the increase of green space. And they say the increase of green space should be by 1.6 square kilometers by 2030. So that's really something the city has set itself as a goal and works towards achieving this goal. Moreover, Barcelona then also evaluates municipal action in terms of their contribution to reach these targets at the end of the day. And that goes along with other cities. And here I share the example from the city of Malmö in Sweden. They basically integrate the SDG to the municipal budget planning. So here what you can see from the budget of the city of Malmö, they have like a overview here of 4 goals aligned to urban development and climate. And these are within a total of 13 city council goals they have set. And what you see is that there's larger icons that show those SDGs to which the city council goals contribute directly, as well as these smaller icons that show how the SDGs contribute in an indirect way. And indirect steering means also that the contribution also has a positive impact on other SDGs. So with that, there is a further aspect, and here I take you to South Africa, to eThekwini, a municipality who have established open SDG data platform to collaborate with also other stakeholders in the city. And they go even a step further. They link various municipal departments so that they're not working in silos towards reaching the SDGs, but to integrate different SDGs into the municipal action. And what you see here is this kind of node mapping plan for the aspect of sanitation that is linked to goal 11. Now I take you to Stuttgart, and here within the German context, Stuttgart is really seen a bit as a forerunner. I think it has maybe a beneficial situation by having really a political backup and also municipal council resolutions that support the SDG implementation. It was one of the first municipalities in Germany to pilot also SDG inventory that is called Livable Stuttgart. It's something that you can also download from the websites, and it's even translated into English. And it's one of few municipalities in Germany that were mentioned in the German voluntary national review in that sense, and also in the progress report towards achieving the new urban agenda. So that was a bit the background in which we, more than a year ago, went into a collaboration with Windhoek. So on the one hand, we have the city of Stuttgart that is really seen as a forerunner in piloting local SDG monitoring, but this process is foremost dealt with on a citywide level and not on the neighborhood or local community scale. In contrast to that, in Windhoek, there are still monitoring efforts limited when you look at like the municipal institutional level or citywide level. But what exists in the context of Namibia, and particularly in Windhoek, is a very active civil society with very rich experience on bottom-up data collection. So eventually, these are for sure very contrasting situations. And again, we found that this is actually a good starting point to get into a mutual learning exchange on different experiences and methods that have been gained within the realm of both cities. So the collaborative project Go Global had 4 objectives. The first objective was to identify ways how to interpret the SDG indicators to the local context and needs. We called this eventually, this is to ground them in the realities of people and communities. Secondly, it was to develop co-productive data collection methods and expand the indicator set with needed also qualitative data and also the perception of people into this process. Thirdly, it was to integrate different but related sustainable development goals. In this context, we limited ourselves and focused on SDG 7, so clean and affordable energy, SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, and thirdly, SDG 13, which is speaking about climate action. And we then really were interested also particularly on the interrelation of these 3 SDGs. And finally, the idea and goal of the project was really to establish a cross-city learning realm between both Stuttgart and Windhoek. So how did this project take place? We had, within the frame of these 18 months, 3 learning dialogues and 1 community studio that took place in Windhoek, where we tested the kind of co-productive approach at neighborhood level that we had identified in the previous learning dialogues. And 2 of the learning dialects had to be eventually be implemented virtually and were accompanied by, I found, a very successful graphical recording. They included researchers, these learning dialogues, but also students, civil society representatives, and representatives from both municipalities. And the aim was to identify so-called integrated action fields and adapt and extend existing indicators, and then also discuss what data is available and how could we get to data that is not yet available. So the third learning dialogue that at the end took place here in Stuttgart in presence in October, with the goal to reflect the results from the community studio that took place in July in Windhoek and tested the participatory data collection tools and methods. So, as I mentioned, the relevance of SDGs needs to be reflected in an integrated manner and not each SDG in isolation to one another. So the grounding of the SDGs to the local realities was realized through identifying mutually relevant action fields that are relevant for both municipalities. And in this case, we had identified 2 action fields. One action field we called livable, inclusive public spaces, as this is really a topic that is maybe has a different outlook in both municipalities, but still has a strong relevance in both cities. And the second action field is related to affordable and energy efficient housing. And that was really also meant as an action field to allow for reflection on cross-cutting issues on the 3 selected SDGs. Now, in the first step, the relevance of global indicators for the local level was screened. Most of the high-level indicators that you find through the publications of the UN and so on, for instance, were not suitable when you really looked, for instance, on the situation of Windhoek's informal settlements. So we eventually had to formulate alternatives and develop something like also subjective indicators and check the data availability. What you see here is an example for SDG target 11.7 that measures the share of built up space reserved for open space, which we then complemented with an indicator to understand the use of space and how people eventually perceive open space. In Windhoek, the Community Land Information System, that is abbreviated CLIP, was seen as a potential basis to find out more on the central aspect, and also proxy indicators were then detected that allowed for an understanding of this aspect, such as the existence of community facilities. And finally, data collection methods built upon the CLIP methodology and tested focus group discussion, household enumerations, and observations. Moreover, as I mentioned before, if you don't want to study each SDG in isolation, you also need to find an integrated perspective when monitoring the SDGs. So here to give you an example for a cross-cutting between SDG 11 and SDG 7, the suggestion was to understand in how far, for instance, public space could integrate renewable energy production. Of course, here you really, in terms of data availability, you only have really very little data available, but some ideas that were developed is about using satellite images and ground proofing, as well as dashboards for citizens that were seen as methods that are worthwhile testing that approach. So yes, at the end of the day, we had like a very explorative, short piloting community studio in July, and the approach was then to test during this community studio what has been developed in the learning dialogues. The project builds on the existing methods of data collection that is established through the CLIP process. And CLIP is a program gathering data on informal settlements that is spearheaded by civil society organizations such as Shack Dwellers Federation of Namibia and the NGO Namibia Housing Action Group. Such practices, however, often remain very detached from formalized citywide systems. And here the co-productive data collection was tested in an informal settlement. The informal settlement is called Kabila C. It's in the northwest part of Windhoek, and it was formed in 2000. People were relocated there from the overcrowded single quarters by the municipality. And it's about 324 households with approximately 1,600 residents living in Kabila C. They have shared communal services, including water and toilets, and households have been allocated plots of about 150 square meters, which they rent then from the municipality, and they also have generally access to electricity. Within Kabila C, you have active so-called saving groups. We worked with Ituyeni Saving Group. That's a group that consists of about 28 members from the Shack Dweller Federation of Namibia. There is an estimated part of population of 90 residents that are part of that, and they managed to upgrade their settlement with water, sewer, and electricity, and build houses that were completed in 2021. So the community studio objectives was to pilot the local SDG indicators and focusing on the 3 SDGs, to digitize the CLIP data collection process. We used here Kobo Toolbox for that, and to conduct surveys in the neighborhood together with the local community members. And at the end, to analyze the outcomes of the data collection and feed that into the next learning dialogues, and also mirror that with municipal representatives. Now here, just to give you an example how the profile on neighborhood level has been extended, including aspects on heat stress and droughts here in this case. And a further example on the household enumeration level, for instance, understanding flood prevention. So these are aspects that were not included in the surveys before. And then we discussed what are the results of this community studio. And a first result, that it was seen that there's a clear linkage actually lacking between what is taking place at local government level and what is happening at the level of civil society and communities. And secondly, that for using digital tools like Kobo Toolbox, it becomes really central to clarify also the openness of such data, as well as who's eventually owning this data, which is very detailed data by the community. But we also felt, and that's a third result, that the expanded questionnaire of CLIP provided really a host for SDG relevant data across all 17 SDGs. So if we only explored the 3 in detail, we saw the potential that this could really be a good basis for extension. And a fourth result was that through the dialogue we went with the community really felt much more aware about what relevance does the SDG process have for them locally, and that they can contribute towards the implementation, and then also felt a stronger desire to collaborate in the implementation with the municipality at the end of the day. So what conclusions can we draw from this Go Global approach is that community-based and qualitative data collection can contribute also to a kind of participatory upgrading of neighborhoods, which is really of strong importance in the Namibian context. But it is paramount to monitor also incrementally and use this process to have a qualitative improvement over time beyond just looking at absolute numbers. Secondly, it is really essential to align data collection efforts with desired outcomes. So here we foresee that really a modular joint questionnaire could foster in future synergies between stakeholders and also avoid duplications of efforts. Finally, we also think that global indicators really need to be screened and adapted to local requirements, especially to often really the overlooked neighborhood scale. And a balance may be found at the intersection of SDG targets and immediate needs that are existent on neighborhood level, validating existing grassroots processes. So local stakeholders need to be capacitated and involved in these processes eventually. And finally, we feel that if one moves, let's say, to the neighborhood scale, one shouldn't lose sight of, at the end, linking back also to national and international SDG monitoring efforts, because that eventually could also unlock the funds that are needed to achieve SDGs while addressing the needs at local community level. So with that, I really would like to thank you for your attention. And of course, I would like to hear your questions or comments. Since we cannot go into a direct exchange now, I really invite you to drop me an email and message, and I'm happy to get into a conversation also after the conference. Still have a joyful conference. I hope I can link up at various parts and also enjoy some of the presentations that are given within the frame of these 2 days.
knowledge to deal with floods, which is a constant problem as climate changes. And we also have issues that relate to climate change and health, women reproductive health, and also on a strategy to adapt to salinization. As we know, droughts are becoming prevalent and floods, so the extreme opposites in various parts of the world. So those presentations are very welcome for us to understand what climate change can really do. So without further ado, I'll start with the first presentation here. I believe the presenter is, it's a mix here, right? There'll be a presentation called From Vision to Reality, Developing a Sustainable, Self-Sufficient and Blue-Green Campus with a Low Carbon Footprint. Looking forward to Suman Jana and Svetlana Mishra from Centurion University, who will be leading this. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all of you present over here and people who are watching online. The topic is From Vision to Reality, Developing a Sustainable, Self-Sufficient and Blue-Green Campus with Low Carbon Footprint. I'm presenting with my co-author, Dr. Anshuman Jena from School of Management, Centurion University of Technology and Management, India. Let's start with one point that the fact everyone knows about. Only one Earth, the fact that everyone knows. Knowing that if we do not change the triple planetary crisis of climate change, nature, biodiversity loss, and the pollution will only accelerate the situation. Having said that, only one Earth is a campaign slogan which has been there since 1970s and which is focusing on living sustainably in harmony with nature. So this advocates exactly the transformative environmental changes in sync with the nature. The fact is also known to everyone that in 2015, 193 nations coming together to make a very ambitious plan about the global goals, which talks about 17 global goals, out of which the university basically is working almost all the sustainable development goals. Looking at the title of the paper, From Vision to Reality, here I would like to mention the vision of the university, which talks about a globally accredited human resource center of excellence catalyzing sustainable livelihoods in the less developed market across the globe, which talks about basically how the university can really have an impact on the livelihood of people around. So the journey of CUTM basically talks about some numbers, what we have been working. We have been producing and training a lot of youth under the skill integrated higher education model, where 75,000 trained youth placed, 1 lakh or more than 1 lakh school dropouts have been part of the system. We have been partnered with 7 international projects. We have been incubating 4 and more social enterprises, and we are also having 18 action research programs inside the programs. So basically to talk about the university, many more things have been discussed about the universities. Still, I would like to highlight some more facts about the university. Since its inception in 2005 and subsequent establishment of university in 2010, CUTM has really created a unique environment that ensures basically a tailored learning and employability path for youth in some of the poorest and underserved geographies in Odisha and Andhra Pradesh in India. Centurion University has embraced the agenda for sustainable development goals since its formal announcement in 2015, and SDG have been both formally and informally used as a guiding framework and now firmly embedded in the DNA of the university. Centurion University has focused on hands on, experience based, practical oriented learning that creates transformative impact through community centric innovation and action research. Now, talking about leaving the carbon footprint, where we see that through our actions and behaviors. So, basically, just to have a brief about carbon footprint, what it exactly, where we find that we are in the community, in the society. We have been hearing a lot about climate change happening around. We have been talking about it, and we are discussing about how to reduce this carbon footprints in the environment. But now, what is exactly this carbon footprint? Basically, this is something what you actually release through your actions, or what greenhouse gases you are releasing through your actions, right? That has impact on the society and the environment. The greenhouse gases such as CO2, which has been pumped out by burning out fossil fuel like oil and gases, which is basically having or leaving its footprint on the environment. Nothing much to be discussed about it, that is known to everyone. So, what little things we do to make a big difference to leave the carbon footprint or less carbon footprint on the environment? We are using solar energy. We are also using e-vehicle inside the campus. We are covered with greens all over the campus. We are banning plastics completely, which is single use. We are working on the waste, which can be also termed as wealth. We have been working for waste water treatment, so as well as food waste management, and minimizing transport, which is equally helping us to leave less carbon footprint on the environment. Also, we are working on the reforestation, and as an educational institution, we are focusing on having the examination going paperless. That's more important. It was not only happening, or it is not only happening during the pandemic, but we have really started long before. Now, how do we do all this? As an educational institute, we support the ecosystem through education. We support the ecosystem through action. Coming to the education and action, how we are transforming lives. 1 lakh farmers who are trained under Prime Minister or Pradhan Mantri Kushal Vikas Yojana, which is termed as PMKVY, Prime Minister Skill Development Program. We have been using, or we have been imparting bioflock training programs year on year, where we can include 50 farmers, or we are including 50 farmers, where the student engagement programs are also happening. Students are imparting what they are learning out of their education syllabus. Some of the courses are affiliated to Indira Gandhi Fishery University to have the implications on the fishers to impart education on fish farming. A lot of awareness programs, campaigns are there to educate and protect overfishing as well. And we have been educating the usage of sun oven. Now, supporting the ecosystem through education. MS Swaminathan School of Agriculture is or has been adopted the national agenda of doubling farmers' income sustainably. The syllabus, the curriculum is so aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, where the students who are learning under this program are bound to take up this project as agricultural experiential learning program that is called AELP projects and rural agricultural work experience, where they go and work in the field and they learn out of it. We have been also supporting leveraging digital technology and data management to deliver transformative change with the help of drone like spraying and image processing technology, which can monitor the activities of farmers, where to seed, when to crop, and when to farm perfectly. Supporting the ecosystem through action. Now, some of the green initiatives taken by us. One is planting trees in and around the university campus and also at local habitats every year so that the environment gets protected and the planted trees are taken care till they are grown up. Managing pesticides and agriculture, promoting urban agriculture and urban forestry at the community level, and terrace farming at the household level, which is in the form of polyhouse and hydroponics. Landscaping with trees and plants, use of biofertilizer and vermicompost, which is again done by the stakeholders of the university, that means student, and they learn how to do it, and that's been used in the process of agriculture. Reusing solid waste, for which there is less burden on the government agencies to manage them. Protecting water bodies such as river, ponds, lakes, and wetlands in the neighborhood. Ban on the use of plastic, which has been already discussed, and waste to wealth. Now, just have a glimpse of what have been or what green efforts have been initiated towards reducing carbon footprints. The university is having its HERV plants amounting to more than 400 in a spread it over in an area of 1,692 square meter. We have been housing forest trees inside the campus, which is more than 4,000 in numbers. The solar street light has been utilized inside the campus to lighten up the night view of the campus, and the rooftop solar PV unit also being installed. So Centurion University strives to build upon an energy efficient campus through usage of less energy to perform the same task and the same result. Out of many, the rooftop solar PV unit is equipped with PV cells with which is partially meeting the electricity needs of the campus. The campus is all equipped with solar lighting system. We are also using some e-equipment in our kitchen, which are used for serving the students food and other stakeholders. Um, this is a photograph of solar operated pesticide sprayer and hybrid type solar dryer, which is also used inside the campus. Also, we have been using this vermicomposting. This has, constructed around 2,258 cubic foot capacity of vermicomposting tanks. There are 20 tanks with a production capacity of 120 quintals per year. And we are also using this intensive farming by using no algae without polluting water. This is really helping the water not to be polluted. Green efforts towards reducing carbon footprints by using organic farming, and micro irrigation in action, the paddy fields you can see, and hydroponics. We are using this biodigester unit to use the food wastage, which can be also utilized for agriculture purpose. The sewage treatment plant, which are also used to clean the water, the wastewater, basically, and which can be recycled and reused. We are also reducing carbon footprints by limiting our transport, the restricted entry of automobiles inside the campus. The picture which talks about e-vehicle inside campus is also manufactured inside the campus. To your surprise, that is also incubation center, which is run by an alumni of the university. So that is how we have been, aligned with making the campus more sustainable, using bicycles, battery-powered vehicles inside the campus, and design and manufacturing of e-vehicles are mostly promoted and encouraged. And by having a fuel station inside the campus, Centurion University is saving around 500 kilograms carbon footprints per year only through the use of buses, the transport which is being used for commuting the people who are coming inside the campus. Now, as I said, the ban on plastic of single use, but the plastic which are not single use, that are being collected and that are being produced, taken as one of the ingredient to produce paver block, which are basically used inside the campus, where we are using these paver blocks inside the campus. We're also having an apparel industry, company, where we are skilling people to learn how to stitch apparels. And the vestige of this apparel unit is also going to the West to Wealth unit, where we are also producing the paper bags, which is out of waste. And we are also producing the paper pens, which are already there in your bags, which you have collected during this conference. And apart from that, in the pen, you can also find there are some seeds inside the pen. Once it is thrown away, the seeds get into the land and it gives a new plant. Yeah. So that's how it is, the ecosystem is basically, built on. To your surprise, where we were and how we are now, or where we are now, just to give a glimpse of it. Before, we were actually having a barren land, where we started making it more green, and now the campus is looking like the second pictures. You can see the campus is almost all green everywhere, and it has transformed from the first picture. And some of the initiatives for restoring the local biodiversity, where we talk about that we are zero tolerant to substance use. We are not using any plastics in the form of any utensils. You can see the cups are made of bamboos that is inside the campus, which are used. Solid waste bins are also installed everywhere, where we also recycle this. So this is what we have been doing all these years to restore the local biodiversity. Yes, all this having said, we are focusing on basically reducing, recycling, and reusing everything we use. And we are spread over remote, rural, and regional part of the country. So we are going ahead to obtain net zero, which is possible by another 10 years time or so, and which is really possible. That's what we are focusing on. So with that, I would like to conclude that let's be thoughtful about each of our actions and choices in reducing our personal carbon footprint. Thank you.
Very interesting presentation. Example starts home, right? So having a campus that is actually doing things in various areas. Reminds me of my own campus back in the university days that started to phase out back in 2001. Single-use plastics. We all got a mug that we had to live with this mug through the 4 or 5 years of the university. And I still have that mug. So I would open a possibility of a question just before the next presentation. Is there any comment or question on the Centurion campus presentation? Could be at the end too. You have? Okay, please.
Thank you. I think it was a great presentation. Thank you for sharing that with us. I'm just wondering, which do you think was the driver or the main drivers that led to all these amazing transformations? And so what was the thing that without that thing this wouldn't have happened ever?
Um, there is no point which is very, very important that we always consider every part of the actions and behaviors which are very important to have such kind of campus insight. So, yeah, basically we are reducing a lot of things in.
I would like to answer that question.
Yeah,
This is just, yeah, only that actions are done, but it starts from the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the top leadership, so they have been very, very particular and they're very, very strong, yeah. They've been very strongly pushing for this. I think that matters. That really mattered in our case. Yeah, so that worked, I would say. And so one thing that leads to another and that's how, and then they achieve something that's.
Strong leadership support.
Yes, yes, that is very important.
It's amazing all these transformations.
All right.
And this has not happened
Sorry,
overnight.
can you guys go on there so
Yeah.
other people who are online can see you?
Yeah.
Is there any comment or-
Any questions?
Perhaps you want to just to
Once we
finalize the
complete
question on the
end of the
on
session.
the driver for transformation in the campus, for that the people should see you talking. But otherwise, I'll go to the next. But please.
The same question to answer?
Yeah,
I would.
because then the online people will be able
Yeah.
to hear you.
Yeah, just answering to your question that, yeah, we strongly believe that every actions and choices, what we take, that is truly imbibed in the mindset of leaders. And that has come from the top level management. And subsequently, it has come down to the bottom line of people also. We all are aligned so closely that everyone thinks about how we can actually change the environment, how we can change the campus and its surroundings by taking a small step also. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Next presentation is going to cover another dimension of climate change, a dimension that has been personal to me once. My grandparents' home has suffered a flood, and I participated in the recovery effort. Was a dramatic experience. Many people, millions of people in the world go through that every year. And Professor Rumana Assad from Kulkana University in Bangladesh is going to talk about how to build flood resilience, using the opportunities to use traditional knowledge, especially traditional water knowledge, in urban design and planning based on experience in Bangladesh. Professor Assad, you can say your Okay.
Mana from Khulna University, Bangladesh, and today I am presenting a research article, Building Flood Resilience, Challenges and Opportunities for Integrating Traditional Water Knowledge in Urban Design and Planning Practice in Khulna, Bangladesh. Firstly, I will discuss the research background, then try to give a light on literature review, and afterward explain our research methods and results section. Finally, I will try to map our findings with present sustainable development goals, and afterwards I will conclude. As a riverine country, local people of Bangladesh have a long-time relation with its natural water system. However, urban areas are at risk due to mismanagement of water networks. Unplanned urbanization, climate change, and high population density are main reasons among many other reasons to create drainage congestion, and people of urban areas of global south are facing floods in a regular basis. The research considered traditional ecological knowledge can be a solution to deal with such problems. Here I like to explain first what is traditional ecological knowledge is. According to Bach's working definition, traditional ecological knowledge is a cumulative body of knowledge, practice and belief evolving by adaptive processes and handed down through generations by cultural transmission about the relationship of living beings with one another and with their environment. Aligned with Bart's theory, we define traditional water knowledge as a variety of water-focused knowledge and practices that people have maintained and developed during long histories of close relation with their local water system. In this sense, the word traditional expresses that such knowledge is shared and belongs to communities with strong cultural and social ties from generation to generation. Based on Barks and how this framework on TEK, we developed TWK framework in our previous study, where we explored three levels of traditional water knowledge, named as place-based knowledge, water use and management, and water values. In this research, our main objective is to identify the challenges and opportunities of integrating such framework with present urban design and planning practices. Khulna is the third largest city of Bangladesh, located at southeastern region of the country. Traditionally, as a delta city, Khulna has been composed of an intense water network with water ponds and a rice water agricultural system. This complex water-based landscape worked as a natural drainage, irrigation, and productive landscape for aquaculture. But in the last 2 decades, the city has been at risk for urban pluvial flooding due to drainage congestion and increased heavy rainfall as an impact of climate change. Further, implementing complex engineering-based flood control measures has cut the traditional relationship between locals and the water system and enhanced flood risk potentiality. Taking Khulna as a case, various urban professionals like government officials in non-government organizations, researchers, and professional from field and elder people from local area has chosen for the interview. The data were collected using semi-structured expert interview. Participants were selected according to research and professional experience in urban planning and water and flood-related issues in urban and peri-urban areas around Khulna. Through thematic analysis, we summarize 8 number of challenges and 7 number of opportunities and group them according to the 3 levels of initially developed traditional water knowledge framework, which I am going to explain in detail on the following slides. Firstly, I will talk about the place-based knowledge integration. Two ways of knowing, knowledge transmission and identification of real knowledge holder are three themes that have identified as major challenges by the interviewees in case of place-based knowledge integration. Traditionally, knowledge is disseminated orally by local people and based on their pre-assumptions about things due to collective cultural experience which restricts sharing knowledge with professionals. There is a significant gap between the traditional local way of knowing and the conventional global way. The Western-based education system makes urban design professionals less innovative, less aware of contextual evidence, and fails to guide them in collecting information from local people. In addition, traditional knowledge is subjective by nature and based on the assumption. It may be difficult for local people to express their point of view. Similarly, urban professionals face problems transmitting their thoughts and emotions in the design process. Interviews also noted that the challenges of finding the original knowledge holder who could provide the appropriate traditional water knowledge for a situation and relevant professionals with the skills to interpret and apply the information. In the case of water knowledge, an urban elder expressed his concern that all local people may not be aware of and value the water system. The main benefit of addressing traditional water knowledge is showing positive attitude towards the natural ecosystem, and the services it can offer the community. The landscape of Khulna city still carries the legacy of mangrove forests, which are still very scattered. Interviews remnant mangroves could be an important source of inspiration for introducing the mangrove ecosystem and establishing tourism within the city. In addition, many participants mentioned about native trees like coconut trees, hoglapata, and golpata, which are good for low-lying areas containing flat water. Every place in this world is unique. Exploring traditional knowledge can provide identified site-specific information to help planners and designers create urban planning and design solutions. Sometimes the traditional water knowledge solutions were considered superior to modern Western-based planning practice. About 133 comments from different professional informants were coded into 9 different types of challenges to TWK that were then grouped into 3 main themes: weak institutional capacity, poor urban planning, and bad governance. In contrast, 82 comments were recorded as opportunities for TWK and grouped into 3 sub-themes: surface water protection, open space design, and rainwater harvesting. The outer periphery of this chart represents the challenges, and it shows that most of the interviewees considered the present weak urban planning to restrict the integration of water use and management into practice. The second most comment upon challenges is less institutional capacity with 29% of total comments, whereas bad governance shares 24% of comments as a challenge for integrating TWK with urban planning and design. However, interviews also discuss the importance of TWK for surface water protection, practicing rainwater harvesting in the urban context, and open space planning. These three are represented by the inner periphery of the chart. At this stage, we are going to talk about the water values. When considering trust issues between the government and the local people about acknowledging traditional knowledge in the planning process, interviews have talked about cultural inferiority as a barrier where the administrative person intentionally ignored the availability of traditional knowledge. The interview stressed that Western cultures are commonly valued more than Bengali culture in decision making. Long-time colonization is one of the reasons for creating the cultural inferiority that has identified by the interviews. They additionally noted that administrative officers had a sense of cultural superiority driving the belief and local needed education before sharing their knowledge. This attitude restricts them from valuing traditional knowledge. Of all participants, 75% agree that traditional knowledge is essential, whereas 25% showed less faith in traditional knowledge, especially in case of water. Interviews claimed it was the bureaucratic mindset of government organization that restricts the acceptance of local people's opinion. In present context, globalization is another major challenge which is initiating the continuous loss of water-related traditional knowledge. The integration of traditional water knowledge with the present scientific knowledge was identified as a good opportunity for ensuring psychological benefit and relationship building among various stakeholders. These are the 2 main opportunities that have identified under the theme of water values. The interviews discuss the potential of developing mutual dependency among locals and urban planners in case of water management and exploring its potential for related economic values and environmental sustainability. Finally, we listed all the opportunities those have identified through this research and mapped with suggested 17 sustainable goals. We cross-check our findings with available literature and find out that all of our identified themes related to opportunities have direct and passive impact on achieving various goals. Among those SDG 3, 6, 11, 13, 14, 15, and 17 are directly linked with traditional water knowledge integration practice, and other goals are also impacted if we can able to integrate traditional water knowledge with present urban planning and design practices. Undoubtedly, integration of traditional water knowledge is challenging in the context of developing cities like Khulna. But exploring and integration of such knowledge has the potential to build flood resilience and sustainable city for future generations. The findings from this research can work as starting point for urban professionals and other stakeholders to facilitate a better understanding of application of traditional water knowledge in urban planning and design practice. Thank you all for listening.
You are muted, sir. You are muted. We can't hear you. Now we can hear you.
Okay.
We can't hear from the very beginning.
So thank you. So I was just introducing the next speaker, Professor Ahsan, who will be talking about the impact of climate change on health, focusing on women's reproductive health in the case of South Coast region of Bangladesh. Professor Ahsan, the microphone is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for inviting me. As you said, I'm Riazul Hassan. I'm from the University of Utah. Currently, I'm in South Korea. And I'm pleased to be here. And some of you here present are all my students, like Ruman Assad and Thonda. They're my direct students. I'm happy to be with my students. I can look at the title of my one, this long-term effect of climate change on women's reproductive health and unreported social crisis in Bangladesh and South Coast region. And I'm also Bangladeshi and I'm also an Australian. I'm far away from Australia, but let's talk about this one. So you can see that the title, I put it again here, and then you could definitely ask me, well, why is some section of the title colored, like long-term effect in red color, women's reproductive health, and why you put a disease model right here? Or, yeah, we all know long-term effect of climate change, or new, or something new attack, and climate change has a social crisis. Yes, we all know this one. But how women reproductive health come here and how that connected the social issues? Let's walk together with this study then. And why women are so important? If you look around the whole world, almost 1.3 billion people in the whole 1.3 billion people are in the poor, and 70% of this 1.3 billion people are women. And these women have a long share, like 50 to 80% of their share is on the food production, global food production, not for a particular country. And they can only have 10% of that. So they are in a key chain factor. On the other hand, they get very less. And also in the climate hazards, though, and women's livelihood get highly affected because their earning mostly come from livestock and food supply chain. And they got affected highly. So when even during after the climate change effect, when the male goes somewhere for better earning, the women get the burden of the family to feed them and to get earn money. So in every sector, when you think about sustainable development issues, climate change cause challenge for the women. They are the bread earner. They are suffer of the poverty, hunger issues, and eventually gender equality is a bitter challenge for always for them. They are the most sufferer. And that's how the sustainable development become as a part of the whole thing. We'll keep on going. So my research is going on of the southwest coastal region of Bangladesh. If you don't know, this is part of here. Rumana just explained this on Khulna, but I'm talking further south. It's somewhere here. And in late 90s or early 20s, the health department find the soil salinity as well as the water salinity level has increased so high in the south coast region called Satkhira district. And after the two concurrent cyclones, Cyclone Cedar in 2007, Cyclone Ayla 2009, when the storm surge come in, it increased the soil and water salinity. And that extreme soil and water salinity caused the impact on the food production, increase poverty, low income facilities, and let the people have no other choice but to have an alternative income which completely based on saline water farming. And then the reason of Sustainable Development Goal 6, the clean water access. And that part of the world, they don't have any clean water access. They have to accept the reality. And we conduct the research in more in depth, not on Satkhira district, but in further down in a sub-district called Shamnagar. It's 50 kilometers south of Satkhira district. And the total population is around 313,000. And the women are one of the key bread earner there, because the male work in the city after the coastal challenges, and the women are burdened of getting money for the family. And there is no other opportunities there. They only have the options because of soil salinity and water salinity, work in the saline water shrimp farming. The shrimp, that the lobster that comes to our dinner table, a big chunk are coming from that side. And all the women are out there, and because they don't have any other choices, because there's no other options to work there. So, and then saline water, they have to work there for a longer period of time. That has a direct impact on their health. So that's caused also same thing, the healthy work and health system. Another sustainable development goal number 3 and goal number 8 associated automatically. Let's go a little more. And you can have a look how they work in a area. These are the photos taken by me, not by me, my research staff. So these are the women they're taking. And I give you a small clue. Look at their dress up. Keep it in mind. I'm coming on talking about this one. And that is the link of my research findings. So they work there like with this dress. No health and safety protocol, no health and safety gear, just as they are. So let's talk about the life in South Coast. For soil salinity and infiltration of saline water after the concurrent cyclones and climate change increasing, sea level rise, the only options they have is to work shrimp farming, as I said. Moreover, they don't have any other educational background. They never been to any war. So they don't have any options to choose something else. So they are like a cycle. You have to choose this all. So they go on that work, and they work there for 7 to 8 hours per day, 365 days. And without any protocol, without any health and safety protocol, they work there, and they use chemical fertilizer like TSP, urea, and lime for maintaining the water quality with bare hand without no gloves. With the saline water, the sodium chloride make another poisonous gas. Even the special days of the month for the women especially, they don't get any break. Even they don't get any paid sick leave. The company policy is simple: no work, no pay. So now look back to sustainable development goal again. Education, quality of education they don't have, so they have to choose the work. Health issues, again the work. So goal number 18 and goal number 10, the gender balance. So these things are being challenged all the time in Southwest Coast region. So now definitely you will ask, how do you do it, this one? We did a focus group discussion. I got some grant from the university, and we did like 2 focus group discussion on that area. Before doing this focus group, we build a rapport with the local people, with the local NGOs. They invite the women to work in the shrimp farming, and almost 31 participants joined there. And their median age is like 41, like 25 to 60. They all work there in some time. And definitely I was not present in the focus group. My other 2 researchers, Afrida and Prakriti, they are the girls, they were there, they recorded. So the in-depth one, they all try to share their ideas. What are the challenges they face? And from the focus group discussion, we choose some of the candidates who can later ask for in-depth interview. And then in-depth interview, they explain how their physical condition and what are the challenges they face and how this affect their social life, family life, conjugal life. And that's how their challenges come up. That's how the whole long-term social issues involved with climate change, which has always been overlooked. And then during the look at the same thing are coming on the focus group discussion, they're still wearing the same clothing, the clothing they use for their work. And during the focus group discussion, they mentioned that almost all of them have some urinary or vaginal infection. And they have the pain during the urinal or itchy situation while they are peeing. And then they have no dress code. They use the chemical fertilizer, just wearing these saris, the locally called, or the nightgowns. They don't wear any undergarments. They don't wear any gloves. So this saline water or their women fertility organ is highly exposed to the saline water and chemicalized saline water, rather I should say, for a longer period of time. And some of the participants, those are working in this shrimp farm for longer than 15 years, they have a chronic infection in their female organ. And some of them have already, to save themselves, they cut their uterus so that they feel that infection will not be much. And once they cut the uterus, they have no chances to be a child again. And if you can't be a mom under that social construction, you can't be socially well accepted. Either get divorced or kick off of the family, and that's like another crisis. We didn't go much of that issues, but you can just link up it. This is nothing with their health. It's associated with the climate change. Slowly they got affected, and it takes longer and longer social consequences. And according to FZD, and you could say, do they get any treatment? That's another big challenge. When you talk on asking them, because of the social, cultural, and religious purposes, they don't go to the talk to share with many people. They don't talk with their even husband. They don't talk with the family members. And they don't go to the local doctors. The local doctor is a male. So they use the local old lady's prescription. Sometimes they use burnt tobacco in their female organ. Yes, you heard right, burnt tobacco. Or they use the hot saline water to wash this area. Even they don't work, then they go to the local, like, wizard, local whiz, and get some amulet. Or when nothing works, then they doctor homeopathical treatment. They really or literally do not have any proper medical access facilities or medical help. And the final stage is to cut the uterus. And this has become a very common phenomenon. It is in the YouTube now. After we do the research, the things coming highlighted, and it's been in the YouTube and many other challenges that coastal women are cutting their uterus. So this is the picture I bring. I'm almost at the end of my one. This picture I borrowed from COP27, which is finished like 2 days ago. It's a very new, fresh picture. So all of the climate change causes flood. Flood has physical health, and physical health has also human health. This part of climate change, we all know that climate change has a physical health impact. But that physical health could have the reproductive section. Reproductive section has a long social consequences. Social consequences lead to poverty. Poverty consequences leads to some other bigger crisis, which is associated with education and everything. Religious and social and cultural issues has never been discussed. That's why I put in the title some colorful things, long-term effects of climate change. Now you understand that why I use the color? To mention long-term effect. That long-term is long-term. And women's reproductive health, which has never been reported. Yes, some research report women's reproductive health, like pregnancy cause challenges, saline water drinking cause challenges, but exposed to the saline water, they're very limited. Very limited, I can tell you that. So from the very beginning slide, I shows the whole circle of this disease. Now I find these are the major challenges. Out of the 17, at least 11 goals need to be very, very much concerned about these issues. Yes, there are not much research on that, but it's time. We have to expose. This is only, I explain Bangladesh and a certain part, But I'm sure this is the same scenario for Mekong Delta. From Vietnam, the women are working there. All the Mekong Delta region and African region. So as a nexus of Global South, it is our time, it is our onus is on us to think of it. Thank you so very much for giving me the opportunity. I'm all yours if you have any questions. I'm not a public health expert, remember that. So if you ask a medical question, I may not answer it, but the social questions, I will. Thank you so very much for being here. You are muted again.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Professor Hassan, thank you for your presentation. I think it's fascinating that you produce data on this derivation of a climate change effect into health. And it really, I think, brings anxiety to everyone who is watching that research and consequences. I have people in my family with medical expertise, my brother, my mom. I'll relay that message to them. And it's also a worry because you're also talking about the context of aquaculture, right, of fisheries with shrimp. And as the world is increasingly going towards aquaculture, the issue of floods and contamination and having to treat this water to maintain it favorable for aquaculture is complicated given those social aspects who are working there and the lack of social support around the system. So very, very interesting presentation. Again, questions will be concentrated in the end. So we'll move to the next presenter, which I believe is a recording. Tandra Das from the Chittagong University of Engineering and Technology in Bangladesh will talk about coping and adaptation strategies to salinization and changing livelihoods in southeast coastal communities of Bangladesh. So a very related presentation. So looking forward to hear. Please, you can play the presentation.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. This is Tandra Das from Chittagong University of Engineering and Technology, presenting on behalf of my team. My other team members are Sharminara Ruxana Binte Samad, Dr. Riazul Hassan, and MD Mushfiqur Rahman. Today I am going to present on sustainable coping and adaptation strategies to salinization and changing livelihood for the southeast coastal communities in Bangladesh. Our research is framed based on Sustainable Development Goal 13, which is to take necessary action to combat climate change and its impacts, and the target on strengthen resilience and adaptive capacity to climate-related hazards and natural disasters in all countries. Climate change, which is a burning question worldwide, and one of the most adverse effects of climate change is sea level rise, which leads to increasing salinity in groundwater aquifer, soil salinity, and surface water. This salinity is affecting the drinking water and surface water, which is creating scarcity of fresh water. And soil salinity is leading to reduction of agricultural production, and thereby salinity affecting the livelihood of coastal communities. In Bangladesh, almost 20 million people live in the coastal areas, which are being threatened for climate change and especially salinity due to sea level rise. Here is our study area. Our study area is Anwara Upazila. Upazila means the sub-district of Bangladesh. Our study area Anwara Upazila is located at the southeastern coast of Bangladesh, which is under Chattogram district. Anwara Upazila has a total area of 17,353 hectare area, and among its cultivated land, 82% land are affected by salinity due to its geographical location. In Anwara Upazila, two unions named Barashat and Raipur are located beside the Bay of Bengal and directly affected by the salinity. Therefore, these unions are considered for micro-level study in our research. Here is the methodology of our research. We have collected both primary and secondary data to conduct this research. Primary data were collected from soil sample and water sample and conducting focus group discussion. From 2 soil samples at Raipur and Barasat Union and 6 water samples from deep tube well, shallow tube well and pond water from these 2 unions were collected, and the pH value, electrical conductivity and chloride concentration was measured. Then these values were compared with the standards of salinity parameters. Besides, the historical data on salinity parameters were compared with the existing data to identify the intensity of salinity in the study area. Then from focus group discussion, the effect of salinity on the livelihood of the local people were determined. In case of focus group discussion, 3 focus groups were formed in 2 areas, where in one focus group both male and female were present, and in case of Raipur Union, male and female focus group were separately conducted. From the effect of salinity on livelihood, it was identified that how they are coping with the salinity problem, and by analyzing their coping and adaptation measures, the most sustainable adaptation measures were identified. So start with the soil salinity in Anwara Upazila. From SRDI report in 2009, the soil pH in Anwara Upazila was 6.9, but our study found that in 2022, the pH of Raipur Union is 7.1 and Barasat Union is 7.4, which indicates an increase of pH value. That means the soil is being more alkaline. In case of electric conductivity, in 2009 the value was 4700, but in 2022 the value increased in 5700 in Raipur Union and 7400 in Barasat Union. So we can say that salinity is increasing, and salinity of Barasat Union is comparatively more than in Raipur Union. Now we will explain how the increase of soil salinity is affecting the agricultural sector of Anwara Upazila. From our focus group discussion, it was found that before 30 years, the main occupation of the community people was agriculture, and they said that they were self-sufficient with their agricultural production. But when the salinity of soil and water are increasing, the agricultural production is declining day by day, and thereby they are forced to diversify their livelihood, and for this reason the total cropped area and intensity of cropping were reduced. They said that previously they have cultivated rice for 3 times, but with the now they can produce only 1 time for paddy production. So the economic census shows that between 1996 to 2008, the gross cropped area and intensity of cropping decreased by 36% and 60.33% respectively. So the reduction of gross cropped area and intensity of cropping is very much alarming for agricultural sector of Anwara Upazila. Here are some special analyses which shows the effect of salinity on agriculture. In case of bare soil index, we have seen that 20% increase of bare land from 2014 to 21. See that the amount of barren land has increased significantly, as the vegetation cover decreased in those areas. So as the agricultural production was reduced and people are shifting from agricultural sector to another sector, the amount of barren land is increasing and the vegetation cover is decreasing. So it's very much alarming for ensuring food security in the study area. Now we'll explain the water crisis and salinity in the study area. We have collected 6 water samples from shallow tube well, deep tube well and pond water in Raipur and Barasat Union. Then we have measured the pH value, electrical conductivity and chloride concentration, then compared with the standard values of Bangladesh Environmental Conservation Rules and WHO guideline values. In case of pH value, all of the samples are within acceptable range. But in case of electrical conductivity, only pond water are within acceptable range. And in case of chloride concentration, all of the sources have the higher value than the standard value. So we can say that chloride concentration is high in all of the sources of water. So these areas, both Raipur Union and Barasat Union, and ultimately the Anwara Upazila is suffering from severe fresh drinking water crisis due to salinity. Here is the effect of salinity on livelihood. And loss of agricultural land and agricultural production is responsible for unemployment of agricultural workers, which leads to poverty of that workers and thereby increased social disorder like frustration and drug addiction. Besides, the loss of agricultural land forces people to diversify their livelihoods in different sectors. In our study area, 3 sectors are found. First one is engagement in manufacturing industries. A huge amount of people are engaging in large-scale manufacturing industries and therefore 70% increase of industry and 83% increase of people from 2003 to 2013 are found in our study area. And this engagement of manufacturing industries has positive effect on women empowerment and increasing income through reducing the poverty. But large scale manufacturing industry is creating environmental pollution like air pollution, water pollution and soil pollution, ultimately which affects the public health and biodiversity of the study area. The other 2 options are daily labor and marine fisheries, which are related to poverty and life risk as the employments are not stable enough and that's not so productive at all. Now I am trying to summarize the coping and adaptation strategies taken by the community to cope up with the salinity problem. The first one, the livelihood diversification of agricultural community and conversion of cropping land into barren land. But both of these strategies are not sustainable as the increasing poverty and reducing food security. So they are against sustainability. So we can say that the livelihood diversification of agricultural community into unstable sources are not a sustainable coping strategy. To cope up with water crisis at individual level, people used to purchase water from industries by 1.5 USD per 100 liter. But everyone may not have that purchasing power, so it's not so sustainable. Another effort at individual level is to harvest rainwater for a longer time, but lack of storage capacity prohibits them to store rainwater for a longer time. In case of communal effort, people are interested in provision and management of pond for supply of better quality water. but the pond water is being polluted in dry season and creates various waterborne diseases. So proper management is required. In case of institutional effort, provision of deep tube well were found, but it's not so effective that as the deep tube well provides saline water. In case of livelihood diversification, manufacturing industries have positive effect on poverty reduction and women empowerment, which are related to Sustainable Development Goal 1 and 5. But large-scale manufacturing industries creates pollution, which leads to illness of the public health and loss of biodiversity. So, from that sense, it's not sustainable. In case of marine fisheries, poverty and life risk is associated with the employment. So, this employment is not so sustainable from perspective of SDG 1 and 3. In case of daily labor-based activities, poverty is a common issue and the employment is not stable enough. So it's also not sustainable from SDG 1. So what are the sustainable coping and adaptation strategies? First one is to promote agriculture through cropping diversity and production of salinity tolerant crops in especially barren areas. By promoting agriculture, the promotion of agro-based industries can play a vital role in coping with salinity problem. For coping with water crisis, rainwater harvesting at community level and institutional level can play a vital role. Besides, the restoration and use of ponds can play a great role in supply the fresh water. And finally, the promotion of small-scale manufacturing industries instead of large-scale pollution-creating industries can be more sustainable solution for the development of coastal community. So we can conclude that current salinity adaptation measures are threatening the agricultural production and food security. So if we want to achieve sustainable development, then investment on promoting SME related to agro-based industries and rainwater harvesting should be prioritized. Thank you for your patience. If you have any question, please feel free to ask me.
5. We now have a time for one question, maximum per speaker. So please raise your hands or put in the chat questions to Dr. Assad, Dr. Ahsan, and Dr. Tas, please. We have one from Atik, please.
Thank you. I think I'll ask to all presenters. That's a fantastic presentations and actually give us what is happening at local level, how climate actually impacting not only the regions or local, but also health, especially in women health and so on. My question to actually all presenters, but particularly Professor Reza Hassan, is the COP27 actually closed with loss and damage fund agreement. So there will be loss and damage fund actually to support those vulnerable areas, like and also especially the area in the coastal area that you are presenting. How hopeful you are that this loss and damage fund would actually reach to those remote people, like the community that really need it, and whether it would be well utilized or would be somehow support the livelihood, the people that are facing due to this climate risk.
Okay, I can pick up, and then Rumana and Tanda, you can back me up. All right. Thank you, Atik, for that. That's a brilliant question. I know Can you off your microphone, Dr. Shudlasam? Can you off your microphone? It's echoing. Yeah, it's correct now. It's all right now. Okay. I think I know you're in the COP27, and that's really a great response from your side. And as a poor country in Bangladesh, we are having a lot of funding from the foreign countries, and even the southwest part of Bangladesh receiving a huge number of support from the foreign delegates, like mostly for the freshwater supply, education, build back better. But they're all focused on things that is visible, the things that is reported, that is documented. And I don't blame on the donors or the funding agencies, because they rely on the documented. And being in Bangladesh, being in a social and cultural norms and society, this something is not really well documented, well reported. So far I found, maybe I could be wrong or limited, I found the women pregnancy and then health during pregnancy, that is well documented due to the saline water. But then other things like something I cannot explain much during my presentation as a male representative, this early puberty is become very common on that areas. And there are few reasons of early puberties from the medical science. They have like white discharge and something because of maximum time you involved in saline, the sodium chloride, and then other chemical fertilizer. They cause their organ open up, and they got early puberty. Body try to manage it. So those things need to really studied by a real public health expert, real science expert, not like social scientists like us. We can do the social perspective, but then those things need to be studied and then point out the fund share, where should it go? Because most of the fund that's COP27, they agreed. I really appreciate them, but this fund will go mostly for developing their houses, mostly for developing their livelihood, like getting more animals, more cattle. But what would be in their health if they can ensure the local empowerment with proper employment, like equal gender equality and employment with proper health and safety protocol and proper education, how to work with these things, proper medical treatment. I think this would help a lot. If not, then we'll be in the same scenario, repeating the same problem again and again. And Rumana and Tandra, if you want to add something from your perspective, especially Tandra, you can add it.
Ask a question following Atik. I'm Smita from India. I just wanted to ask you,
come over here.
that you see, when you say that it's such a big health issue among women, because of they're working in saline water in the shrimp farming. We know that Bangladesh has done very well in primary health care. They're improving primary education and primary health care. And I'm so surprised that there is no support there. There's no primary health care there. I mean, you show to the world that there are health workers. I'm sorry, I have to say these things, that you have health workers working at the village level, and they're unable to do anything about it. I mean, it looks like as if they're just abandoned, suffering, and working in that kind of a situation where they are just left to sort of fend for themselves, and they don't know probably what is happening to them. Is that so? Because I know a lot of civil society organizations who are working there. Maybe not particularly in that area, but definitely in that district. Yes, I'm quite surprised. That's my question, actually.
Okay. Now I'm asking like quickly, do I answer officially or unofficially? Either way. Okay. Let me answer it. That was exactly when I start the research, that are exactly my findings. So why the health worker is there? Bangladesh government did really the doctoral supply at the union level. So that every union has a medical 6-bed hospital. Bangladesh government has really this one. You will be surprised to know at the union level, there is no doctor work there. My team was working there for a long time. The doctor goes there, appointed for the union level. That's the unofficial answer. But then the doctor, mostly the male, because they're working, the male only want to work in that remote area. The female doesn't, because they need so many, the female doctors doesn't. So female doctor work mostly in the district level hospitals. And those areas really, really remote area. Yes, Bangladesh did a really good challenging in the primary education and public health. Is disease that public health is first aid and the treatment for pregnant women, not before pregnancy, not early puberty, not these things are not anywhere. Even you look all the is disease document in Bangladesh, everything public health is saying pregnant women and child mortality rate reducing. That is the health is disease Bangladesh achieved. I have the document, or you can look at it on the internet. So then when my team says, Professor, this is something happening, public health means the only main stop child mortality and pregnant women health. But public health is a huge term. Then I let my team and then I applied to my university. The university also challenged me, why should I pay you? You are telling lie because they have it Bangladesh. I said, let's show you. And then they pay me the money and I send my team there. So that happened is the ladies, they don't go to the male doctor doesn't sit in there. They have a hospital, but nobody's there. The only assistant there who is a male, and the women doesn't go to tell the male about their problem. You know the cultural norms in Bangladesh because you are wearing the same dress that those ladies are. So and then those ladies doesn't want to go and doesn't want to share, and this is a very disrespectful for the women to talk this with their family members about these issues in our culture. And then they go to the at the last moment they went to the hospital, and the hospital have only solution is cut fill out your uterus so that infection doesn't go further up. On the uterus, they fail, cut the uterus, which is cost like 10 to 15,000, very cheap money. So they think only 10,000, and then okay, I'll not be have this pain. But then the social cases start that you don't have a uterus, you can't get married, you can't get a baby. So nobody in social accept you as women anymore. And so these are the things is hidden. That's why I put in my title is unreported. If you look at my title, that's what I put this word. It's an unreported social crisis, which hasn't been reported much.
To, publish and write to the government and make this public and make people hear about it.
I'm working with the Boston University now. Boston University is going to helping me something, but I want really even to be with me because I got a very small grant. That much I can do.
Thank you, Professor Hassan. This well noted, very important point. I would like to open some space for the other speakers also to take questions. Professor Das, Professor Assad, if you want to answer on the point raised by Professor Atik on the compensatory funds and whether you see promise from this new fund that the UN community has started in the last COP event to deal with the floods or to deal with the salinization process. Feel free to take the floor.
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, in my experience, of course we need funds, and but there is some problems I found in my context that always the fund we get is not distributed properly, or because of knowledge gap, maybe our authorities don't know how to be use those funds. Like in my research I found that in context of urban design and practice, we have a lack of interest in research, use our funding for the research level. So there is a lack of research led urban design practice in our context. So people are doing what they are practicing for a long time. They don't want, especially the organized assigned authorities, and they don't have any integration among themselves, and then they don't have any interest to invest funding on other stakeholders also. So funding of course is a problem, and when I talked with them, they always say we have lack of funding shortage, but inherently in my feelings that we need funding, and appropriate use of those fundings is also necessary. Thank you.
Question to Professor Das. Also, I'll give her the chance to answer also on the compensatory funds. question. Is there any specific question on the salinity issue that you raised? Okay, Professor Das, then please feel free to make a comment as well on this point if you wish, on the how you think that when the salinization is a critical problem related to climate change, and it, as we've seen in other presentations, affect various industries, affect various social systems. So, do you how is the way forward on that? Can the international community help through those funds, or it's more of a policy design and policy reshifting? Is she connected? Disconnected? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'll close here. I think we had a connection problem with Bangladesh. So I'll thank you all the panelists for this from this session. We have a tea now for those who are here, and we'll convene shortly in 20 minutes for the final session. Thank you.
Yeah, so the next session will be at 3:30. So, yeah. Yeah, so we need to be here by 3:25. 10 past 3.
Um, Good afternoon, everyone. This is exciting side event that we have planned for today. This is our last session, but not the least for in this second international GSN conference. There's a saying, we save the best for the last. So thank you all for joining, whoever in presence here today, and as well as like online, to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, on that side event on the understanding environmental consequence of production and export. We are very honored to have Professor Seth with us today. But before we going to, I would like to acknowledge the custodian of this land, Ojak people of the Noongar nations that we are residing, and I would like to pay my respect to the elder past and present and their future. I'm Dr. Atik Saman. I would be moderating these sessions, and I'm a senior lecturer at the School of Design and Built Environment and one of the co-founding director of this Global South Nexus. And it is my pleasure to actually introduce our panelists. First is Mr. Henrik Passini from Economic Affairs Officer from United Nations Conference on Trade and Development from Switzerland. Thanks for sponsoring actually this side event, particularly focusing on kind of issues, important issue that we'll be discussing. We have Dr. Mubarak Ahmed Khan, Scientific Advisor, Bangladesh Jute Mills Corporation, Bangladesh. I know Dr. Mubarak Khan is actually joining from Berlin, so it's very early morning. So good morning, Dr. Mubarak Khan. And we also have David Rohindra from senior lecturer from University of South Pacific region. So before we start our discussion, I would like to request our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Curtin Global, Professor Seth Koning, to provide welcome message. Professor Seth Koning, thanks.
So thanks very much. I'd like to acknowledge the owners of this land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present and future. It's interesting to think about the indigenous owners of this land because they not only consider the land something that they are connected with, but they're also very concerned about the waters around the land. And I noticed that one of the themes that will be launched at this meeting is relating to plastics pollution, which of course is a major issue in the waters, not only next to Western Australia, but in every ocean. And I think it's very fitting to consider the relationship of indigenous peoples to not only the lands in which they live, but the waters around those lands and their concern and custodianship of those places as we look at how we deal with these kinds of issues. But I'm really delighted to be here and to welcome the participants in this side event, because for Curtin University, being engaged with the UN, being engaged with government, being engaged with academia to address these kinds of issues about greening the world, about climate disaster, about climate change is something that we take very seriously. And sustainability is now something that Curtin University is looking to build into every aspect of its curriculum and every aspect of new program. And one of the taglines the university has is to make the world better, to transform the world. And this morning, I had the pleasure of speaking to a group of students who are leaving the university. So these are sponsored students, and we do a small sort of graduation for them. And in that graduation, one of the things we said was, go out and transform the world in which you live. And what I really should have said is, come to this conference this afternoon, because you'll see people talking about it and beginning to do it or continuing to do it. And that's the message that we really need to give to Curtin University. It's the message we certainly need to give to Australia, and clearly a message that has salience in every part of the globe. So this meeting is really important. It's important for Curtin. It's important for the relations that we can begin to have with the United Nations and with governments around the world to be agents of change. And I'd like to thank you all for coming and to wish you all the best for the remainder of the conference. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Professor Sid. I think, yes, I think last 2 days we had exposed to so many ideas, so many solutions, local solutions that actually our presenter actually presented what is happening at the local level. And this is really exciting to have these collaborations and partnerships. And this is the testament of this side event is like how can actually collaborate even further in the futures as well. So thanks a lot for actually supporting us and promoting that we are in the right track. And thank you all our presenter actually be part of these collaborations, and hopefully will strengthen that collaboration in the future as well. So so next step is we have 2 presentations, like maybe short, and then we'll have a kind of plenary discussions later on, followed by the plenary discussions. So first, I would like to invite Mr. Henrik Pacini to provide an overview of the SMEP launching of the plastic dashboard. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Zaman, for inviting us. Thanks also to Curtin University for hosting. Slightly up. Okay. For hosting this event. It's an honor to be here. And I'm here as part of the SMEP program, Sustainable Manufacturing and Environmental Pollution Program, which is sponsored by the UK FCDO. So as part of this work, we have been recently awarded an extension to work in the Indo-Pacific regions, which will be focused on plastics. So my presentation today is mostly about this dilemma that the world is facing. So it's one of the dimensions of this dilemma. It connects well to the issues that were presented here today because it touches health, it touches the capacities to deal with residues, which often happens at the planning at the municipal level. And it also offers a glimpse of what are the trade-offs that we face if we migrate away from plastics into substitute materials, for example. This work is in connection with what's going on at the multilateral level, at the UN Environment Assembly and the treaty that is being negotiated for plastics, and also at the World Trade Organization, the Dialogue on Plastics, which countries are looking at ways to use trade tools to facilitate solutions and perhaps put barriers to the problem. So I'm going to just present a bit of definitions here, some definitions that we are working on. That is a working definition, very important to say. There's no global consensus on what is a plastic substitute or a plastic alternative yet. We basically say plastic substitute is a non-plastic, so a non-polymer product, like a natural product, a cotton bag, aluminum, a can, or some other, or a clay pot. And a better plastic, so a plastic alternative is still a polymer, but with better characteristics. For example, made out of biomass, so a bioplastic, or with biodegradability characteristics that allow it to basically be deconstituted into small particles, either in industrial composting or at the free environment. So we are mostly talking today in this, and we are mostly working on the world of plastic substitutes, so on the non-plastic options to deal with this transmaterialization. Just to have a glimpse of what we are working on in more practical terms, because it's often nice to be practical, right? We are trying to map in the international trade system the HS code. So every product that is traded in the world has a code. So bananas, pens, tables, cars, fabric, cotton, a plastic bag has a trade code. So we're trying to map in this trade system all the potential substitutes, products and materials that have a code attached to it. There are many that haven't. So we are also trying to glimpse into what's already there. So what kind of innovations or product innovations have happened that are not captured by the way that we today parameterize and measure trade. Okay, so there's a bunch of alternatives, like the classic jute bags or cotton bags, to glass and aluminum containers, clay containers, straws and different types of straws. and so on. So those products, we started doing a small mapping to this. With this, actually, we did a sub-study for Bangladesh about the potential of material change in the country. And we are doing a larger mapping now. We have arrived to a number of 265 potential substitute materials that can replace plastics in the world in various sectors. And that's just like word clouds with a I plotted this based on the number of recurrences. So those are the examples, some examples of those substitute materials that appear in our mapping. The study is being constructed right now, but you see that there's a lot of natural products there. And those natural products, they do not only provide an alternative, a substitution potential, but they also provide a possibility of revival or uptake of new industries, especially in developing countries, especially based on natural materials that could have also a positive spin for local livelihoods. That's just some stats on the mapping. So the different types of categories, the numbers of products we found in those categories that represent potential substitutes, you see that the biggest part of them are concentrated around the wood space. So lignin, cellulose, pulps of wood, followed by paperboard, so derived wood products, and a lot of animal products, so animal fibers, leather, wool, and vegetable textile fibers like cotton, sisal, jute, hemp, and many others. There are also aluminum products, which are quite, or mineral products that are quite important because they used to be what we used in the past, right? And they might be what we will get back to use in the near future. So most of those products mapped that we are looking at are raw materials, like in blue here, and a smaller share, around 1/3, are products, so they have higher value added. This is just a snapshot of something we are starting to analyze, and we are doing that at a larger scale. Because looking at the trade lands, we are trying to look at a specific angle to address and potentially find solutions or to help find solutions to the problem of plastic pollution, right? And one of the problems we have detected in the world system is that plastic materials are generally subject to lower import tariffs than plastic substitutes. So the plastic materials are generally subject to around 8.2% import tariff, while plastic substitutes, especially products made out of natural material, agricultural derived, they are subject to tariffs of 10% and above. So that already makes a competition difficult. So already gravitates us towards permanence on the plastic system. So this is one area where countries can act upon. Every country in the world can adjust, well, unless you're in a trade bloc, but you can adjust your tariff schedule, facilitating perhaps the goods that are good and making it a bit difficult to trade the goods that have a negative impact on society or an environment or health. So this is just a mapping here of products that have high import tariffs, and many of them involve natural fibers and products derived from agriculture and animal production. This is also it's a very crude graph, but it shows the unit price. So the price per kilogram of 265 types of plastic substitutes compared to the average, the bottom here, of plastic. So in average in the world, a kilogram of plastics around $2.2. Compared to much higher figures for many of the substitutes. Of course, you don't want to substitute plastics with leather or wool, which carries, they are expensive products and carry their own complexity, including environmental complexities. But there are many types of products that are basically not so competitive, or they are more expensive than plastics. But there are also many products down here, actually quite a few, around 100, that are cheaper than plastics per kilogram, especially residues, especially agriculture and forestry-based residues. So very soon, in 2 weeks' time, we'll be at the World Trade Organization discussing this type of information, discussing actionable points where countries can facilitate, especially on tariffs, the trade of substitute materials. we will have a bunch of organizations involved. By the way, Australia is a co-coordinator of the Dialogue on Plastics at WTO, and Fiji, a country of our dear professor Hindra here, is also another co-coordinator. So countries are very interested to address and analyze this from the trade perspective, looking at tariff and non-tariff barriers. How can they facilitate the landscape for plastic solution, for services that address plastic pollution, and for new retail models that can enter and transit, the technology transfer can go between markets and allow, for example, you to buy or sell something without the packaging, like a dispensers and that type of system that really makes an advantage. So this is just to know that there's going to be an important discussion soon on this theme. But we should always look at what happens, right? So if we go to another direction, if we go towards plastic substitutes, what's in this world for us? So we should always look at a life cycle analysis of what we have now, for example, the plastic system, and what we're getting into. So the alternative system, natural materials, minerals. And one of the things we are doing in this study is to look at the various indicators of life cycle analysis using standard indicators. We're using the EU database of ExoBase, which looks at 18 impact categories, particulate generation, eutrophication of freshwater systems, of marine water, of soils, ozone formation, and water, like land use, water use. Because for most people, and including for me, when you go to buy something, we always tend to think that pollution is on the downstream, right? It's when you buy something and use it and then you discard. But actually, there is a lot of pollution in the upstream, in making things. This pollution is invisible. It's invisible for you that see the product there in the shelf. But behind, there's a long shadow. And we need to understand the shadow of pollution behind substitutes as well, if we are going to make them easier to use and favor them policy-wise. Some insights, right? We were doing some comparisons between plastic plate or styrofoam plate with another single-use type of plastic, but made of areca leaves or banana leaves. Okay, that's your substitution rate 1-to-1. And we also looking at things that are single-use, like the styrofoam cup, compared to a glass, a cup made of glass, and a stainless steel cup. Very, very famous in India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. A big fan of those things. But then it's not a 1-to-1 comparison. You use the glass or the stainless steel cup many, many times compared to the single-use plastic. So you're using a utilization rate of around 252 times for the glass and stainless steel compared to 1 time for the plastic cup. So you should compare them according to the life expectancy of a reusable product. And look at some of the, and we have a dashboard to look into that. I'm going to show the dashboard later. Let's look at some results, okay, of looking at life cycle indicators for the potential futures that we are thinking about. If we compare a plastic plate with an areca leaf plate, you see that often the natural alternatives, so the substitutes, can perform worse in some life cycle indicators compared to the plastics. Okay, so the areca leaf plate is worse in terms of human carcinogenic toxicity. It has a lot of global warming impacts to produce compared to the styrofoam plate. Okay, so we should be careful. There will be a lot of a shift of a pollution effect from the downstream, so plastic waste, to the upstream of the substitute. So we probably don't want to be substituting the same levels that we have today of plastic, single-use plastics to single-use natural materials. The same with banana leaves. Banana leaves perform actually a bit better. You can see here in the overall comparison, polystyrene plate compares rather similar to the impact of a banana leaf plate, but you can see that in some areas, for example, terrestrial ecotoxicity, a banana leaf plate still leaves quite a footprint behind. So those things are things that we should look at once adopting those products. And looking at the reusable alternatives, usually reusable alternatives or reusable things are better, and they get way better the longer you use them. So for this utilization rate, I think it's a factor of 3 years, 252 times. The glass cup performs better than the plastic cup. Okay, but it still carries quite quite large impact on a carcinogenic toxicity and a bit on terrestrial toxicity as well, because silica has to be mined somewhere and processed, and there's energy use around it. So there's no absolute better option, but it tends to be, the reusable ones tend to be better. Okay, the same with the stainless steel. Actually, stainless steel is a bit better, but it has a lot of impacts on some categories as well. So for every type of transaction or shift, you can do such an analysis, and I think this is important to embase at least to point a direction towards sound policy making. The paper bags is quite dramatic. This is it shows how a paper bag can be really polluting in the upstream compared to a plastic bag. I think we did an analysis for the case of Zambia, because we have to adapt the life cycle analysis for the country context, the availability of land, the type of energy mix they use. And in some contexts, the paper bag is just a bad option. It's much better if you convince or if you incentivize consumers to go with the backpacks to go shopping instead of using them. So these are just some shots to illustrate what we're talking about here, right? If we go towards this world of reuse, we are also migrating from a world of products like single-use packed water bottle to a world of systems, to a world of services, where you have to reuse a container. But the problem is that then it connects to the water system. Right? In many places of the world, the water system is not reliable. This shot I took in the outskirts of Lahore and outside the tannery. This is the water from the effluent of the factories there. Actually, there was no a rule to treat the water. So some companies were treating the water, some companies were not. That's the average water that comes out of the river. This is the water that was being treated by the tannery I visited. A little bit better, but still not something that you would drink, right? And could you rely on this water system to maintain a reusable goods product system for a long time? That would be complicated. That's a shot in Tanzania, which adopted a policy to ban single-use bags, but still they have mountains of trash, especially plastic waste, because there are a lot of composite materials that are hard to replace, floating around. They have migrated from polypropylene bags into non-woven polypropylene bags, which also pollute, but they are still plastics. They're just a bit different, more expensive. Consumers use less of them, but still you have loose ends for sure. This is another shot which I did in New Delhi recently. It's just a reflection one, whether we should still double down on single-use systems and create demand for. I think it connects well with the presentation from the researcher from Colombia who mentioned the recyclability and demand for recycled plastic flakes. If we double down on single use, we will also be doubling down on demand for people to be picking scrap and waste and I think we should be careful on the social impacts that this type of system, this type of linear system generates. Those are examples of returnable containers that are all around society now and being used around the world, part of cultures in many corners, which result in a better footprint. That's a shot from a factory. The factory uses polypropylene to make the food packaging. And those of you who have links with South Asia, that's a product they use to make pan, the thing in the street. But they cannot. They have been trying to change from plastic to paper to another type of vessel, but they have faced many challenges, including regulatory barriers to move away from plastics, because they cannot convince authorities that the hygiene properties would be maintained or improved if you move away from plastic. So there are laws that make it difficult to transmaterialize away from plastics, and that's something at the national level that also should be observed. This is just a shot of a product from a company that I interviewed and we worked with in the UN a few times. In Tanzania, they make a tomato sauce and ketchup, the biggest producers in the country, Red Gold. And he said that for the tomato paste, plastic packaged tomato paste, it's cheaper because they have local producers, it's easier, it's lighter. But for the glass vessel, they need to import the glass vessel. It increases the price in 20 cents of a dollar or something. And then the consumers are very price sensitive and they automatically migrate to the plastic one, which is a laminated product, composite, difficult to recycle. So there is a space here to perhaps address the competitiveness of those vessels via import tariffs, making it a little bit cheaper for more durable materials to be used. Yeah, that's the also visited a jute factory and a bag factory, and the rationale of reusable bags was interesting. They said that the price per imprint, the cost per imprint, like thinking advertisement in a jute bag or in a cotton bag, is much lower than in the web, much lower than in anywhere. So there's a large business interest to propagate the brands through reusable vessels. That's something interesting. Like imagine, like in the world of tomorrow, if many businesses start to get to sponsor reusability, and the monetization of that process starts to come from advertisements. Just something to think about. Let me just show the dashboard briefly. I will try to click here, which is a tool that universities like Curtin practitioners actually can't click on the link. Can I go to the browser? It's okay.
Share, yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Yeah. And can I share the video here from the web? Okay, I'm gonna play a small video that introduces the dashboard. Basically discusses not only the transition from plastic to substitutes, but also it shows, it makes calculations on the shadow of pollution behind exports. So when you export something, you send the product, but you don't send the pollution. The pollution stays in the origin. And that type of connection, the informational connection, is lost once the consumer buys the product. So we need to go towards a world where you are responsible for what you buy, right? But people know what they're buying, how things are being produced, and we also share the responsibility of the producer to make things better. So that's the dashboard. I'll show the plastic component real quick. That's a tool that is constantly evolving, but I think it's useful for us to think about potential futures and actions. So if you go to the UNCTAD website and you just Google dashboard SMAP SMEP UNCTAD, and then you find this link. We are making it more visible as well. So if you go to plastics, and to show you a list of various countries that we have done analysis. Those are 10 countries in sub-Saharan Africa and 3 countries in South Asia. Hopefully in the future we'll also expand to the Pacific. That's in the plans. And if you look at, for example, Zambia, single-use case, we show the factor here of comparison, plastic bag, paper bag, and those footprints that we have just seen in the other slide. For Pakistan, for example, you can see a reuse of a product, looking at a cotton bag, which is something that we have in this conference here, and a substitute product, like comparing it to a plastic bag, and you see that a cotton bag can have the cotton bag is here, can have some, for example, land use. The cotton is much more impactful in terms of land use. So we can play around with all those countries and understand or at least see some, because this is based on analysis on products that are most used in the country, like or substitutes that are being used or have a high likelihood of being used. But there's one important point to be made. If we look at a paper bag compared to a plastic bag, it's likely that there are some aspects of a paper bag that are not being captured in life cycle analysis, or at least conventional one, like environmental one like this. So the social impacts, the employability effects of a paper bag might be higher than a plastic bag. So that must also be taken into consideration by countries when designing the transmaterialization strategies. So I'll briefly show you the video. Yeah, so just stop screen. Okay, so yeah, that's this tool. The goal that we have is to support policy, support research. We know that this tool is already being used in some universities around the world, and to better connect the idea of production, things that we buy, to the environmental footprint that they cause. So far, those things are disconnected, and we cannot continue living like that. We need to share not only the products and services around the world, but also the responsibilities for the pollution. I will stop here. I mean, we're working now in the Indo-Pacific region, and we try to replicate those activities in this context. But there are very, yeah. Oh, there's online questions. Okay, I will leave it to the hands of the moderator if you want to do questions now, or if you want to hear the other speakers.
We have a couple of questions even for ourselves, so maybe we leave it at the very end, if you don't mind, because we have another presenter presenting, and then we'll go plenary discussion. I think that would be more appropriate to ask that question directly. Okay.
So
Thanks a lot.
thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Henrik, for this really interesting presentation, because this year Curtin has a very good representation in COP event, and we have kind of heard so many times is about like what is the solution that we can get around plastic pollutions particularly. But the solution that we actually heard in the event COP event is about how can we better recycle and reuse plastic, not the substitutions. So from that context, like Ankta, this study and dashboard is very important. First, because we are talking and promoting about plastic substitution that can actually deviate all the problems and pollutions that we are facing currently. Second is you are creating life cycle data. I mean, that's really, really important. We have life cycle expert here today as well. So I think the publicly available data to make better decisions, like what are the substitutions that is available in different country context, and also is it better alternatives that we are putting forward. So that's really, really good. I think that link to our next presenter is actually Mubarak Ahmed Khan. Dr. Mubarak Khan would be presenting his inventions around biopolymer. I think that would be great to listen. So I'd like to invite Mubarak Khan for sharing his kind of inventions, totally biodegradable biopolymer Shunali bag as an alternative for single-use plastic. Dr. Mubarak Khan, over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And this morning, or maybe this evening, I'm going to present my unique invention towards the plastic pollutions. And I am very happy that I can present my brainchild in these big platforms. So I am going to discuss about the single-use plastics, not the whole plastics. So how to reduce the plastics, and it should be the alternative of the plastics. The next slides. All right. So this is the just one picture. So uh, so this plastic pollution is increasing. Once maybe after 2050 or more than, then the whole world may be very difficult in the plastic pollution, particularly for the single-use plastics. Next slide. So why this? Everybody knows why this plastic is very popular. It is a durable, low cost, easy to carry, high tensile strength, and high mechanical versatile use. That's why these plastic are very useful to the humankinds, not human daily lives. This is the questions. So there are so many alternatives of plastics: cotton bags, jute bags, banana sheets, or so many things. But it should be same thing like plastics, but not plastics. That is our research motto, and we found a new solution. It looks like plastics, but it is not plastics at all. It's a biopolymer. Next slide. So this is the, this every total years of plastic is 500 billions, and 1 minute is 1 billions of plastic bags they're using, and the ultimate destination is the sea or marine water. Next slide. So now the deep concern is the microplastics, because nowadays, before everybody thinks about the plastic pollution for the environment pollution, but now the time to think about the plastic pollution in humankind's human health or animal health. And these microplastics is very, very deep concern for the scientists, because it is creates a lot of carcinogenic diseases in the human or in the other animals. Next slide. So this is the laser species already one. Nowadays, 134 countries already banned the plastics in different regions, but they could not keep their words because they don't have the suitable alternatives. These alternatives and the suitable and the appropriate alternatives is the very important terms. Okay, next slide. These are the common or plastic recycle traditional method: landfilling, recycling, in incineration. We knows everybody these are not the really real solution. Every process creates a lot of problems and the environmental pollutions. Okay, next. So after that, why this Sonali bag? Why this? We started this Sonali bag to in 2002. Bangladesh is the #1 country who banned the plastics, single-use plastic bags. And then, unfortunately, I was in that meeting, and then I committed and I decided to find out single-use plastics. It looks like plastics, not should be plastic. And we start our journey how to develop these products. It should be looks like a plastics bag, like polythene, but it should not be. And then we started this our journey. And this in European community and other countries, they also find this bioplastics. And finally, when you calculate this bioplastic is more thinner and its cost is very high, even though this bioplastics contains the plastics, which is more dangerous than that of plastic itself, because these bioplastics, very small amount, which is going to be very fast to nanoplastic and microplastic, which causes more dangerous to the environment. So for this journey, we started our new era, and we started to work on the jute cellulose based polymerization or bioplastics. Next. So why these jute materials? Why? Because the Bangladesh is #1 country who produced the large number of jute, and last presenter also he showed some slides about this jute. And jute contains 3 major elements: cellulose 70%, hemicellulose 20%, and lignin 10% on average. But the cellulose is 70%, which is the most important ingredients of our biopolymer sonali bag. So that's why you cannot find any tree which contains 70% cellulose, which grown is cultivated every years. And another carbon negative footprint, because when you produce 1 ton of polypropylene and polyethylene, you produce million tons of carbon dioxide. But on the other hand, when you produce 1 hectare of jute, it absorbs million tons of carbon dioxide. So it is also very important to environmental issues, the carbon footprint, negative footprint. So that's why we are using this jute, and it is very abundant in Bangladesh, and also it's very cheap compared to other natural fibers. Next. So this is the simple process. And we first collect the jute fibers from the market, and then we cut into small pieces. Then we extract the cellulose, and cellulose is not water soluble. Then we make it water soluble cellulose, and this water soluble cellulose, then we make into in reactor tank. Then we use some binders, which is also biopolymers, and some additives, also bio origin. Then we react in a autoclaves, maintaining the temperature, maintaining the pressure. Then we found a solution, and that solution we use the casting machine, and that casting machine we produce the film. Then the film is one ammonia treatment. Then we print it, and then we make the bags. And these bags we are making not heat sealing. We are using ultrasonic method. So there is no glue, there is nothing inside. All are organic compounds. Next. The significance of sonali bag. The sonali bag is a biodegradable biopolymer made of jute. Cellulose is a totally biodegradable, compostable, and water soluble. It is time dependable soluble, and degradation, so does not melt in the like plastic materials. It produces ash when you burn. It's environment friendly. The tensile strength and is 1.6 times or more higher than the polythene. The raw material is available, and the environment friendly, simple process. The production process also environment friendly. This is the water absorption test. So this sonali bag, this biopolymer, you can dissolve immediately in the water, or you keep water in bag for several hours as well. It's depending on our formula and the reaction times. So this is very good properties for shopping bags, packaging materials, or other things. This is also biodegradable properties in the soil, and it creates additives to the soil for growing the plantation and other crops. Next. This is the germination test. So when it is, everybody knows that's the plastic create the agricultural field is destroying, but our sonali bag or these materials is creating the additives for the agricultural field. Next. This is the burning test. When you burn the when you burn the polypropylene polythene, it produces the petrol, and drop wise, you can see the petrol is drop wise falling. But when we burn this our sonali bag, it produces the ash like a paper, because it is like a paper, and in creating the no harmful gases during the burn, and you can iron it like a paper. This is a microplast. You can see micro. When you see these our plastics in the microscope, you can see the fibers inside of the bags and the polymers. Next. This is the results. We already test results in different countries, and finally we got the certification from our Bangladesh Scientific Research Institute, BCSIR, and we got the BSTA certificate for marketing Okay, next. This is the price. At this moment, the price is about $10 per kilos, this sheet. And it could be possible to reduce the price when you go for commercialization. And now we are preparing only the pilot scale production. So that will be when you go for commercialization, then its price automatically reduce. Okay, next. This is the relation between SDGs. Out of 17 SDGs, we cover 7 SDGs in different areas, these plastic pollutions. Next. This is the conclusion. It seems to be polybag. It's really, but it is not the really polybag. It is made of jute, and it is 100% eco-friendly. It is completely free of plastics. This is the important thing. So there is no plastic inside, and main chemicals ingredients of cellulose binders is biopolymers, and this is the important things. So developed and commercializing this product is emerging an opportunity to saving the world from the plastic pollution. If time permit, we can show a simple video of the process. Next. And thank you very much for, and let's work together for a greener world and waive the carbon footprint. Okay, if possible.
Yeah, we can share the video. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
For the last half-century, plastic has become an integral part of our daily life. As we know, plastic is not biodegradable. According to estimates, from 1950 to 2018, approximately 6.3 billion tons of plastic have been produced worldwide. Currently, 380 metric tons of plastic are being produced each year. Until now, about 9% of this vast production has been recycled. The rest are inevitably remaining within the ecosystem in various forms. Numerous research estimates that 8.8 million metric tons of plastic waste enter the ocean from coastal communities annually. These plastic bags would take approximately 500 years to degrade. The waste floats along with the ocean currents until they make it to the 5 oceanic gyres. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch is said to be the largest ocean garbage site in the world, roughly twice the size of Texas. Plastic, combined with industrial, agricultural, and urban waste pollution fueling the algae explosion, causes oxygen deficiency that results in the death of marine. With sustained pollution, this creates dead zones which exist on 400 locations around the globe. Additionally, plastic in landfill areas face the biodegradation process through microorganisms. This produces methane gas and eventually accelerates the global warming process passively. Bangladesh recently entered into the League of Developing Countries from Least Developed Countries is suffering from plastic pollution for ages. In fact, the severity of this pollution led the government to formulate the Environment Conservation Act in 1995. Later on, one of the sections was revised of this act that strictly banned the production and use of 20-micron thick polyethylene shopping bags from January 1st, 2002. Despite this, the use of polythene continued illegally all around the country because of the unavailability of a sustainable alternative. To solve this problem, a Bangladeshi scientist named Dr. Mubarak Ahmed Khan came up with a unique solution after 18 years of extensive research. The Sonali bag, a polybag made from jute which is 100% biodegradable.
So we can use this jute as a whole, but presently we are using the jute dust, which is mill waste, we can say. So this jute dust is collected and we can bleach it
and then we dry the jute dust, and this dry jute dust we can prepare the cellulose. This is cellulose, so we can wash it in running water. Here's the important factors. We have to neutralize this cellulose, so no more alkaline inside this cellulose. It should be pH 7. Then we prepare the water-soluble cellulose. It's mixed with another binders and some other cross-linkers and chemicals additives, and then we put into the reaction tank. In this reaction tank, so we can maintain the temperature and pressure to complete the whole reaction. And after that, this solution is collected and put onto the conveyor belt of dryer. In this dryer, we can use the thickness gauge. We can control the thickness of the film, and after drying, we can prepare the film. We can control the thickness as well as we can control the cross-linking density, which is actually depends on the time degradable product. The product is environment friendly as well as the process is also environment friendly. Jute is abundant in Bangladesh, this is one factor. Second is the jute contains the highest number of cellulose. This is around 65 to 70% cellulose content, and never you can find any plant those who containing this such amount of cellulose. From the day one, from the cultivation, it takes only 90 days or 100 days. On the other hand, from the tree, you get only 32% cellulose, but it takes around 15 years to mature the tree. This is the beauty of jute.
Jute, the magical plant, being the solution for plastic pollution and biodiversity problems, still faces some obstacles. If the new polymer or other next-generation products are considered for the global well-being, the current production of jute is not enough. There are very few countries in the world that have been cultivating jute for many decades. Having the help of nature by harvesting the crop and again return the processed product to nature without any harm to it, rather keeping it safe. We only have one planet to live on, and we should take care of it as much as we can.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Mubarak Ahmed Khan. I think that's a very, very important innovations. And thanks for sharing your brainchild with us, because it's also important, how important the solution that you are proposing through this event. And good thing is like it's not something that new, because it's already in the system, like the jute, as you said, like the main agricultural product. So it's already in the economic system. But how this solution can actually kind of fight against the plastic kind of pollutions or challenges that we have. So now, before we move to our kind of panel presentations, maybe quickly I take two questions for two presenter. I know like there's only one online questions. Okay, I'll take maybe a little bit more.
So I'll go with the first
online one. Yes, please go. Can you put in the screen or? Okay, the first question is, do we need to degrow to survive? So from you, so is it like, would you like to elaborate that or?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Butani, for this question. I see this problem of material toxicity, like the problem of plastics, as not a degrowth level. Of course, we need less plastics as they are, but we need a conversion from the plastic system towards a service system. So we need to have to do some of the functions and the things that we use plastics for today being done by systems of reusable vessels, reusable containers, reusable B2B systems, e-commerce, that we can do. We have the technology to do, we have the materials to do, we have innovative materials to do, like Professor Khan just mentioned. But we just need to shift business from one side to another. But that transition doesn't happen without friction. Thank you.
Any response from other panelists? Yes, the next question. This is for Dr. Mubarak Ahmed Khan. Thanks for your very interesting presentation. Bangladesh is a highly densely populated country. Land is a scarce resource. Now, given the population is growing and land is becoming scarce, and food supply is a challenge, how could you meet the demand of raw material to produce jute-based bioplastic? Dr. Moro, can you respond to that?
Oh, thank you very much. Bangladesh, of course, is a land courtesy country. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can.
You can go in front of go to the camera.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yes, now it's okay. But yeah, this question is the food courtesy in Bangladesh. Of course, it is when we grow more jute in Bangladesh, then we can earn a lot of monies from overseas countries. We can buy the food from the other countries, but you cannot buy the jute from other countries. The Bangladesh is the only country who produces the jute. So this is the good opportunities. So if we go for production of higher jute, so that will be, our economic will be faster. It's okay.
Thank you. No, thanks. I think that's interesting because the current jute use is if biopolymer would add higher value end product, then why not we shift the current jute or other alternatives that or end product that we are producing? Maybe we shift from existing jute available, maybe with using for biopolymer. But yeah, I agree with you. Like if it is like globally concentrated in one country and one product, then definitely there will be challenges. But at the same time, this is an opportunity that this biopolymer bag can provide to fight against plastic pollution, which we don't have at this moment.
Next, I just want to ask a question to you.
Yeah.
That what about Bangladesh? How much of how many people are using, or how you can give us the statistics? You know how much of such bags are being used in Bangladesh? I don't know if you could get it, please ask.
Dr. Mubarak, the next question is how many of these jute bags actually currently using in populations in Bangladesh? Because I understand like it is in a pilot stage. So are you promoting your bags like locally?
Yes, this is a very pilot scale production. Only we can able to produce 1 tons per day, but we are able to produce over 200 kgs at this moment. These bags are going to some shopping malls, chain shops, Go Green, and some international companies. British American Tobacco Company also, they are using this bag for tobacco packaging. And the biggest company, Singer Electronics Company, they are also start using this as a packaging materials. There are small companies, they are using also the food packaging for these materials.
Dr. Mubarak Ahmed Khan, I think
in response to your response to my question, like you were mentioning that Bangladesh can export more jute, and in return, and they can import more food from overseas. But if this is the strategy, it may have some macroeconomic effect, because if we're depending more on, I am saying we because I am originally from Bangladesh, means if we are depending more on import, our export item will fetch low value, low export value, and how we are going to address this challenge.
Uh, can I answer? No.
Yeah. Would you like to answer or?
Yeah, it's a simple things. I am a scientist. I am not thinking about the economic and other aspects of the Bangladesh nowadays. But still, this is a unique product for plastic pollution, against the plastic pollution. I'm talking about this new era. We developed the new era. So if you can reduce the plastic pollution rather than economic condition in Bangladesh, that will be better things for this session.
Could I add to that?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Well, I would see it as more as a question of how can we grow more jute on less land, as the next scientific question. So jute is positive. Jute fights plastic, and Bangladesh can capitalize on its advantage, comparative advantage. And so Bangladesh needs to, on the one hand, figure out how to grow more jute, have bigger yield of jute from less land. That's one thing. The other thing is, other countries can also figure out ways, can they grow jute? I'm from a country where I was born, I never saw strawberries. And now when I go back to my country, on the street, they're selling strawberries. So, that kind of research. So I think it's a great product, and this product has to be exploited, in a positive sense. So how you can get maximum yield, how you can get maximum usage, and why not? Well, with time, other countries can also get into the act. So, yeah. Thanks a lot for your comment. I think we will take just two final comments before we have, because we have a very good guided questions to actually comment all panelists later on. So,
Dr. Khan, I have one question regarding the technology that you have used in the jute, that is extraction of cellulose and making it into plastic. If you look at all plant-based materials, all plants basically have cellulose. So my question is that technology, that idea can be transferred into other species of plant that is in line with the jute species, and see if that idea can be used by other countries to extract cellulose that can be made into plastic.
I cannot hear clearly. Moderator, can you please a little bit translate it?
Okay, so the question is like, can we, because jute is like really unique for Bangladesh, is there any other species that can actually, can tap into your technology? For example, in Australia, we have hemp, which is quite similar to jute. And I know there's a quite similar hemp-related product is happening, like the clothing, fashions, and so on.
Understood.
Yeah. So
Jute
is it
is not
possible?
the main issue. The cellulose is the main issue. So we are using the simple part. The most important part of the jute is cellulose. The hemp also contains the cellulose, but hemp contains around 40% cellulose. Okay, it could be used, no problem. It could be transferred any country. You can use another source of plant. So we can collect the cellulose. The cellulose can modify it, and we can make the biopolymers. That is the issue. But why we are using jute? Jute is abundant in Bangladesh. This is it will use more jute, our economic will grow faster. That's why we are thinking Bangladesh's perspective.
Yeah. This is the beauty of local solutions as well. Thanks a lot for your address. So we have last comments before we have plenary questions that would be asking.
I have two questions. The first question is to you, that are you aware of any organization or entity
which is working towards making recycling much more efficient, or maybe some report, publication, etc. And my second question is to Dr. Mubarak. My question is, where do you see the future of this invention? Are you going to patent it, or are you going to release the formula to the world openly so that others can also start manufacturing and making the environment greener? Thank you.
Should I
So,
answer this question?
so your first question is to actually you. So, okay.
Okay.
I'll come to you
On the question of making recycling better, I mean, I know that there are rules of recycling internationally and lobbies around that, and I think that having better downstream capacity, so dealing better with the waste and recovering more from waste, having less energy recovery, having less landfill, it's our ideals shared by everybody. Oil producing countries, natural resources, resources producing countries, agricultural countries, they all agree that dealing with waste better than wasteful level at the country level is important. I think there's a lot of work being done there on separation of residues. And there is also a geopolitical component to that. The countries that are reluctant to the plastic substitution agenda, there are many for good reasons. Plastics are a fantastic material. We cannot get fully rid of plastics. We should not get fully rid of plastics. We use them where they are better suited. Those countries will promote more the new generations of downstream, new generations of waste management. But it's an uphill battle, right? It's like trying to dry ice with a cloth. It never ends. You just need to reduce the amount of residues that we produce. Most places will struggle to cope with what is there. I don't think technology will save us from that point. We need to redesign things.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now the question to Dr. Mawar Khan is about like your patent or possible collaborations actually with the inventions that you have, so that it can be promoted to the greater world. Thanks.
Yeah. This is the first is this we already patented these products, and I raise my hand to all over the world to commercialize these my products. I am ready to transfer this technology all over the world because the plastic reduce the plastic pollution. So that's why I am ready to transfer my technology. If we have some funds, we can go for commercialization for these products. That is my urge to everyone in this forum.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think that's really related to our panel questions that I kind of formulated to actually address all the panelists today. So I'll start with kind of context is like we have seen the pursuit of sustainability in the material system has led major international breakthrough this year. For example, passing the United Nations Assembly resolutions 11, it is about circular economy, and also a fight against plastic, which is resolution 14. And the subsequent creation of an intergovernmental governmental negotiation committee, who is now working towards a global treaty on plastic by 2024. So my question to all panelists today is like, how can we ensure that developing countries' voices are heard in this process and the negotiations process? And how can we ensure that technological innovations and solutions originating in the global south, we all often actually look into what is happening in global north, the solutions that is coming from global south, for example, the cellulose-based biopolymer, are kind of properly acknowledged and promoted in this pursuing to global sustainability. So maybe I'll start with David first.
You have a slide? Can you please? It's already there. Okay, I think there were two questions to that. The first one is that how do the developing nations, especially the small island countries, have their voice in this process? And I think if you see that the economy of the country basically has been set, if you are coming from a strong economy, then your voice is heard well. Now, if you look from the Pacific Island side, we can look at the small island developing state. Economy is small, population is small. So if you have to get your voices in the process, it's always important to have a collective voice rather than coming as an individual side. So what we need to see that the lesson that we had learned in terms of advocacy against climate change, the impact the Pacific was getting from the industrialized countries, we got together to make sure that the voice was there. So basically learning from that concept, this is the way forward for the developing countries to go. The second point is that if you work in isolation, then obviously you might be inventing the same wheel in different regions rather than networking and come to a consensus and come in with a strong voice. The other part is when the project of is decided, then we need to see that the negotiation on funding should be based on project so that there is an output driven way it can be measured. Like, I mean, if you look at the plastic waste pollution issue that has been going on for years, and till now we are trying to understand some of the concepts that has been done. And you can see that people are just trying to pick up things that has been discussed, trying it out as a trial and error, but information gets never shared. So with the decision-making organization, especially with the government and relevant ministries, what we've seen in most cases is that the plastic pollution issue is more of a scientific type. I mean, when we talk about recycling stuff or reuse, mostly on recycling is that plastics do not like each other. There are 7 different types of plastic, which is all classed as one. So here we are actually lacking the knowledge on understanding the plastic, but we are looking at it as a collective one. So if you look, I think the industries that have produced plastic, they have actually made life easier by putting some codes underneath the plastic item. So if you see PET, it's all one. If you look at the cap, it's all 5. If you look at the plastic bag, it's all 2. If you intend to mix all of them together, obviously the recycling program will not work out well. So when we look at the organization, the ones that are basically making decisions for this kind of thing, they need to work with the academia or the private sector, which basically has the know-how of the thing, and that will make more impact because the decisions that will be made, they will be concrete. So that's what I think. When you have to have your voice in the process, it has to come up with concrete evidence with facts, and you can explain, something that might not work, why it would.
His presentation.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, okay. So you can comment on that. That's fine.
Okay. Comment on for the UN perspective, it's always important that in the design of policy action at the multilateral level, be it at the trade level or at the General Assembly level, all the member states domestically, so agreeing on a treaty that we have a domestic law implication. It's important that the design of the instrument counts on the voices of the global south. We're trying to have, for example, an event that will bring together international countries to share what experience of what worked, what didn't work, what they can do together on plastic regulation in East Africa, something that we are soon. And I think in the Pacific region, in the Pacific region, it's very important that they have active voices also in the International Negotiation Committee that is gathering now in Uruguay to discuss the global treatment plastics. That will have massive implications for what types of plastics are allowed to be made, to be sold, produced, traded, what kind of processes need to be used, standards. So it's very risky if there is no voice in the global south, because there might be standards, there might be commercial barriers with good intentions emerging out of this process. So for us, it's important that all voices are heard, voices of the science as also.
Okay, maybe I just. Thank you, Henrik and David. I would like to actually ask Dr. Mubarak Khan, actually, can you please address the question that I asked, like how, because you are representing developing countries, so how your invention, for example, would be heard in the global kind of promotions and actually pursuing sustainable development?
Thank you very much. Sustainable developments, and most of the times, the technology transfer from the developed countries to least development countries. But in this case, it's a little bit reverse. But some works is done in Bangladesh, it's the least development select countries. So I would like to wish to transfer this technology to the developed countries who can exchange, who can develop these products to reduce the plastic pollutions all over the world. That is my comments.
Thanks a lot. So I have a kind of follow-up question, because I think we are running out of time. But just maybe quickly, if you can comment, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, all panelists. So how can global North and South best collaborate to achieve global plastic circularity effectively while upholding the principles of intergenerational and intergenerational equity in the process?
Collaboration is essential. Also because the technology options presented by Dr. Kant was, they really did rely on financial flows between countries in order for investors to be able to give links to that type of technology production. One very important thing is to make sure to look at the untapped opportunities. And we discuss cellulose here. There is a lot of sources from cellulose that are currently discarded or have very low value or considered to be residues. Some residues are already really used, like sugarcane bagasse, for example, have many applications and are actually expensive to purchase in the market. But many other agricultural residues, forestry residues, and marine residues, and fishery residues aren't. And out of those materials, there could be a new sprawl of innovation and industrial capacity that would grow out of what is currently considered to be waste. And I think we need to start relying on the surface again and not on the underground to get our materials and energy and petrochemicals. And as part of this process, we really should use financial technology and resource availability, which are spread in the north and the south part of the world, to make this happen. It's very important that the right incentives are in place so that the money goes where it needs to go for the production and technologies to have a chance. And they also adapted to the local capacities. As we've seen here today, it's important to piggyback on existing crops, on existing knowledge networks, and also on consumer and social demands in the local regions.
David, would you like to comment?
I think a good example by Dr. Khan today, the North and South, the idea he has shown today in terms of how cellulose from plant-based can be used by other plants in the South, where we have a good tropical kind of forest that can be used. The other issue is, like, if you look in the South side of it, most of the products that we get, especially the electronic devices, which is basically made up of 90% plastics, which are recyclable. And once it has been used in this side of the hemisphere, it gets into the waste stream. So at best, the consumers basically do not know much about those materials that they have been used to make those items. The companies basically normally have agents who bring in this kind of items into the country. So they should be the one responsible for taking it back and passing it back to the manufacturer. So in that way, we have a settler kind of economy going in the plastic industry, where people know where to take it, and then the agencies who are actually importing these materials from the northern hemisphere, like mobile phones, flat TV screens, are all basically polymers. So it can be recycled because they would know, because what happens mostly the electronic part of it goes bad, but the whole item is good. But just because if we are not knowing what to do with it, it would be best to send it back to the manufacturer.
Excellent. Before Shahid, I go, maybe I just open up the floor for Dr. Mohara Khan to address how actually global North and South best collaborate to achieve the global plastic circularity goal. Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, but comment is that because I have no ideas about this exchange program, North-South exchange programs, and I found something in the COP conference, and I found there is some recommendation about how to technology transfer from North-South exchange program. So in that case, is it possible, if possible, that to transfer this technology from Bangladesh to other countries, then I am ready to transfer, and I don't know how to this methodology is going. How can we can transfer this? If we have acquainted all these things, I can ready to transfer this my technology. I can convince my government. I can give that message to the government. So that maybe it will be for the G2G program also. That's the things. So always I think, so if I can have some funds or this technology can transfer, this is the unique products who will be really serve the whole global. It's really the good alternatives, the suitable alternatives for the single-use plastics, not the whole plastics at all, the single-use plastics. That's.
Thank you.
You know,
Thanks a lot. I think I just maybe better to mention here is actually I was fortunate to in the COVID event this year, and when I see that thing is like in our Bangladeshi stall, it's, oh, this is interesting, and I have talked with the inventor himself as well, and then we went to the side event when the vice president of Nestle was there, and he was talking about circular economy solutions. And I said, okay, if this is the bag, is the solutions that you're looking for, and it is actually coming from global south. And always we're talking about global north, like, okay, these are the savior of the world. And that's maybe often that's the true, but not always. But this time, this is coming from global south. So what is your intake? Like, how can we promote that in terms of even, I know like it's a private organization, Nestle is a big organization, also one of the biggest consumer of plastic product and packaging. And he said, definitely would be looking into that. So I think your openness, Dr. Mohara Khan, is like collaboration with other organizations at partnership, government level, G2G, as well as like maybe private organization
Private.
should happen. And this is a great opportunity for us actually around the world is like, okay, we have solutions, definitely might not ready to obsolete plastic yet, but there's a way to go and find solutions and do R&D and research and so on. Before I conclude, Shahid, you have last comments or?
If you have time, whatever time.
Just maybe quickly, one quick questions before we wrap up.
More of a comment, and especially the whole panel, but I just, I heard Dr. Mubarak Khan say that I'm looking for someone to take up this technology and promote it. He's looking again at North. Just a reminder, warning, that the trains and trams were built in USA were bought out by Ford Car Company. They bought the technology. The first thing they did is they uprooted all the tracks, pushed them away, started selling their cars. So I think that the word of caution is make sure that your technology is not hijacked by, you've got a big corporation, you've got the plastic industry is not a small boy. So I think that has to be a concern, and I think not for academics, you can just shout about it, but perhaps the UN and those kind of organizations to make sure the technology is not hijacked, not bastardized, but kept true. Thanks.
No, I just want to say one point. One point, just a comment. Yeah, just a comment is that, I know there's a international organization called Asia Pacific Center for Appropriate Technology, which is located in Delhi. And I'm sure they'll be very, very happy to pick up this, solution. And the other problem is that the scale part will come. How much we can really produce for the world. That will come, which again takes us back to your question that we have to grow more, jute, which will give us the best cellulose.
Mhm.
That's the key for production of such bags, Sonali bag. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I think if I kind of quickly summarize is we are talking actually the kind of in the same manner is like we need to promote local solutions, whether it would be coming from global north or global south. And also we need partnership. There's no point actually to do silo-based kind of approach rather than how can we collaborate with government? How can we collaborate with industries? How can we collaborate with communities? And also the scientists. I understand like even Dr. Moura can come from really scientific background, and it's very important how can we protect the scientific knowledge and patent and everyone. I think this is where United Nations role is very important in the technology transfer and the solutions that we are after. How can we actually promote that and secure that and acknowledge the appropriate entity as well. So that concludes our panelist sessions, but I know so that be Ankta kind of what is called the last beat is launching of South Pacific call. So I will hand over to Henrik just to maybe few minutes. Yeah. Do you have any presentation or you'd like to?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I think isn't that better if it's on the screen?
Yeah. Oh, there's online questions. It's getting really interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you again, Atik. So the SMAP program where I work for and which we run with the UK government is launching an extension into the Indo-Pacific region. This extension will be for the year of 2023, and it will focus on plastics. So our goal is through this extension work of SMAP, through this discussion on plastic substitutes, to make sure that the voices of those countries are heard and to facilitate their inclusion in the multilateral processes that are ongoing, which will impact the lives of everybody, right? And I think it connects well with the question that the gentleman in the audience asked, how we can localize SDGs if the problems are global. The instruments being negotiated at the global level on plastics will not be potentially not too prescriptive. They will give general guidelines that countries will have to adapt into their local realities. So there will be probably space for intellectual property, registration, innovation capacities, possibly a larger margin of adaptation for developing at least developed country vis-a-vis a developed country. So there will, I don't expect to have instruments that are straitjacket, especially not coming from the UN perspective, not even from the EU. They do that. I remember working back as a trainee many years ago in the EU as in the energy division, and they had this package where they wanted to launch initiatives to decarbonize transport, and they wanted to launch a quota of 20% biofuels for transport. And in the end, they did not write biofuels. They said 20% less carbon emissions for transport. The countries decide on how they will achieve that reduction so that they could use local innovations, capacity strategies to achieve that milestone. And I think it'll be a bit similar with the plastics. So countries will be able to choose a mix of instruments to get there. So in the Indo-Pacific, we'll be active until, for most of the 2023. We'll be hosting event. We'll probably be doing 2 studies in the region. One, looking at specific areas where plastic substitution might be important, like for food packaging, fishing nets, food exports. Another study for services. So what kind of services are available for countries to mitigate plastic pollution and to offer things, for example, without packaging. That touches the issue of intellectual property as well, because usually when you talk services, you're talking about systems and not only products. And we will also hold a capacity building activity or a consensus building activity. It's being designed with Pacific Island countries, potentially. It could involve the broader region, including both Philippines, Indonesia, or even Australia. We are working on that. But that is going to be plugged into the UNEA process, the negotiations that are ongoing, and also with the partners at the World Trade Organization. So we look forward to continue engaging with the partners here, with Centurion, Curtin, and all other participants, because we always like to work grounded in local institutions. So this makes it much more impactful and bringing local voices to the program. Thank you.
Thank you. What is the last questions?
Already answered.
Oh, already answered. Oh, thanks. Great. Oh, that's make easy for us to keep not time again. I think I would like to really thank all our panelists and sharing their knowledge, and also especially Dr. Mubarak Ahmed Khan actually sharing your invention and kind of give us the hope, like, okay, there's a solutions, but we need to actually kind of promote and work on those solutions in terms of collaborations and how to fight against plastic pollutions around the world. Thanks a lot, and a round of applause for our panelists. So this concludes our side event. I would like to now invite Shapon to wrap up the whole seminar. Like all of us, because this is our wrap-up sessions from organizing committee, and we really would like to thank all the participants, whether it is on present here all 2 days, and especially all these long sessions actually, and also present online. So I think thank you for here with us and actually supporting us with these collaborations. And I would like to mention here actually this idea of a global South nexus come from Professor Shahid Khan's initiative, and we are working towards that. And it's a really, really good initiative that we are kind of progressing. So thank you. So now I think we should thanks.
All right. Just as a wrap up, few things that came up in the other presentation, though across the 2 days. As very in the first session, COVID was mentioned in 2 presentations, and COVID is dreaded COVID. But then in both those presentations, COVID created opportunities. One, like I remember the presentation on Hijra, the transgender community. COVID made their life so difficult that the government of India had to intervene, to legislate, to protect that community. So, and there's another one which was talking again about COVID, how that made people realize in the North that public spaces have to be seen from gender perspective. Even in the North, we assume that, of course, there's not so much gender difference and this and that, yet sort of a wake-up call, look around. So there's always, we can see opportunities in challenges, in things that appear bad can lead to something positive on the one hand. And I'm glad to see that at the very end, we see some very positive news. There's suddenly we got some tool to fight against plastic pollution. And so, again, how can we benefit from that? So I think as far as what I take from the entire 2 days of presentations is that as long as we are with the right, if we approach the problems with the right set of mindset, there's always there going to be opportunities, etc. I know at times most we talk about gloom and doom, but we talk about it because we know we can overcome it somehow. So that's what I see from that. That's what I have taken from the 2 days. I'll stop there.
Okay. No problem. All right. Thanks, Shahid. All right. So it's finally towards the end. I think it's a year-long kind of effort. And yeah, I'd like to thank both of my co-directors to do this. And in fact, like when Shahid was in this school and he started thinking this idea, and from there we are really happy that this second year we sort of like organize this international conference, and I hope that it will grow more in future. So I really amazed with um, the diversity of the presentations and kind of topics. It is like amazing. We had around like 30 research papers and 4 keynote speakers. They presented some nice examples from like gender diversity in India, then Bangladesh and Nepal. And we listen to different technology, that use of technology to achieve sustainability. Um, we learned about different sort of like nature-based solutions to achieve more livable environment. We learned about women empowerment, the issues and concern about the role of women and their contribution for achieving sustainability. Also, some excellent examples from our own Western Australia about the net zero practice at local level. And also some issues raised by climate change impacts in South Asia, health and community impacts. And finally, that is a great side event sponsored by OnCard. I really thank to Henrik and his team to support us and making our voice more global, and hopefully it will be going further. Um, and yeah, so it is a great opportunity to learn about what are the alternatives that we can think about the plastic pollution and what could be our response and collaboration. And I think the Global South Nexus is really an excellent platform to have this kind of dialogues and exchange of ideas. I think that's really went well. Finally, I think before we conclude, uh, there are many people that I would like to thank in organizing this conference. First, our co-host, Centurion University, for having this great collaboration, especially the Vice Chancellor, Professor Supriya Patanaik, for supporting and sort of this kind of collaboration is really we are looking forward to have our partners in the Global South. And I think like this is a great justification of the name of this platform. And also Professor Smita to come over here representing Centurion University with your team. Thanks for that. Again, thanks, Hendrik, for OnCard to come over here and having this side event. At Curtin, we have many people to thank. First, Professor Seth Kunin, DVC Global, for his support and also like giving us space and helping our thinking to become more kind of reality. Professor Richard Blythe, the PVC Humanities, Susanna Castleton and Josh Brown, the deans in the faculty, for their support. And also, I'd like to thank Professor Michelle Wilson, the head of school, and also our previous head of school, Dr. Anne Farren, In fact, like she was helping us from the beginning of this organizing this conference. Great effort from MD Ashikus Jaman. Can you please put our hands together for the technical support? And he in fact learned and things and applied for the first time to help us and getting like some time from his PhD study. So thanks again for your contribution. Bruna Oliveira, the admin support officer. In fact, she is now in engineering faculty, but still while she was here from the beginning, she is helping me and she organized all this catering and everything. So I'm really glad to have her with her. And finally, Harsh Ramcharitur, and Harsh was responsible for all these website design and publication. So he in fact time to time updated all the information. And yeah, that's all. Thank you very much who are here attending our conference in person and also who are attending online. So that's from me. And if you, Shahid and Atik, if you have anything to add into that.
I just want to mention that we also organized a special issue on the same title, Localizing AWST in Built Environment and Communities, and North-South Exchange. So if you have any, we have seen so many interesting publications. I would like to kind of request or pursue that, if you submit in the sustainability, the fee would be weighed based on conditions that it is accepted by the reviewer and so on. So please contact with me because we're the guest editor in the special issue as well. So please do that. The concluding remark would be from my side is we have heard kind of people-centered solutions. Whatever solutions that we would be looking forward in terms of global climate change, we need to look into the people first, and solutions would be around people, and then maybe we can make a better place. Thanks.
To talk again. I think on the poster somewhere it's written dialogue. So I think this is all about the idea is to have a dialogue, global south, global north, and the global south can go up or down, doesn't matter. It's just a metaphor, but dialogue is important. And I'm very happy the way it has turned out. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. May I request Dr. Mobarak Ahmed Khan just to stay because we'll take a pictures, maybe the organizing committee and panelists in. If you put Dr. Mobarak Khan image in the screen, just maybe maybe we'll take around a picture.
Yeah, and maybe we need to just to the light should be a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Or that one. Use that screen. I think, don't do anything. Use that screen.
So are you coming or
Or we can take one.
yeah, please take one.
Please, if you see that, maybe if you like this, you are not invited because this is the dialogue or partnership.
You're down at lunch and everyone else is here.
More people.
Green banners, maybe a little bit closer, so. Yes.
Dr. Khan, would you please?
I can leave this now?
Just a minute.
Sorry?
He doesn't know what's happening.
We're taking pictures with you.
Please look at the camera.
Yeah, look at the camera. Yeah.
Okay, would you like to join? I can take the picture.
Just one. Guys, can you stay? We can take one photo in mobile so we can quickly post.
So we're taking pictures with you from our front.
Please go.
He doesn't know what's happening.
So should I speak something or I don't know?
Is that okay?
All right. I can give you a picture. You want to join
No, thanks a lot, sir. So
Okay.
we are finishing now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, bye.
Okay, you can log out. Thank you.